Really? Nox's interest sparked upon hearing Thorian's words. What sort of gifts are we talking about? You'll see soon enough, Thorian replied with a knowing smile, leading the way. Weaving through the village, Thorian eventually halted in front of a nondescript building. This is your house? Nox inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. No, this is our communal storage, Thorian corrected, shaking his head as he pushed open the door. Inside lay a trove of items amassed from numerous dungeon expeditions. And there's a room here, specifically for me. Guiding Nox to a room on the left, Thorian entered what appeared to be a makeshift bedroom, cluttered with an array of items, rendering it barely habitable. From the disarray, Thorian retrieved an azure robe and presented it to Nox. This is for you. Unfortunately, we don't have any shadow-themed items that would suit you, but this will have to do. Nox examined the robe closely, his eyebrows arching in surprise. What are you saying, Thorian? This robe is amazing. It increases my agility by a whole lot. I'm pleased you like it, Thorian responded, his smile widening. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added, oh, and another thing, did you receive any notifications about quest rewards? You must have earned something from the monster quest, at least. Now that you bring it up, there's been this persistent notification hovering in my vision for a while, Nox said, gazing thoughtfully at an unseen point in the air, his hand thoughtfully stroking his chin. Should I go ahead and accept it? Thorian, observing Nox's perplexed expression, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Definitely, you should. All right then, Nox said, a smile breaking across his face. In response, a short sword with a sleek, modern design and a black sheath materialized before him. Grasping the weapon, Nox examined it closely. This sword complements my abilities really well. What special abilities does it have? Thorian inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. It has a passive skill that pierces through armor when striking an enemy from behind, Nox explained, his voice brimming with excitement. It works really well with my backstab skill. As Nox concluded his explanation of the sword's advantages, his eyes became distant, fixated on a flurry of new notifications materializing before him. Wow, so many level ups. And I'm also getting a special evolution. Thorian, intrigued by this revelation, raised an eyebrow. A special evolution? Did you eliminate 500 humans? I suppose I must have, Nox replied, scratching his head in contemplation. I don't remember exactly, but I did fight against those crazy people for more than 2 hours. I was so tired by the end that I thought I was going to die. Hearing this, Thorian chuckled softly. I should have known you were capable of such feats. He then retrieved a long sword from the clutter of items and motioned for Nox to follow him outside. Come, let's spar. Wait, what? Nox asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. You're planning to spar with that sword? Isn't it only to warriors? Gazing down at the long sword in his hands, Thorian replied, while I don't benefit from the sword's additional stats or abilities, a sword remains a sword. I'm still capable of wielding it effectively. If that's how it is, Nox shrugged, a hint of skepticism in his voice, before trailing Thorian outside. They swiftly navigated to the outskirts of the village, where the bustle of the populace thinned. Looks like a new wall has been raised, Nox observed, his eyes scanning the expanded perimeter of the village with a mix of surprise and admiration. Our village has grown a lot. It certainly has, Thorian agreed, pausing at the brink of a cliff. He surveyed the clearing below and remarked, this spot should suffice for our spar. Are you sure about this? Nox asked, scratching his head in bemusement. You're a magus, but you're challenging me to a sword fight. Isn't that a bit too much? You'll understand shortly, Thorian replied, then leapt gracefully into the clearing below. Following suit, Nox landed and unsheathed his short sword, declaring, I'm ready. In an instant, Nox vanished from sight. Thorian, anticipating his move, positioned his sword, wielding it with less than half his usual might. Clang! The swords collided, sending a metallic echo through the clearing. Nox, caught off guard by Thorian's unexpected prowess, was swiftly repelled, tumbling a dozen feet backwards and landing awkwardly on his head. Ow, that hurts! Nox winced, tenderly rubbing his head, then gazed at Thorian with a mix of pain and admiration. What was that? A new technique? No, that was merely raw strength, Thorian clarified, shaking his head. In these apocalyptic times, a week can bring immense growth, particularly in this phase of accelerated development. I'm clearly seeing that, Nox acknowledged as he rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt. But I'm not out of the game yet. Shrouding himself in shadows, Nox melded seamlessly with the environment. Thorian, unfazed, merely smiled and activated his elemental sight skill. This revealed Nox's shadowy figure, stealthily advancing towards him. Thorian, channeling more power into his strike, swung his sword in the direction of Nox's approach. Their swords met with a resounding clash, fully exposing Nox. His short sword radiated a deep blue aura, matching Thorian's strength without yielding. Thorian's eyebrows lifted in surprise at this display, but he quickly intensified his strike to counter Nox's prowess. As Nox began to falter, dark tendrils of aura erupted from his body, surging towards Thorian like piercing spears. With no time to spare, Thorian released a burst of mana, enveloping his arm with it, and swept away the shadowy tendrils in one fluid motion. He then delivered a powerful kick to Nox's abdomen, propelling him backwards to his previous position. Groaning in discomfort, Nox clambered to his feet, his expression a blend of pain and confusion. I thought I had you there. What was that move? It's mana enhancement, Thorian elucidated. Were I a warrior, I'd have infused my blade with it, and it would be known as aura. But for now, augmenting my muscles with mana suffices. That's incredible. Nox's mouth hung open in amazement. Can I learn that too? I'd love to give it a try. Whisperwind should be the one to guide you in that, Thorian replied with a chuckle, then regarded Nox with a look of curiosity. But I'm more intrigued by those shadow attacks of yours. Is that a new skill you've acquired? Yes, it's called shadow manipulation, Nox explained. I'm not entirely sure of its capabilities or how I got it. However, when I checked my status screen earlier, there it was. Thorian pondered this revelation. The most plausible explanation for Nox acquiring this skill would be the extensive time he spent shrouded in shadows. It's not uncommon for individuals to develop skills influenced by their surroundings or experiences. Refocusing on Nox, Thorian offered his advice. You should discuss this skill with your guild master. As a shadowkin, he's best suited to assist you in mastering it. It seems like I need to do a lot of things, Nox said, his gaze falling slightly. It's a necessary step if you aim to keep pace with the others, Thorian said nonchalantly. You do want to catch up, don't you? Absolutely, I do, Nox affirmed with a nod. And it's not just about catching up, I'm going to surpass them all. At that, Thorian let out a chuckle. Well, then your first step is to focus on your cultivation. You can venture into the dungeons later. Upon hearing this, Nox tilted his head inquisitively. The dungeons? Are we going to do them together? Thorian hesitated momentarily before shaking his head, a hint of regret in his demeanor. Unfortunately, I've already completed the daily dungeons this morning. But we can certainly tackle them together tomorrow. That's a shame, Nox sighed, though his eyes lit up with a spark of hope. Then, how about we continue our sparring later? I find it really fun to duel with you. Certainly, Thorian replied, his smile genuine. I've been looking to improve the mastery of a few skills, so having a sparring partner would be ideal. Nox's face brightened at the agreement. Great, it's a deal then. Following their conversation, Thorian escorted Nox back to the cultivation hall, introducing him to the two elders to commence his cultivation journey. Afterward, Thorian returned to the village hall, where he found Eldrom awaiting him. Without preamble, Thorian inquired about another member of their group. So, how is Nalia's progression? Eldrom nodded thoughtfully before responding. Before she embarked on today's dungeon, her level was 12, 3 levels higher than yesterday. After clearing all the dungeons, she's now reached level 14. Thorian stroked his chin, contemplating. She's advancing swiftly. The disparity in levels suggests she ventured into the abyss, but not deeply, given the modest increase. That seems to be the case, my lord, Eldrom concurred, his brow creasing with concern. But given her strength, She could delve much deeper into the abyss. Why is she limiting her advancement? Thorian shrugged nonchalantly. The pace at which she's clearing floors isn't the issue. It appears she's short on equipment to strengthen her teammates. They're not yet equipped to handle the challenge of the floor she's aiming for. And which floor would that be? Eldrum asked, tilting his head in curiosity. After a moment of mental calculation, Thorian responded, given the amount of experience points she requires, she's probably targeting the 20th floor. Tristan Ravenwoodpoff. Sheathing his sword with a practiced ease, Tristan braced himself for the impending expedition. Scouts had brought troubling news of a goblin settlement lurking near the northern gates of Loxley. Such a proximate menace could not be left unchecked. The safety of the city and its inhabitants was at stake. They had no choice but to eradicate this monstrous threat. However, before stepping out of the room, Tristan decided to check his own status window. Display panel. Class Swordsman level 340, exp. 231 850, lifespan 60 years. Stats: strength 37, agility 35, constitution 20, mana 23.0. Skills: sword mastery I, passive, charge, active, power strike, active, triple slash, active, quick slash, active. Gazing at his status panel, Tristan couldn't help but smile. Seeing this is truly rewarding, he mused. It showcases my growth so vividly. Content. He closed the window and turned towards the door, ready to face what lay ahead. But as he stepped into the corridor, his attention was drawn to a commotion at its far end. There, the venerable Robert was engaged in a discussion with James and Little Roo. Intrigued, Tristan approached the group. "What's going on here?" he inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. Upon noticing Tristan, Robert let out a weary sigh. "These two have heard of the expedition and are insisting to join," he explained. "Yeah, we're ready to fight," Little Roo interjected, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tristan's brow furrowed in concern. "You're both too young for this," he cautioned. "The place we're headed to is fraught with danger, not a playground for children." "We're not children," James protested. "How am I supposed to level up if I'm just sitting here all the time? I've gotten my class but haven't had the chance to use it." Tristan considered this for a moment, his gaze lowering in contemplation. True, leveling up is essential for him. The free points would bolster his constitution, strengthening his frail physique. "But no, it's still too risky," Tristan firmly stated, shaking his head. "You can join us in battle when the situation is more stable." Turning to Robert, he added, "And you, we could really use your expertise on this expedition." Robert's eyes flitted between James' pleading face and Tristan's determined expression. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "That puts me in a difficult position. My duty is to guard the young lord, and I can't be in two places at once. So, if the boys come along, you'll join us?" Tristan sighed, his gaze shifting to his younger brother. "Please, brother, let us come with you." "We'll obey every command," James implored, clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture. Tristan closed his eyes briefly, gathering his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "Fine, since we're only dealing with goblins, you can join." "But," he added, fixing James with a firm stare, "you must remain by Sir Robert's side at all times. Stray, and it'll be the last expedition you'll join." James's face lit up with jubilation. "Yes, we promised to stick to Sir Robert like glue, right, Roo?" "Absolutely," Little Roo nodded earnestly. "We'll stay close to Grandpa." "All right, let's get moving," Tristan decided. "We still need to pick up Oswald, and we can't afford to be late for the expedition." With that, the group hastened out of the mansion, weaving through Loxley's bustling streets until they approached the imposing gates of the Strongheart Manor. As they neared, they spotted Oswald storming out, a scowl etched on his face. Approaching his friend, Tristan's expression mirrored his confusion. "What's going on? You seem even more upset than usual." Oswald turned, a hint of surprise in his eyes, before shaking his head dismissively. Tristan, it's nothing significant. Just the usual quarrels with my father." "He didn't approve of your joining us?" Tristan surmised, his smile tinged with irony. "Exactly," Oswald shrugged, casting a backward glance tinged with perplexity. This time, he was particularly vehement. "He looked furious when I left his room. Tristan chuckled in response. I can imagine. But in time, he'll see the value of your choices. After all, who wouldn't be proud to have a hero for a son? You're an eternal optimist, Oswald sighed. Anyway, let's not linger here. I can't stand being around for too long. Acknowledging his friend's sentiment, Tristan led the group away from the inner city. Upon reaching the main plaza, James couldn't contain his awe. No matter how many times I see it, this place always takes my breath away. Tristan shared a light chuckle, inwardly agreeing. The city, once a pile of rubble, had undergone a miraculous transformation. Parks dotted the landscape, flourishing with magical herbs and vibrant flowers. Rows of immaculate buildings now housed the city's residents. The marketplace, lively and teeming around the plaza, buzzed with the exchange of arcane coins and various materials. It's back to being the Locksley we know, Tristan mused with a light laugh. Actually, it's even better than before. There's so much about this fortress system we don't understand, Oswald remarked. But its role in reviving and beautifying the city has been a blessing. His gaze then shifted to Tristan, thoughtful. Speaking of which, the elder at the hall mentioned something about appointing a lord by week's end. Have you discussed this with Lord William? My father is already aware, Tristan replied nonchalantly. With the ceremony still a few days away, there's not much else to be done. I suppose you're right, Oswald conceded, his expression turning serious. For now, our focus must be on clearing the forest of those creatures. As they conversed, the northern gate came into view. There, Lord William and General Henry stood, greeting them with broad, welcoming smiles. William's hearty laughter filled the air as he scooped James up with evident joy. "Ah, so the young ones are joining us," he exclaimed. "Ready for your first taste of battle, eh?" James nodded vigorously. "Yes. I'm going to incinerate those monsters with my fireball." "A grand magus among us," William chuckled, then turned his attention to Little Roo. "And what about you, young sir? What class have you chosen?" With a beam of pride, Little Roo answered, "I'm a warrior, sir. I'll be slashing those monsters with my sword." William's eyebrow arched as he glanced at the wooden sword at Roo's waist. He then unclasped his secondary weapon, a short sword, and offered it to the boy. "Here, a real sword for the real battle ahead." Little Roo's eyes lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Tristan, meanwhile, looked on in disbelief. "Father, what are you thinking? Giving a child a real sword?" William laughed off his son's concern. "He's heading into battle, isn't he? Besides, I was handling real swords at his age." Tristan sighed, knowing all too well his father's unyielding nature. Instead, he turned his attention to Little Roo. "Be extremely cautious with that sword. It's sharp, and misuse could lead to serious injury." Little Roo's smile didn't waver. "Don't worry, I've practiced a lot. In fact, I secretly borrowed a real sword yesterday and trained in the garden." Through a broken bar, James hastily tried to interject, but Little Roo's confession had already sparked a reaction. "You did what?" Robert's voice thundered, a blend of anger and shock directed at his grandson. Startled by his grandfather's furious tone, Little Roo stumbled backward, stammering, I didn't do anything." Amidst the tension, William's laughter echoed, full of mirth. "Ah, the boldness of youth." A fearless and untamed. He glanced at General Henry, a smile still playing on his lips. "We were quite the rascals ourselves back in the day." "I can relate." General Henry shook his head, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Please, my lord, don't compare us. You were the instigator of most troubles. I merely followed suit." "Ah, mere details." William brushed off the comment, turning his attention to the group. "Now that we're all assembled, there's no point in delaying further. Let's rid the forest of those accursed goblins." With but a disapproving sigh from Robert, the makeshift battalion set off, leaving the city behind and venturing into the forest. In mere minutes, they arrived at the goblins' rudimentary settlement. William, with a quiet determination, declared, "I'll take the lead." "Priests, be ready to support." "Of course, my lord," responded one of the priests, readying themselves. Unsheathing his sword, William stood tall. "Then let's begin." "Charge!" Tristan and Oswald promptly followed their father and General Henry, charging towards the goblin encampment. As they advanced, Tristan noticed something unexpected. A third of the goblins, overcome by fear, fled with piercing shrieks, signaling their terror. "Wah, broken bar what?" As Tristan's gaze landed on the retreating goblins, a pang of empathy seized his heart, and he momentarily froze. The fleeing goblins eerily mirrored the humans who had run for their lives on the first day of the apocalypse. His mind teetered on the edge of breaking down. William's commanding voice cut through the chaos, jolting Tristan back to reality. "Do not strike those who flee. Focus on the combatants. They are the threat." Regaining his composure, Tristan glanced to his left to see Oswald, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" Oswald asked, his voice laced with worry. "Yes," Tristan nodded, gripping his sword's hilt firmly. "Let's move." Together, they plunged into the fray. Tristan's blade danced, slicing through one goblin after another, while Oswald's spear found its mark time and again. They moved through the battlefield like avatars of death, their weapons a whirlwind of lethal precision. The battle was a maelstrom of activity, priests casting blessings, magi raining down long-range spells, assassins weaving through enemy lines with stealthy strikes. Every front was a scene of intense combat. Engaged in combat with a hobgoblin, Tristan parried and countered each blow. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of blue, a hobgoblin charging towards the rear lines. "James!" Instinctively, Tristan's head whipped around, his worst fears materializing. The blue hobgoblin was barreling towards James and Little Rue's position. Robert was overwhelmed, locked in combat with several hobgoblins on all sides. Tristan's focus was abruptly redirected by a sudden lunge from the hobgoblin he faced. Nimbly sidestepping, he engaged his triple strike ability, dispatching his foe in a seamless, lethal dance of swordplay. As he spun to dash to his brother's aid, another blur of motion caught his eye. It was his father, William, whose imposing stature propelled him through the air in a single, powerful leap. He descended upon the blue hobgoblin, his great sword arcing down with formidable force, striking the creature's back. The swiftness of William's intervention left Tristan momentarily stunned. Breathing out a deep sigh of relief, Tristan turned back to the battlefront, his mind at ease. With his father's formidable presence safeguarding them, he knew James and Little Rue were in safe hands. No enemy could dare harm them under William's vigilant watch. "You need to breathe deeply and feel the ether around you before you can start absorbing it," Jingzu instructed Nox, gently placing his palm on the Shadow Kobold's back. Obediently, Nox closed his eyes and delved into deep meditation. He drew in long, steady breaths, striving to connect with the energy permeating the air. Minutes ticked by before a subtle sensation emerged. Energy seemed to caress his skin, yet it frustratingly refused to penetrate his clogged pores. "Let me help you," Jingzu said, his smile warm and encouraging. He pressed his hand more firmly against Nox's back, channeling chi into the kobold's obstructed pores. Feeling the energy coursing through his body, Nox's eyes snapped open in astonishment. With the Elder's guidance, the once blocked paths were now clear, revealing the route he needed to follow. Nox returned to his slow, rhythmic breathing, mimicking the Elder's technique. He pushed the ether with focused determination, like a miner chiseling through hardened soil. As time slipped away, Nox steadily directed the ether through his cleared pathways, guiding it into his dungeon. There, it condensed into a precious droplet of chi. "I did it!" Nox exclaimed, spinning around to face Jingzu, his eyes alight with a blend of triumph and joy. Jingzu chuckled at the young kobold's exuberance. "You did well," he praised. He then gestured towards the wooden tub behind them, adding, "Now, get in there before you turn this place into a gooey mess." Nodding, Nox leapt into the tub, which was half filled with lukewarm water, at Jingzu's behest. "Remember that feeling and sensation you experienced earlier. Just follow the same path, and you will eventually succeed," Jingzu advised. "I will do that," Nox affirmed, closing his eyes and settling into a lotus position. He inhaled deeply, retracing the steps of the process he had recently mastered. Time seemed to evaporate as Nox immersed himself in the practice. Minutes flowed into hours. With serene focus, he absorbed the ether from the air, channeling it through his external paths and converting it into chi within his dungeon. 2.5 hours later, Nox's tranquility was interrupted by an alert. His eyes flickered open to a welcome notification. "Congratulations, you have unlocked the cultivation system." Curious about his progress, Nox mentally summoned his status panel to review his achievements. Display panel. Ding. Race Shadow Stalker Kobold level 1730. Exp. 121 3800. Class Shadow Reaper level 340. Exp. 231 850. Lifespan 40 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering First Stage, 67.3%. Stats: Strength 59, Agility 105, Constitution 43, Mana 41, Chi 23 points, 15 Skills: Stealth, Passive; Backstab, Passive; Shadow Affinity, Passive; Beastly Senses, Active; Shadow Manipulation, Active; Whisper Step, Active; Shadow Cloak, Active; Shadow Strike, Active. Smiling at his newfound progress, Nox surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself immersed in the same sticky substance that Thorian often exuded. So that's what it was. I always wondered why Thorian smelled so bad, he mused to himself. He glanced at his fur with a wry smile. I can't exactly walk through the village like this. I'd send everyone running in the opposite direction. His contemplation was interrupted as a figure entered the room. It was a blue kobold, bearing a striking resemblance to Aqua before his ice evolution. It seems you have completed your cultivation, the kobold observed, approaching Nox. Stay in the tub, I'll clean you up before you leave. Gratefully nodding, Nox remained in the tub, his feet submerged in the murky water, as the blue kobold set about his task. Using one water ball after another, the kobold meticulously cleaned Nox's black fur. Each water ball's impact made Nox wince, but the discomfort wasn't severe enough to complain. Gritting his teeth, he allowed the blue kobold to continue, appreciating the effort to rid him of the sticky residue. Once freed from the clinging black goo, Nox stepped out of the murky water. As he did so, the blue kobold lifted the wooden tub. Congratulations on your first cultivation, the blue kobold remarked while carrying the tub away. I'll dispose of this waste and clean the tub. Have a good day. You too, Nox responded with a nod as the blue kobold departed. Alone in the room, Nox made his way out of the cultivation hall. He remembered Thorian's instructions and set off towards the Assassin's Guild. Upon arrival, he found Whisperwind at his desk. Their eyes met, and the Shadowkin greeted him with his ethereal mouth, a simple line of blue glow set against his shadowy form. I was waiting for you, Whisperwind said, rising from his chair. I assume you're here for your guild quests, right? There's that, Nox replied, scratching his head. But Thorian also mentioned I should learn more about shadow manipulation, and that you're the best person to ask about it. You've acquired that skill? Whisperwind's eyes widened in surprise, his glowing mouth forming an O. That's exceedingly rare. Normally, one would need to be much more advanced in their class or belong to a specific race to access it. A rare skill? Nox's eyebrows raised in intrigue. Does that mean it's powerful? It can be powerful, but it's not easy to master, Whisperwind replied, moving towards the guild's exit. Let's head outside for practical training. I'd prefer to avoid any accidental damage indoors. Nox nodded in agreement and followed Whisperwind outside the main building of the guild. They proceeded to a small adjacent training area, a space where assassins hone their skills. Once at the center of the training ground, Whisperwind turned to Nox. Show me what you've managed to do with your new skill. You must have experimented with it by now. I have, Nox confirmed, as his shadow morphed into sharp, tentacle-like strands. I can do this. Using it as an offensive tool, interesting, Whisperwind mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then transformed his own shadowy arm into a sword-like shape. Indeed, shadows can be extremely potent in offense. However, that's not where their true strength lies. His arm reverted to its normal shadowy form, and he touched the ground. A circle of darkness instantly formed, centered around his palm. Shadows are a gateway to another realm, he explained. When used correctly, they offer capabilities like this. Look at your own shadow. Nox peered down, his expression clouded with confusion. To his astonishment, he saw Whisperwind's arm emerging from his own shadow. The Shadowkin's hand waved playfully, demonstrating the skill's versatility and power. What? How did you do that? Nox's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned back to Whisperwind. That's incredible. With this ability, You could eliminate someone before they even realize what's happening. Is it possible for me to learn this too? Whisperwind chuckled at Nox's eagerness, shaking his head slightly. Currently, it's too hazardous for you to attempt this technique without system assistance, he cautioned. Gently withdrawing his arm from the shadow portal, Whisperwind picked up a rock from the ground. If you're not careful, a misstep could trap you in the shadow realm indefinitely. He tossed the rock into the portal. Nox, driven by instinct, glanced down at his shadow, only to find no trace of the rock. The realization dawned on him swiftly: the rock was now lost, potentially forever, in an unknown realm. But there's a glimmer of hope, Whisperwind said, his smile returning as he recaptured Nox's attention. Given that you possess shadow manipulation, I can offer you the skill scroll for this ability, though it comes at a price, of course. The skill is known as shadow transportation. With the Goblin expedition concluded and their settlement reduced to ruins, the military company began its return journey to the city. Throughout the march to Loxley, Tristan was enveloped in silence. His mind incessantly replayed the earlier scene of the goblins fleeing in terror. Their screams and shrieks of horror echoed hauntingly in his ears, and the raw fear etched on their faces was seared into his memory. "Hey, Tristan," Oswald's voice pierced through Tristan's introspection. "You still mulling over those goblins? They're monsters, you know. You shouldn't let it weigh on you." "I understand that," Tristan acknowledged with a nod, his lips curling into a wry smile. "But the terror in their eyes, it mirrored ours when we faced attack." "Well, we're different from them," Oswald quipped, arching an eyebrow. "For starters, we don't sport green skin." Tristan shook his head at his friend's attempt at humor and let out a reluctant chuckle. However, a heaviness lingered in his heart. "I should check on James. I'm certain he's still reeling from the ordeal." With an understanding nod from Oswald, Tristan navigated his way to where Robert and the two children were. Pushing his own turmoil deep within, Tristan mustered a smile as he approached his brother. "So, how was your first foray into battle?" Tristan," James responded, turning with a start and then casting his gaze downward, clouded with distress. "It was terrifying. The screams, the blood. It was really scary." "That's the harsh reality of a battlefield," Tristan replied with a somber tone. "The key is to remember why we fight, to safeguard our city and everyone we cherish within its walls. That's the purpose behind our struggle." James looked up at his brother, absorbing the words, and then gave a nod of understanding. "I get it." As Tristan offered reassurance to James, he realized those words served more as a mantra for himself. "That's right. I mustn't let my emotions sway my judgment. We fight to prevent any more tragedies." Yet, the memory of the fleeing goblins resurfaced, causing Tristan's expression to stiffen, and a sinking feeling to grip his stomach. Were those goblins the aggressors, or mere victims caught in a situation as bewildering to them as the apocalypse had been to humans? His thoughts drifted to his father's imposing figure, how his commanding words sliced through the chaos of battle, guiding their actions with clarity. "I need to speak with him," Tristan contemplated, feeling a tightness in his chest. Glancing around, he realized the company had dispersed, leaving only a few knights near their mansion. Lord William had already retreated into the manor. He must be in his study, buried in paperwork. With that thought, Tristan made his way through the main gate and headed towards his father's office. As this mansion was positioned closer to the gates than the palace, Lord William had been using it more frequently when it came to dealing with annoying paperwork. After a respectful knock on the door, a voice from within beckoned, "Come in." Upon receiving the acknowledgement, Tristan stepped into his father's study. He found Lord William, immersed in a sea of documents, his focus unwavering on the task at hand. "Oh, it's you, Tristan." William glanced up at his son, peeking through the mountain of documents. "Please, have a seat." Tristan wordlessly complied, settling into the chair across his father's desk. A heavy silence filled the room. Perceiving the unusual quiet, William set aside his paperwork and focused on his son. "You've sought me out, yet you remain silent. Is there something troubling you?" "Yes," Tristan confirmed with a nod. "It's the goblins." Their terror-stricken faces. "When I saw them fleeing, I was taken aback. They seemed almost human." "They might well be," William conceded. Our knowledge about them is minimal. Their language, their culture. We barely understand how they live. Tristan's eyebrows arched in surprise, and his heart thumped erratically. So, did we just attack them unprovoked? We don't even know for sure if they were the ones who attacked us. William exhaled deeply, his gaze dropping in contemplation. This dilemma is age-old in warfare. When we retaliated against the barbarians after their relentless raids, what do you think happened to their people? They, too, fled in terror, crying out in fear. Tristan felt a painful tightening in his chest. Was that the right thing to do? Was it right? William leaned back, stroking his beard thoughtfully. At the start of every war, you're always armed with justifications and reasons. The barbarians had slain many of ours, and they would have continued if we hadn't struck back. But the moment you launch your assault, when you breach their walls and witness their civilians fleeing in dread, all those justifications fade into insignificance. In the face of a pleading mother, what truly defines right and wrong? A lump formed in Tristan's throat, rendering him speechless in response to his father's profound questions. It's a difficult question, isn't it? William said with a knowing smile. Is it right to take the life of an elderly man or a mother if their nation has waged a devastating war against you? Is it just to kill a child trying to defend his sister from invaders with nothing but a stone? Or to kill a soldier who fights on the front lines for the safety of his family and loved ones? What truly defines right? Once again, Tristan found himself unable to articulate a response. He simply gazed at his father and sighed deeply. There is no definitive answer, William said, his smile turning gentle as he patted his son's shoulder. Every action we take is a choice, laden with its own set of fears and uncertainties. No one wants to be despised. So, what do? Do you cower in your palace, shunning the harshness of life and its decisions? Do you turn a blind eye and flee from responsibility? You confront these choices head-on, comprehend their repercussions, and accept them. That's the essence of being a lord, of being a man. Tristan's eyes widened, then softened into a sad smile. I've shown you a weak and ugly side, haven't I? What kind of man falters before the stark reality? A good man, William replied with a gentle smile. Fear is not a flaw. A man who never experiences fear is a man who's lost touch with his humanity. At those words, Tristan's smile broadened, the tightness in his chest easing, and his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Thank you, father, he said, rising from his chair. I won't take up more of your time. I know you have a lot to prepare for your expedition tonight. William chuckled warmly. Enjoy the rest of your day. With that, Tristan left his father's study and ventured into the backyard. He picked up his sword and began his usual training regimen. Sword practice had always been Tristan's refuge in times of confusion or contemplation. The rhythm of his swordplay brought him joy, momentarily freeing him from the burdens of the world. After a rigorous 2-hour training session, Tristan sheathed his sword and wiped the sweat from his face. He felt exhausted yet unburdened, as if the weight he had been carrying in his chest had dissolved along with his perspiration. Are you finished? Oswald's voice emerged from the edge of the garden, announcing his presence. Observing Tristan, he raised an eyebrow. You seem more at ease now. Did you have a talk with your father? I did, Tristan replied, allowing a smile to form. He shared one of his stories, as he often does when I'm troubled. You're fortunate, Oswald shrugged. If I approached my father with my concerns, he'd probably just laugh me out of the room. Unsure how to respond, Tristan chuckled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Anyway, let's change the subject, Oswald suggested. How about we head to the city center? Some relaxation would be welcome after this week's relentless battles. Sure, that sounds like a great idea, Tristan agreed with a nod. Thus, the two of them exited the inner citadel and ventured into the main city. Strolling through a park, Oswald pointed to a purple flower near a tree. See that flower? It's known for its medicinal properties. But I've heard that if you use it in cooking, it tastes amazing. Really? Tristan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Oswald's claim. Has anyone actually tried that? Yes, indeed, someone was adventurous enough to try it, Oswald chuckled. Jasmine learned about it and now incorporates it into her dishes at her restaurant. Her meat pies, in particular, are a hit. Ah, that's right, Jasmine did open her own place, Tristan nodded, recalling the establishment. I wonder how it's faring. It's incredibly popular, especially among the knights who flock there after their shifts, Oswald informed him. So, how about it? Fancy a visit? That sounds good, Tristan replied, his brow furrowing slightly. But shouldn't we have made a reservation? No worries, I've got us covered, Oswald laughed. I thought you might need a change of scenery, so I went ahead and booked a table. Appreciating his friend's foresight, Tristan smiled. Thanks, that's very thoughtful of you. Don't mention it, Oswald dismissed with a wave of his hand. The two navigated their way through the bustling city streets, eventually arriving at a building just a couple of blocks from the main plaza. The restaurant was bustling, filled mostly with knights and guards, and a few affluent merchants. Servers bustled between tables, their hands laden with plates of food. Upon entering, Tristan looked around in admiration. Jasmine, the owner, promptly noticed their arrival and approached them. Your Grace, you're most welcome here, she greeted with a modest bow. She then gestured towards the staircase. I've reserved a special table for you on the upper floor, if you'll follow me. Come on, Jasmine, no need for formalities with us, Tristan said with an easy smile as he and Oswald followed her upstairs. Jasmine chuckled softly as they ascended the stairs. Your Grace, I must still respect your title. Besides, this is a public establishment, and appearances matter. Tristan understood her perspective and shrugged lightly. Personally, I don't mind either way. Reaching the upper floor, they were greeted by a markedly different ambience. The lower level exuded a high quality and a welcoming atmosphere, but the upper floor was steeped in luxury. The carpet, a rich blend of red and brown, was of exquisite quality. The clientele here was distinctly upscale, a mix of high-ranking knights, generals, and predominantly nobles. Your Grace, please, this way. Jasmine led them to a table adjacent to the main window. She smiled as they settled in. I thought you might appreciate the view from here. Oswald couldn't help but express his awe as he took his seat, immediately drawn to the panoramic cityscape visible from the window. We can see almost the entire city from here. The city, rejuvenated after the full activation of its fortification system, stretched out before them. From their vantage point, Tristan could see the lush parks and the array of houses that comprised the cityscape. However, his gaze was primarily captivated by the four great statues that stood towering in the distance, their imposing figures dominating the skyline. As Tristan took his seat, Jasmine redirected their attention. I assume you've heard about our famous meat pies. Would you like me to order them for you? It's on the house, of course, Tristan responded with a light protest. Jasmine, I am the eldest child of Ravenwood. I can afford my own meal. Jasmine, however, was adamant. Please, consider this a token of my gratitude, she insisted. Your Grace has granted me a seat on the council and the first rights to bid on this restaurant. I would feel dishonored if I allowed you to pay. Finding it improper to push any further, Tristan relented with a sigh. All right then, thank you. With Jasmine departing to place their order, Tristan and Oswald were left to converse in privacy. Gazing out the window, Oswald reflected, this view really puts our efforts for the city into perspective. Our battles are what allow us to enjoy this peace. Tristan nodded in agreement, adding, it's not just our efforts, but everyone's. Yet, you're right. Without our defense, this peace wouldn't be possible. We must continue to grow stronger to safeguard it. Oswald chuckled softly, then turned to Tristan with a thoughtful expression. Speaking of strength, have you heard any updates about those dungeons? The ones mentioned in the quests? No, I haven't heard anything new, Tristan replied, shaking his head. I had a word with the old man receptionist in the main hall, Oswald shared, stroking his chin. From what he said, I believe the dungeons might be located in the forest. Tristan's expression turned serious. That could be problematic. If they're near the outskirts, it's manageable. But if they're deep within the forest, we risk encountering that red-furred beast and his formidable army. Oswald shuddered at the thought. That would be catastrophic. Even the weakest of his minions is stronger than our mightiest warrior. Facing him would mean certain doom. A momentary hush enveloped them, broken only when Tristan let out a light chuckle. "I don't think he'll attack us without provocation." Oswald looked at him curiously. "What makes you say that?" "He had the chance to kill us during our last encounter, yet he chose not to," Tristan explained with a shrug. "And from our brief conversation, he didn't strike me as someone who kills without reason. In an ideal world, coexisting with him would be a dream come true." "Well, I cannot argue with that last part." "It is definitely a dream." Oswald laughed at the thought. "Coexisting with a monster? Now that's a fantasy too wild to even consider." "But what's our alternative?" Tristan asked, his tone growing more earnest. "Do you honestly think we stand a chance against them in combat?" Oswald faltered, struggling for a response. "Well, defeating them seems unlikely. But this idea of coexistence hinges not on our willingness, but on his. We know so little about him, his motives, or his ambitions." "We'll cross that bridge when we reach it," Tristan said with a chuckle. "For now, just knowing that we can communicate and that he's open to negotiations is a positive sign." "You're an eternal optimist," sighed Oswald. At that moment, Jasmine returned with a servant carrying their plates. She set Tristan's meat pie before him, and its aroma instantly tantalized his senses. The robust scent of spices blended harmoniously with the gentle aroma of baked wheat. "It smells delicious," Tristan remarked appreciatively. Jasmine responded with a light chuckle. "I assure you, it tastes even better than it smells." She gestured towards the plate. "Enjoy your meal. I'll bring some refreshments for you shortly." As Tristan savored the first bite, an intriguing blend of flavors cascaded over his palate. The meat was infused with a delicate sweetness and mellowness that balanced perfectly with the spice. "That must be the effect of the purple flower," Tristan thought, smiling at the culinary discovery. The evening unfolded pleasantly as they dined, sipped wine, and engaged in light-hearted conversation. For what seemed like the first time in an age, Tristan felt the weight of his responsibilities lift, allowing him a rare moment of carefree enjoyment, free from thoughts of impending battles. As they finished their meal and exited the restaurant, they were greeted by the night sky, adorned with 2 luminous moons. "They look magnificent," Tristan remarked, admiring the celestial spectacle. "They certainly do," agreed Oswald, clapping Tristan on the shoulder. "Now, I must take my leave now. There's a matter I need to attend to before heading home." "Stay safe," Tristan nodded in parting. The two went their separate ways, and as Tristan walked back towards the inner citadel, a slight buzz hummed in his head from the wine. In pre-apocalyptic times, such an amount would have likely rendered him unconscious, but now, whether due to his enhanced attributes or some other providence, he only felt mildly intoxicated. Approaching his mansion, however, even in his slightly inebriated state, Tristan sensed something amiss. Servants scurried about with expressions of panic, and as the white noise in his head cleared, he picked up on the urgent calls echoing around him, indicating some sort of crisis or emergency at hand. Sensing that something dire had occurred, Tristan quickly sobered up and intercepted a frantic servant darting past. "What's the commotion? Explain yourself," he demanded. The servant's face blanched to a ghostly pale upon seeing Tristan. Stammering, he managed a feeble, Your Grace," but words seemed to desert him. Tristan, increasingly alarmed by the servant's demeanor, pressed for details. "Speak up. What has transpired? I must know." Swallowing hard, the servant nodded, gathering his wits. "Your Grace, as you might already be aware, your father was set to lead an expedition this afternoon," he began, pausing to catch his breath, his expression etched with terror. "However, he never appeared. We went to look for him at his study, but he was not there. We have been searching for him for hours, looking through every corner, but we couldn't find him. It's as if he has disappeared into thin air." Soren's puff. The atmosphere in the hideout was fraught with tension as Soren made his way through the corridors. Members bustled around him, their movements sharp and purposeful during this critical period. Each individual was acutely aware of their responsibilities and the dire consequences of failure. Approaching Nalia's room, Soren noticed the flurry of activity diminish. This area was a sanctum, accessible only to those of the highest rank within their organization. He rapped lightly on Nalia's door, and her voice, calm and authoritative, beckoned him inside. Soren stepped into the room to find Nalia applying the final touches of makeup. Her meticulous attention to detail was fitting, given the importance of the upcoming meeting. "How is William's condition?" Nalia inquired, her gaze fixed on her reflection as she expertly applied her makeup. "We've administered every known drug to him," Soren replied, lingering near the door. "He's now unconscious in the Strongheart prison. It's unlikely he'll awaken for several days. Ensure he receives the drug concoction regularly," Nalia instructed with a stern tone. "Remember, he's a first advancement warrior. His physiology is far from ordinary." "We will adhere to your instructions," Soren affirmed with a nod. He paused, his expression turning contemplative. "However, I must question, my lady, why not simply eliminate him? Keeping him alive seems an unnecessary risk." "You're more ruthless than I had imagined," Nalia chuckled, her gaze shifting back to Soren. "However, we cannot eliminate him just yet. His soul is a vital component of our contingency plan." Soren swallowed hard, a sense of unease gripping him. "So, you intend to sacrifice him to that creature?" he stated, the memory of the beast's horrifying form causing his chest to tighten. "But wouldn't it be more prudent to do so immediately?" Nalia shook her head, her expression growing colder. "No, that would be unwise. His soul, strengthened by his unique class, is exceptionally potent. Sacrificing him now would prematurely awaken the creature, triggering a rampage that could jeopardize our entire scheme." Soren nodded in understanding, though he found no comfort in discussing the monstrous entity. "More pressing, what's the current situation in the city? What's the public response?" Nalia inquired, turning to face Soren as she finished her makeup. The joviality that usually graced her features was absent, replaced by a stern countenance. "The information remains confined. For now, only the servants and the military are actively searching for him," Soren reported, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Our ruse has been successful. Tristan has fallen for our decoy, believing our fabricated witness who claimed the Lord was seen near the western gate. He's now mobilizing a rescue operation, sparing no resources." "What a naive young man," Nalia mused with a chuckle, settling into her seat. "How substantial is the rescue party he's assembling?" "Who's involved?" "We don't have complete details," Soren admitted with a sigh. "However, our estimates suggest it's about 50 men strong. He's also bringing along Oswald and General Henry." Nalia's eyes widened in astonishment at Soren's report, and she erupted into laughter. "Could the gods be any more favorable to us? This is the perfect chance to eliminate all those who pose a threat to us." Her smile turned devilish, her eyes glinting with an icy resolve. "Annihilate them completely and obliterate their corpses. We'll declare they were all slain by monsters. Who could possibly question that?" "I will execute your commands," Soren affirmed with a measured nod. "Are you about to meet with the nobles?" "Indeed, I must," Nalia replied, her laughter subsiding as she rose from her chair. "Their support is crucial for positioning Johannes as the puppet lord of Locksley." Soren chuckled lightly in response. "As if they have any real choice in the matter." Nalia offered no verbal reply, but her subtle smile conveyed her agreement. "I expect the Tristan issue to be resolved by the time I return." "It will be," Soren assured her, standing aside as she passed by. Left alone in Nalia's room, Soren exhaled deeply. He closed his eyes, gathering his composure, and when he reopened them, his expression was steely and resolute. "I'm sorry, Tristan. I hardly know you, but as an obstacle to our plans, your demise is inevitable." With that, Soren departed Nalia's room to assemble his team. Leading the charge alongside Ragnar, and backed by 30 assassins on the brink of class advancement, their success seemed certain. They stealthily exited the hideout, making their way towards the western gate to lie in wait for Tristan and his forces. "They're here," Soren whispered urgently as the main gates creaked open. Tristan led the search party of 50 men, flanked by General Henry on his right and Oswald Strongheart on his left. Determination etched Tristan's features, but Soren discerned the shadow of grief lurking beneath. "We should ambush them as soon as they enter the forest," Ragnar suggested, a wild grin spreading across his face. "I'm curious to see the expression on that mama's boy as he draws his last breath." "We won't," Soren firmly countered, shaking his head. Nalia's orders were clear, It must appear as though monsters were responsible. Attacking too close to the city is too great a risk. You're a coward, Ragnar sneered, but Soren ignored the jibe. This mission was of paramount importance, and he was determined not to leave anything to chance. He resolved to strike only when they were sufficiently far from the city to ensure no chance of escape. As Tristan's party ventured deeper into the forest, Soren raised his hand in signal. They're moving. Let's follow. Soren and his men trailed the party into the forest. Agile and swift, Soren leapt from one tree branch to another, maintaining a distance of at least a couple of 100 meters behind Tristan. His men, moving on foot, followed his lead. 15 minutes into the pursuit, Tristan's group halted to broaden their search. They scrutinized every hidden corner and crevice. Soren signaled his men to pause. We're far enough from the city. The time to strike is now. Yet, just as he was about to issue the command, a tumultuous uproar erupted deep within the forest. A thunderous rumbling, reminiscent of dozens of colossal beasts charging, resonated from Tristan's position. The source of the tumult soon revealed itself, sending a shiver of dread through Soren. Who dares to trespass in my domain? The voice boomed, belonging to a figure Soren knew all too well. Emerging from the dense foliage was Thorian, the Monster King, a kobold of immense stature. His fur, a dazzling array of colors, shimmered with a regal aura. Why is he here? Soren's mind raced, his heart pounding like war drums. He remained motionless, keenly aware that any movement might spell his doom. Who are you? Tristan's voice, laced with apprehension, broke the heavy silence. However, as he spoke, a horde of monsters, diverse in size and form, emerged alongside Thorian. They continued to appear from the underbrush, seemingly endless. We are searching for my father, Tristan managed to utter, his voice barely audible as his men, gripped by fear, fumbled with their weapons. You invade my forest with an army and expect me to believe that pitiful excuse? Do you think me a fool? Thorian's advance was accompanied by an unleashing of his formidable mana, its oppressive force causing half of Tristan's men to collapse in despair. Now, you face two choices, Thorian declared, conjuring a blazing aura around himself, its intense heat scorching the surrounding foliage. Either you all perish in my inferno, or hand over your leader and the rest of you may flee back to whence you came. His tone turned even colder as he fixed his gaze on Tristan. What will it be, young man? Before Tristan could respond, Oswald erupted in defiance. Die, you monster! He bellowed. His body was enveloped in a green aura, which converged on his spear, with a fierce war cry. He charged at Thorian, spear aimed to impale. General Henry, spurred by Oswald's audacious assault, drew his weapon and joined the fray. Together, they charged at Thorian in a desperate bid for survival. How pitiful, Thorian murmured, extinguishing his flames. As Oswald reached him, Thorian effortlessly snapped the spear in two with a single strike of his palm, leaving Oswald in stunned disbelief. Thorian then seized him by the neck and hoisted him high into the air. Simultaneously, Forlune intercepted General Henry, propelling him back towards his troops with a powerful kick. The impact shattered both the general's armor and ribs. Blood trickled from his mouth, his eyes rolling back in agony. Wait! The sight spurred Tristan into action. With a determined gaze, he stepped forward. I am the leader of these men. You only require my life. Please, release my friend. After a tense standoff, Thorian relented, hurling Oswald's body a dozen feet into the air, where he landed amidst his comrades. Thorian approached Tristan, smoothly drawing the younger man's sword from its scabbard. Any last words? He asked. Tristan nodded, casting a final look at his men. He steadied his breath and spoke with resolve. Please return to the city and protect it. Oswald, gasping for air, reached out feebly towards his friend. Tristan. No. Tristan offered Oswald a reassuring smile, then turned to face Thorian with a grave expression. With a respectful nod, Thorian lifted the sword high. Your courage is commendable. Rest assured, you will depart this world knowing your men are safe. I vow not to let anything harm them until they reach the city. Soren, concealed in his vantage point, felt a strange resonance with Thorian's words, as if they were somehow meant for him. His heart raced, and he scanned the surroundings for any signs of threat. To his relief, The monster's attention was solely fixed on their king. "I'm getting too paranoid," he thought, attempting to steady his nerves. "With my level of stealth, he can't possibly detect me." His gaze returned to Thorian just in time to witness the gruesome scene. Thorian's blade sliced through Tristan, from torso to stomach, unleashing a torrent of blood. Tristan crumpled to his knees, writhing in agony, blood gurgling from the grievous wound. Thorian then retreated a step and cast a spell, encasing Tristan in a dome of earth. "I will not make your death a spectacle," he declared, raising his hand to conjure a massive fireball. The intense flames devoured everything in their path, scorching the surrounding trees to cinders. "No!" In a burst of desperation, Oswald staggered to his feet, his eyes burning with fury at Thorian. Infusing his spear with a surge of green aura, he roared, "You will not take his life." As Oswald charged headlong at Thorian, the Monster King exhaled a weary sigh. "You only prolong your suffering." With a swift, effortless kick to the stomach, Thorian sent Oswald hurtling back, his eyes rolling back as he flew through the air, crashing amongst his fellow soldiers. As Oswald lay unconscious, Thorian unleashed his massive fireball towards the earthen dome imprisoning Tristan. Boom! The explosion sent flames roaring skyward, scattering flaming debris in a dangerous ballet around the terrified bystanders. Amidst the inferno's wrath, Tristan's figure was indistinguishable, lost within the voracious flames. While the fiery spectacle raged, Thorian, flanked by his monstrous entourage, advanced towards the trembling human soldiers. Their hands shook, rendering them incapable of effectively wielding their weapons. "As promised to your leader, I shall not harm any of you, provided you do not attack," Thorian announced, his voice offering a cold reassurance. "Return to your city. We will escort you to its gates, ensuring no creature dares to harm you." Despite Thorian's words, the human soldiers remained paralyzed with fear. Hastily, they gathered the unconscious forms of Oswald and Henry, fleeing towards the city as if pursued by the very fires of hell. Thorian watched them go, then turned to address his army with a sigh. "Ensure a few of our kind escort them safely. Our task here is complete." With his command, several monsters broke away to shadow the human soldiers, while Thorian and the bulk of his forces retreated towards their village. Left in their wake were the dwindling flames that had engulfed Tristan, a grim testament to the day's brutal events. "To think that monster did our work for us," Ragnar chortled, emerging from his hiding spot in the shrubbery. By now, 10 minutes had elapsed since Thorian's departure. "Keep your voice down," Soren cautioned sharply. "We're still deep in enemy territory." With a graceful leap, he descended from his perch on the branch and motioned for the rest of his assassins to emerge. "Let's inspect what remains of Tristan," Soren said, advancing towards the remnants of the blaze. With a deft wave of his hand, he conjured a gust of wind that swept away most of the lingering flames. Where Tristan had been, there was nothing but charred bones and molten metal. Any trace of skin or flesh had been obliterated. "Definitely dead," Ragnar chuckled, almost with glee. "That has to be the easiest job I've ever done." Thorian's puff. 1 hour prior. As Thorian practiced his earth spikes and water prison, Alacritus rushed toward him, his face etched with urgency. "My lord, a grave situation has unfolded in Loxley." The stressed timbre of Alacritus's voice brought Thorian's training to a halt. He turned, concern furrowing his brow. "Steady yourself and recount precisely what transpired." With a nod, Alacritus began, "William Ravenwood, the lord of the city, has mysteriously vanished. Despite hours of relentless search, the army has yet to uncover his whereabouts." Thorian felt his heart stutter at the news, yet before he could articulate a response, Alacritus pressed on. "His son, Tristan, is currently assembling a search party, having received information that the Lord was last seen near our side of the forest." "Is that so?" Thorian's eyebrow arched in intrigue. "Have any of our own witnessed him?" Regrettably, Alacritus shook his head. "No, my lord. To our knowledge, he simply disappeared without a trace." Absorbing the gravity of the situation, Thorian's gaze fell to the ground in contemplation. "This reeks of Nalia's involvement. She alone possesses the means to make him vanish with such ease." His reasoning leading him to a dire hypothesis, Thorian looked up sharply, a question burning in his eyes. "You mentioned someone informed Tristan about his father being spotted near the forest, correct? Do we have any idea who this informant might be?" "No, his identity remains a mystery," Alacritus admitted, his head shaking with uncertainty. "All we know is that he's an elderly man, seemingly a mere civilian." Thorian's response was a sigh of exasperation. "Such an obvious ploy, yet that fool is blindly marching into it," he muttered, his frustration palpable as he bit his lower lip in thought. "I see through Nalia's scheme now. She aims to dethrone the Ravenwood lineage, installing her pawns in power while she orchestrates from the shadows. In doing so, she'd wield absolute control over the city and its assets, sidestepping the turmoil tied to her illegitimate claim." Alacritus, understanding the gravity of Thorian's insights, nodded in agreement. "What of Tristan, my lord? If he's walking into a trap, does this mean that Nalia will ambush him?" "Exactly," Thorian confirmed with a weary sigh. "As William's rightful successor, Tristan stands as a thorn in their side, difficult to manipulate. Their best course is to eliminate him under the guise of an unfortunate encounter with the forest's beasts." Alacritus acknowledged this grim analysis with a nod. "What are our orders, my lord?" "I stand ready to execute your will." "Summon Forloon, Zogoth, and the remaining council members. Have them convene at the village hall," Thorian commanded, urgency lacing his voice. "Time is of the essence." With a determined nod, Alacritus set off to gather the council, his steps quickening as he moved to carry out Thorian's orders throughout the village. After Alacritus's departure, Thorian found himself ensconced in solitude, his mind a whirlwind of strategy and concern. "Nalia, your ambitions will not go unchecked. Yet, engaging in open conflict with you now would be decidedly ill-advised," Thorian pondered, his brows knitting together in concentration. "This situation demands a delicate approach." Realizing the urgency of swift action, Thorian reached out through the psychic bond he shared with his ally. "Harold, I need to mobilize a significant portion of our forces beyond the village boundaries." Harold's response, deep and resolute, echoed in Thorian's mind. "I assume you're involving me in this conversation to oversee the village's defense in your absence." A nod, unseen but understood, was Thorian's reply. "Indeed, I need someone who is strong and trustworthy to keep the village safe. Knowing you stand guard, I can address these pressing issues without the shadow of concern for our village's safety." "I grasp the weight of your request," Harold assured. "Proceed with your plans without any worry. The village shall remain safe under my watch." A smile of gratitude graced Thorian's features. "Thank you, Harold. You are always very reliable." With reassurances exchanged and his mind somewhat eased, Thorian traversed the village pathways, his thoughts racing ahead to the meeting. As he neared the village hall, a familiar presence drew his attention. "Ah, Thorian, I was looking for you." Nox approached with a jovial air, his smile broad. Yet, the gravity of Thorian's demeanor didn't escape him, prompting a shift in his expression. "Did something happen? You look very concerned." Not wishing to dampen Nox's spirits, Thorian lightly dismissed the inquiry. "It's a matter of little consequence," he deflected, steering the conversation towards Nox's recent endeavors. "And you? Has Whisperwind taught you about the arts of shadow manipulation?" With enthusiasm, Nox confirmed, "Indeed, he has. He also let me buy a compatible skill with it." "Wait, let me show it to you." With a grin, Nox executed a swift leap, his form seamlessly merging with the shadows on the ground, vanishing from sight entirely. "I am here." Nox's voice came unexpectedly from behind, his hand lightly tapping Thorian's shoulder. Startled by Nox's sudden reappearance, Thorian spun around, his eyebrows knitting together in bewilderment. "How did you manage that?" "I saw no sign of your movement." "Shadow transportation," Nox revealed with a laugh. Master Whisperwind described it as briefly going to another realm, only to come back from a nearby shadow. Thorian's eyes widened in appreciation. "That's an exceptionally useful ability. It could prove invaluable to us." "I thought you might find it interesting," Nox said, his smile lingering. Then, lowering his voice, he pressed, "Now, will you tell me what's been weighing on you, Thorian?" With a heavy sigh, Thorian opened up. "The situation is quite complex. Nalia, the one who nearly ended your life, has initiated a coup in the neighboring city. She's now after the city lord's son, aiming to eliminate any rightful heirs. We must intervene to protect him." "That sounds straightforward enough," Nox replied with determination. "Why not simply just go and defeat those people right now?" Thorian let out a light chuckle at Nox's simplicity. "The matter is more intricate than it appears. However, we will act promptly." As Thorian's gaze shifted past Nox, he noticed Forlune and the council members approaching. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "And by promptly, I mean this very moment." Thus, Thorian, with his council and 50 of their elite warriors, made their way toward the outer gate. Glancing sideways, he posed a question to Alacritus. "William has another son besides Tristan, correct?" "Yes, my lord," Alacritus affirmed with a nod. "He has a son named James Ravenwood." "He, too, is at risk," Thorian declared with a sense of urgency. "I need you to ensure his safety immediately. Make it appear as though they fled in fear for their lives." "Understood, my lord," Alacritus replied, prepared for the task at hand. "I shall head to Locksley without delay." With those final instructions, Alacritus vanished into the woods, swiftly navigating from one tree branch to another. Meanwhile, Thorian was deep in contemplation about Tristan's predicament. To convince Nalia her plan has succeeded, I must feign Tristan's death. But the execution of such a deceit, how shall it be done? He pondered. As the solution dawned upon him, a sly smirk spread across Thorian's face, accompanied by a chuckle of satisfaction. Yet, as he looked at Eldarom, he wondered about the repercussions of his plan on his allies. Deciding to address these concerns directly, Thorian beckoned the elder. "Do you require my counsel, my lord?" Eldarom inquired, taken aback by the summon. "I seek your perspective on a particular strategy," Thorian explained. "Would you or your kin object to the slaying of a hobgoblin during our mission to aid the humans?" Eldarom responded with a dismissive shrug and a chuckle. "In our skirmishes with other tribes, such acts are commonplace. I doubt any of our folk would bat an eye over it." "Excellent, that simplifies matters considerably," Thorian acknowledged with a nod, then turned to his general. "Forlune, come here." Heeding his lord's call, Forlune, the celestial kobold champion, stepped forward. "I need you to locate and eliminate a hobgoblin with haste. Make sure that the deed is done cleanly and bring the body back here," Thorian commanded. Puzzlement etched Forlune's features, yet he nodded in agreement. "I am assuming that you have a plan in mind. Is that right, my lord?" "There is a plan," Thorian confirmed with a nod. "But time is of the utmost importance." Grasping the urgency, Forlune vanished into the forest, his form cloaked in an aura that allowed him to traverse the terrain with the speed of lightning. With Forlune dispatched on his grim mission, Thorian beckoned Nox closer to share the intricate details of his strategy. "Think you're up for this?" Thorian inquired once he had laid out his plan. Nox responded with a nonchalant shrug and a chuckle. "Shouldn't be too hard. But, I must admit, your plan is very creative. It never would have crossed my mind." "It is only possible because of your unique skill," Thorian acknowledged, sharing in the laughter. Shortly thereafter, Forlune made his return, bearing the lifeless body of a hobgoblin. Handing over the corpse to Nox, the assembly of monstrous warriors then set off towards Locksley with astonishing velocity. It wasn't long before the clamor of human voices reached Thorian's ears. He raised a hand, signaling for a momentary pause. "Hold," he commanded softly. Before advancing, Thorian employed both elemental sight and predator's gaze, surveying the surroundings. His enhanced vision immediately unveiled the silhouettes of assassins lurking at a considerable distance from Tristan and his guards, poised for an ambush. "Fortuitous timing on our part," Thorian noted to himself. Without further delay, he made his way through the underbrush, emerging boldly before the humans. "Who dares to trespass in my domain?" he thundered, augmenting his voice with mana to resonate more profoundly. The reaction from the humans was as expected, a mixture of fear, bewilderment, and confusion painted their faces. Amidst the general disarray, a single young man found the courage to respond, while his companions succumbed to their fears. "We are searching for my father," came Tristan's firm reply. Thorian nearly let slip a chuckle at the sight of the young warrior's valor, reminiscent of his acquaintance, William. Yet, Thorian was bound by the guise he had donned, tasked with convincing a hidden audience of his ruthlessness. He presented Tristan with a dire choice: face collective demise or sacrifice himself alone. As Thorian flaunted his overwhelming might, a second youth rose to challenge him. "Die, you monster!" Oswald charged, his defiance bold yet futile against Thorian's superior speed. Thorian took a moment to appraise Oswald, noting the young man's fiery red hair and deep brown eyes. Could this be Joannesson's offspring? Thorian mused, intrigued by the stark contrast between Oswald's valor and his father's unscrupulous nature. Aware of the Strongheart lineage's ties to Nalia, Thorian recognized an opportunity to shift the balance or power. Effortlessly, he neutralized Oswald's attack, snapping the spear and seizing him by the throat. In a whisper meant only for Oswald, Thorian imparted a cryptic assurance: "Your friend will emerge unscathed. Be wary of your own family. Expect my communication shortly." Oswald's features contorted with confusion, his breaths shallow as he grappled with Thorian's words. Yet, Thorian could divulge no more. Under the watchful eyes of Nalia's spies, he had to tread carefully, ensuring not to arouse undue suspicion. Thus, with a calculated motion, he threw Oswald, sending him tumbling back among his allies. After Forloon dispatched General Henry, Thorian approached Tristan, offering him the opportunity to utter his final words. Following this solemn moment, Thorian delivered a strategic slash with his sword, a maneuver designed to maintain the illusion of combat and ensure the hidden assassins harbored no suspicions. As he encapsulated Tristan within an earthen dome, Thorian exchanged a glance with Nox, signaling the commencement of their intricate ruse. Concealed amidst the foliage, Nox leveraged his shadow manipulation to slip into the dome alongside the hobgoblin's corpse, tasked with exchanging the garments of Tristan and the deceased. To buy Nox the necessary time for this delicate operation, Thorian engaged in an elaborate display of theatrics. "I shall not make of your death a spectacle." Thorian raised his hand and started conjuring his flames slowly. "No." Oswald, spurred by confusion and a singular resolve to protect his friend, rose to confront Thorian once more. "You will not take his life." Seizing this moment, Thorian allowed Oswald to draw near, only to repel him back toward his comrades. With a calculated kick, "Hopefully, that provided you sufficient time, Nox," Thorian thought, confident in his companion's efficacy. In a silent affirmation of Thorian's hopes, the mana signatures of both Nox and Tristan vanished from within the dome, leaving behind only the hobgoblin's body. "Now, it's finally time to end this farce." Harnessing a significant portion of his mana, Thorian summoned a fireball of unparalleled magnitude. Opting for raw fire manipulation over conventional spellcasting allowed him to infuse the projectile with an overwhelming surge of power. With precision, Thorian hurled the colossal fireball toward the Earth Dome, igniting it in a spectacular blaze designed to mask the culmination of their scheme. With Tristan's battered form cradled in Nox's arms, Thorian and his warriors hastily withdrew to Wolvendale. Upon reaching the village's outer defenses, Thorian pivoted towards Vigil, urgency etched in his tone. "Heal him. He's losing too much blood." Acknowledging Thorian's command with a grave nod, Vigil approached Nox, who was holding the wounded Tristan. Placing his hand gently atop Tristan's brow, Vigil invoked a healing spell. A radiant glow enveloped Tristan, knitting his severe wounds together as they miraculously began to heal. Tristan, roused by a fit of coughing, blinked open his eyes, confusion clouding his gaze as he surveyed the array of creatures that encircled him. What's happening?" "All will be made clear in time," Thorian assured, his smile warm and inviting as he motioned towards the gates of Wolvendale. "First, let us find shelter within these walls." Recognition dawned in Tristan's eyes as they settled on Thorian. "You're that monster," he murmured, disbelief creeping into his voice as he took in the sight. Thorian pointed to a village teeming with beings of myth. "A village of monsters?" "Indeed," Thorian responded with a light chuckle, signaling for the guards to usher them through. "Let's find a more fitting place to talk." However, Tristan paid no attention to Thorian's words. His gaze flitted anxiously among the monsters encircling him, each one more menacing than the last. "Do you wish to flee?" Thorian inquired, his question catching Tristan off guard and laying bare his inner turmoil. "You may," should you choose to. But be forewarned, returning to your city now would seal your fate. Are you threatening to kill me? Tristan's voice was icy, his stare drilling into Thorian with a defiance that seemed to reach into the very depths of his soul. Zogoth, witnessing this boldness, grumbled disapprovingly, such insolence to address our lord in this manner after everything we've undertaken on your behalf. Let it be. Thorian signaled for his general to stand down with a wave of his hand. He is unaware of the full context. And what might that be? Tristan's brow greased in confusion. As I've mentioned, this isn't the place for explanations, Thorian sighed, weary of the back and forth. So, what is it to be? Will you flee, or are you prepared to uncover the truth? Faced with this stark choice, Tristan's expression turned grim, his complexion ashen. He muttered his decision, albeit reluctantly. It seems I'm bereft of any real choice. Taking Tristan's acquiescence as sufficient, Thorian guided them towards the heart of Wolvendale. The moment their immediate task was deemed complete, the lesser members of their party dispersed to their various duties, leaving only the core council to accompany Thorian to the village hall for detailed discussions. As they made their way, Tristan was a mixture of awe and apprehension. The ingenuity of the creatures around him was astonishing, yet the proximity of such formidable beings sent tremors of fear through him, evident in his unsteady hands. Upon their arrival at the village hall, Zogoth, concealing his discomfort, announced his departure. I will remain outside to await the return of those who accompanied the human forces, in case those assassins have dared to interfere. Of course, you do that, Forloon replied, barely concealing his amusement. It was evident to all that Zogoth sought any pretext to avoid entering the hall, given his inability to do so. Assassins? Tristan interjected, his confusion palpable. What assassins are you referring to? You are truly unaware, Forloon exhaled, a mix of frustration and pity in his voice. Come, let us go inside. Our lord will soon clarify everything. With a wary nod, Tristan followed Thorian into the village hall, and the group made their way to the meeting room upstairs. They gathered around the table, leaving only the chairs Zogoth once occupied vacant. Tristan hesitantly took a seat in it, his nerves apparent. Before we proceed, there is something you must understand, Thorian began, locking eyes with Tristan. You and your comrades were on the brink of death tonight. Nalia's assassins had been shadowing your march from Locksley. You speak of assassins again, but how could you know about them? Tristan echoed, his fingers clenching into a fist. From what I've seen, you're the one who has attacked me and my men. You almost killed me. Mind your manners, young man, Forloon chided sharply. That is no way to speak to a lord, especially not to the one who just saved your life. Even as Forloon starred daggers at him, Tristan remained steadfast, his eyes never breaking contact. How did you save my life? By slashing my chest open? By mercilessly beating my friends and men? Is that what you consider saving? I'm going to kill him. Forloon's eyes flared as he raised his hand, ready to strike, but Thorian calmly stopped him. Don't escalate the situation. Thorian halted Forloon with his hand, making the latter grumble and sit back down on his seat. Heaving a sigh of relief, Thorian looked back at Tristan. I am sorry for having handled you roughly, but the fact of the matter is that we were under Nalia's assassins' watchful eyes. Had I not made your death convincing, a war would have started. One that would have undoubtedly destroyed Locksley. Hearing Thorian's soothing voice, Tristan felt awkward. His eyes were still fidgety and his fists still clenched, but after letting a deep breath, he calmed himself. I am still very much confused. How did you know that we were trailed by assassins? And how do you know about Nalia? That is more than understandable, Thorian conceded with a gentle smile. To address your earlier question, we have our sources within Locksley. We were informed of your father's mysterious disappearance and the alleged clue you pursued. Thorian's tone then adopted a chilling edge. That clue, however, was a deceit concocted by Nalia's men. By all means, the trap should have killed you and all your men. Given your level of power, surviving an attack from those assassins would have been impossible. Tristan's face flushed with mortification at the realization. He looked down, not daring to meet anyone's eyes as he stammered, "Yeah, broken bar, I don't know what to say." The thought of an ambush just never crossed my mind. Seeking to spare Tristan further discomfort, Thorian steered the conversation in a new direction. "Do you understand why you were targeted for assassination?" Lifting his gaze, still tinged with shame, Tristan ventured. "Is it because I am the eldest son of the Lord of Locksley?" "Exactly," Thorian affirmed. "As the heir apparent to the lordship of Locksley, you would naturally be the next obstacle for whoever seeks to undermine your family. After William, you would be their next target." Tristan's expression turned grave, but it was quickly replaced by a look of sheer panic. "Wait, if that's the case, then my brother James is in peril. He's the next in line after me." Forloon couldn't help but let out a chuckle at Tristan's realization, whereas Thorian offered a reassuring smile. "Worry not, I've already dispatched my men to ensure your brother's safety. He will be joining us shortly." You already took action?" Tristan's face registered shock, his mouth hanging open momentarily before he shook his head, bewildered. "How do you possess such detailed knowledge?" "You are more informed about the happenings in my own city than I am. The key difference lies in knowing exactly what to look for, while you don't," Thorian explained. "This insight comes with experience." Tristan couldn't help but self-mockingly chuckle. "I'm truly foolish. General Henry cautioned me repeatedly against haste, yet I still rushed into the search. My recklessness could have doomed us all." Thorian let out a heavy sigh, acknowledging Tristan's self-critique. "While I can't dispute your assessment, I admire your courage. Not many humans would face their mortality with such dignity." Even though Thorian praised him, Tristan did not look happy. With a dejected smile, he shook his head. "Thank you, but I'm really lost here. Today has just been one shock after the other." Observing Tristan's fragile demeanor, Thorian regarded him with a mix of sympathy and respect. The young man had not only lost his father but also nearly led those he cherished into peril in his desperate quest for answers. For someone barely into his 20s, the sheer resolve to maintain composure rather than succumbing to despair was commendable. Thorian, with a deep sigh, made his intentions clear to Tristan. "I want you to understand something vital. Your adversary is also ours. Nalia's downfall will be by our hands. We shall tear her to pieces," Forloon added with a dark grumble. Still in a down mood, Tristan looked up in mild confusion. "I appreciate your support, but why would you help us? Has she wronged you in any way?" Forloon couldn't contain his laughter at the question, his booming chuckles filling the room as the rest of the kobolds appeared ready for battle. "Wronged us?" he echoed, amusement lacing his tone. "She has done far more than simply wrong us," Thorian explained, his laughter mingling with Forloon's. "She launched an assault against us with a force of over 2,000 humans, all brainwashed to fight for her cause. She killed many of our men, and caused deep grief." Thorian's gaze then drifted to Nox, who had remained quiet throughout the discussion. Catching Thorian's look, Nox merely shrugged, offering a wry smile in return. Encouraged by Nox's laid-back reaction, Thorian returned the smile before addressing Tristan, who seemed to be digesting the new information. "We did neutralize the humans who attacked us, but Nalia was not among the fallen. As the mastermind of the assault, we will not rest in peace until she, and her entire network, are eradicated." Tristan took in a deep breath before declaring, "Our objectives align." He then straightened his posture, reclaiming a measure of his composure. "But what happens after Nalia's downfall? What are your plans for the aftermath?" At Tristan's pointed inquiry, Thorian's response was tinged with mirth. "Much will depend on how your people react. Should you prove to be reasonable, we will reciprocate. My goal is not the decimation of your kind after all. If it was, then there were many opportunities for me to completely destroy Locksley." Tristan exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze meeting Thorian's with newfound resolve. "If your words are true, and you did indeed save me, then I owe you a debt of life. As long as you treat my people with respect, I shall do the same to yours." Hearing Tristan's firm declaration, Thorian allowed a smile to grace his features. "I appreciate that," he acknowledged. Noticing Tristan's hands still betrayed his nervousness, Thorian deemed it best to conclude their conversation. "Given we've covered all necessary ground, I propose we bring this meeting to a close. Tonight, you will be my guest." Tristan released a sigh of relief at Thorian's words. "Thank you," he expressed, his gratitude palpable. With that, Thorian rose, signaling the end of their assembly. The remaining council members dispersed, leaving the village behind as they headed towards Thorian's residence. Along the way, Tristan's curiosity surfaced. "I've been meaning to ask her, were these houses constructed by your people?" Thorian shook his head in response. "No, they were not," he clarified, casting a glance back at Tristan. "Do you recall the reconstruction of Loxley's buildings after you activated the fortress system? Our domain operates under a similar principle." Tristan's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "You're familiar with the fortress system as well?" He quickly dismissed his own astonishment. "I suppose I should have anticipated that." Thorian's smile widened at Tristan's realization, and he continued to lead the way to his abode, which was unmistakably marked by Harold's imposing presence near the entrance. Upon arriving, Tristan eyed Harold warily, an understandable reaction given the creature's daunting size compared to his own. "Do not fear," Thorian reassured him gently. "This is Harold, my companion. He means you no harm." Tristan acknowledged Thorian's assurance with a nod, yet as soon as Thorian opened the door and stepped inside, Tristan hastened to follow, eager to put some distance between himself and the formidable beast. Thorian chuckled softly at Tristan's apprehensive demeanor as he led him into the house. "This is the living room, where you'll be spending the night," he explained. Tristan nodded in acknowledgement and settled onto one of the couches. Across from him, Thorian expressed regret. "I apologize for our sparse provisions. Our lifestyle is such that we consume only what we hunt." "That's perfectly fine," Tristan replied, shaking his head. "I'm not particularly hungry at the moment, anyway." An uncomfortable silence fell between them, lingering until Thorian made a move to rise. Just then, Tristan broke the silence. "So, what's the plan from here? Any idea when I can return home?" "You're currently presumed dead within Loxley," Thorian revealed with a heavy sigh. "While I have no desire to detain you against your wishes, returning now would leave you defenseless against Nalia." Tristan's brow furrowed in concern. "Is she truly that formidable? I would have thought that with my forces alert, she couldn't freely exert her will." "You gravely underestimate her capabilities," Thorian warned gently. "Her strength is such that even I must exercise caution around her." "How is that conceivable?" Tristan expressed his disbelief, his eyebrow arching. "I've witnessed your magic firsthand. Its power is unmatched. Had you desired, Loxley could have been reduced to ashes." "Nalia's magic is deceptively complex." Thorian sighed deeply. "Recall the assault on my village a week ago, carried out by thousands. After their demise, she seized their souls, bending them to her will." Upon hearing Thorian's revelation, Tristan's eyes widened in disbelief. "She can claim the souls of the dead? How is such dark magic even possible?" Thorian shook his head, the weight of uncertainty in his voice. "I'm not privy to the full mechanics of it, but it's connected to a quest she completed and the ring she possesses." "That ring is her vault for those ensnared souls." Tristan exhaled deeply, his dismay evident. "To imagine quests of such nature exist. The gods must indeed harbor a cruel streak." Pausing, he then asked, "By claiming and utilizing these souls, does that mean she can resurrect them as an army?" "That's one of her possible uses, but it's not my primary concern. If it were merely about raising an undead army, I could handle it. I've vanquished those souls once before," Thorian said, his face hardening with gravity. "The real issue lies in her ability to consume those souls, absorbing a portion of their power temporarily." Tristan's skepticism was clear. "That sounds relatively insignificant. How much stronger could she possibly become by consuming those souls?" After a brief pause, Thorian replied, "Should she exploit all the souls she's collected, her attributes could temporarily exceed a staggering 400. Tristan laughed nervously, hoping for a hint of jest. "That must be an exaggeration, right?" His laughter faded under Thorian's silent, solemn gaze, and the gravity of the situation sank in. "But that's unfathomable," Tristan whispered, struggling to accept the truth. "No human could attain such levels. That's the realm of deities." "Exactly," Thorian affirmed with a grave nod. "Which is why I exercise extreme caution in my dealings with her. Facing such a force leaves no margin for error." "How can she be defeated, then?" Tristan asked, his confusion morphing into concern. I can't conceive of a strategy that it would suffice. There is a strategy, Thorian disclosed, a glimmer of hope in his voice. If I can achieve my second advancement before she further amplifies her power, we stand a chance of overcoming her. It will, however, require the concerted efforts of my elite troops to hold her at bay for the duration of her skill's effect. Tristan regarded Thorian with a blend of admiration and skepticism. Are your forces truly capable of such a feat? He questioned. Forgive my doubt, but the notion of contending with such overwhelming power is difficult to grasp. By sheer strength, we would indeed be at a disadvantage, Thorian conceded. Yet, there's an aspect you're unaware of. Advancing to the second-class level bestows an ultimate skill. Despite its lengthy cooldown, this skill can significantly enhance your power beyond usual limits. Tristan's interest piqued at this revelation. Such abilities exist? He queried, his skepticism giving way to curiosity. And you believe that with this ultimate skill, you can challenge Nalia, even in her divine state? I hold on to that belief, Thorian affirmed, his confidence unwavering until a sudden realization caused him to pause, a chill running through him. This can't be right. If I've deduced the limitations of Nalia's skill, she, too, must be acutely aware. Given her meticulous nature, it's improbable she'd depend solely on that ability. She must know the vulnerability it exposes her to afterward. Is something amiss? Tristan's voice pulled Thorian from his contemplation, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. Thorian, momentarily lost in thought, acknowledged the possibility of an unforeseen variable. I was contemplating the likelihood that she has another ace up her sleeve, he confessed, the concern evident in his tone. Redirecting his attention to Tristan, he inquired, have you noticed anything unusual lately? Tristan raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the question. Indeed, everything lately has been peculiar. From the emergence of monsters to everything else, strange hardly begins to cover the recent turn of events. Hearing Tristan's clarification, Thorian exhaled a thoughtful sigh. I'm not inquiring about phenomena linked to the gods, the system, or the monsters. I'm simply curious if there's anything else, however minor it might seem, that caught your attention but didn't seem significant at the time. After a moment of reflection, Tristan responded with a hesitant tone, well, there is one thing, though I wouldn't necessarily label it as strange. Reports of people going missing have been circulating. Given the chaos wrought by the monster invasions and the many who perished or disappeared, it's been a challenge to address these disappearances. Thorian mulled over Tristan's mention of missing persons. William too was categorized as missing rather than deceased. Could Nalia be orchestrating these disappearances to accumulate more souls? He deliberated on the implications of Tristan's observation. Why resort to abducting individuals? If it's merely souls she's after, defeating monsters would suffice. Is there a specific requirement for human souls? Or is this part of a new ritual? Thorian's thoughts then drifted to the Strongheart mansion. Alacritus mentioned her forces were unusually focused around that estate. What necessitates such heavy protection? Granted, he's a valuable ally, but the allocation of so many resources for his safeguarding suggests a deeper secret concealed within those walls. Amidst his contemplation, a knock at the door jolted Thorian back to the present. Recalling the impending meeting with Alacritus, he offered Tristan a knowing smile. It appears your brother has at last made his arrival. Old man Robert spoke. Some time ago. Much like everyone else on the estate, Robert found himself deeply disturbed by the sudden disappearance of Lord William. The last sighting of the Lord was in the afternoon, as he exited his study. Beyond that, the only clue came from an elderly gentleman who informed Tristan and the rest of the upper echelon that he had seen the Lord near the gates. But for him to be the only witness, that is certainly suspicious, Robert mused, his gaze lingering on James and his grandson frolicking in the garden. This is the Lord we're speaking of? Surely, someone else must have noticed him. Despite harboring his own suspicions, Robert refrained from voicing them. Tristan, teetering on the brink of despair, had clung to a sliver of hope. Robert could not bear to snatch that away from him. Even if they return from the forest empty-handed, I just hope they come back safe and sound, he silently wished. Robert had yearned to accompany Tristan on the search for Lord William. However, His responsibilities as James' bodyguard took precedence. In a world where even a lord could vanish without a trace, no one was truly safe. Lost in thought, Robert's attention was suddenly captured by a silver flash beyond the garden. Rising from his chair, he was taken aback as a creature materialized before him, a kobold, its fur shimmering silver. "Don't make any noise," the silver-furred kobold warned before Robert could utter a word. "Your life, and the one you've sworn to protect, are in grave danger." These words, chillingly aligning with Robert's worst fears, sent a shiver down his spine, his complexion turning pale. A tumultuous mix of confusion, shock, and dread rendered him speechless. "I understand your surprise," Alacritus said, offering a semblance of comfort. "Let me explain in terms you'll grasp. Lord William isn't in our forest. He has been kidnapped by Nalia." The sighting at the gate was a ruse by her to lure Tristan into the forest for an ambush. This flood of revelations staggered Robert. Yet, his primary concern wasn't to doubt Alacritus's intelligence but to act to safeguard his benefactor. "I must warn him. Perhaps there's still time." "There's no need," Alacritus countered, shaking his head. "Our Lord is already addressing that situation. But as I've mentioned, both you and James are in peril. Nalia intends to eliminate anyone with a legitimate claim to the lordship of Locksley." "How can I trust your word?" Robert challenged, frustration coloring his tone. "You emerge from nowhere, claiming His Grace is walking into a trap, yet expect me to believe your lord will handle it." "How can I be certain?" Alacritus sighed at the challenge, understanding the gravity of his request for trust. "You've witnessed our lord's strength firsthand during the battle with the Guardians," he reminded Robert. His voice grew more earnest. "I assure you, he has since grown exponentially in power. With my lord in action, Tristan remains untouchable." At the mention of the Guardians, Robert's mind flashed back to the devastating firestorm unleashed by the red-furred creature and its tribe. In that instant, he contemplated the terrifying power. Had that magic been aimed not at the Guardian, but at their army, they would have been utterly obliterated, consumed by the Inferno's wrath. That creature is taking action to protect Tristan. But why? The time for contemplation has expired. Alacritus's urgent tone jolted Robert from his thoughts. "Nalia's assassins will soon be upon us, and engaging them in combat is not my desire. My lord has commanded me to escort you discreetly, to avoid drawing any suspicion to our involvement." These words unsettled Robert. The swift and drastic shift in circumstances left him adrift in uncertainty. Historically, his role was to follow orders, not to devise strategies. Yet now, the critical choice was his to make. As he grappled with silence, the memory of the white-furred kobold that had imprisoned him and his grandson emerged. Despite its fearsome appearance, the creature had honored its word, sparing their lives, fulfilling its promises, and even revealing the secrets of the class statues. If it is the same creature, then perhaps I can trust him. With determination etched on his face, Robert turned back to Alacritus. "Give me a moment to speak with James." "Be swift," was Alacritus's terse reply. Nodding, Robert approached the two boys, who paused their play, their expressions turning to curiosity at his approach. Drawing a deep breath, Robert faced James. "Young lord, there's something we must do." Observing the change in Robert's demeanor, James's eyes widened with concern. "Did something happen?" His voice wavered, betraying his growing anxiety. "Is my brother all right?" "Come on, don't worry so much," Little Rue interjected with a comforting tone. "Tristan is incredibly strong. Nothing bad could happen to him, right, Grandpa?" At this, Robert let out a heavy sigh. His Grace is currently under the protection of someone exceedingly powerful. "So, it's unlikely that he has come to harm." Turning his gaze back to James, he added gravely, "However, the same cannot be said for us. There are dangerous individuals after you, so powerful and the malicious." James swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. "Are they the same people who harmed Father?" "I believe so," Robert confirmed, his expression somber. The weight of this news caused James to lower his gaze, fists clenched in silent determination. Little Rue, noticing his friend's distress, offered a supportive pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're going to be okay." Drawing a deep breath, James managed a grateful smile towards Little Rue. "Thank you." He then turned to Robert, his resolve returning. "What should we do?" "Remaining here is no longer safe," Robert declared, his tone laced with urgency. Glancing towards Alacritus, who stood enigmatically in the knight's embrace, he continued, "But if we accompany this individual, we will find safety. He will lead us to where his grace is currently safeguarded." Confronted with the shadowy figure, James couldn't hide his apprehension. "Is this person trustworthy?" "I cannot be certain," Robert confessed. "But if his master is who I suspect, then they mean us no harm." James's expression hardened with determination. "If you trust him, then so do I," he declared firmly. "I will follow your lead, Sir Robert." Feeling the heavy burden of young James's trust upon his shoulders, Robert released a long, tension-laden exhale before casting a wary glance back at Alacritus. "Should this turn out to be some deceit or trap, I assure you, I'll find a way to haunt you beyond the grave." "There's no merit for me to devise such an elaborate plot merely to end your lives," Alacritus responded with a sigh, stepping into the open garden and revealing his full form. In an instant, he vanished, only for Robert to feel an icy touch at his neck. "Had I desired your demise, I could have easily achieved it from the outset." Whirling around, Robert was met with Alacritus standing directly behind him, a sight so startling that James and Little Roo were rendered speechless by fear and astonishment. Unperturbed by the shock he'd caused, Alacritus pressed on. "Time is a luxury we no longer possess, as Nalia's forces are mobilizing. If you don't wish to die, then we must flee the city at once." Amidst the turmoil of emotions swirling within, Robert managed a determined nod. "Very well, let's proceed." Alacritus nodded, his expression grave. "Before we depart, we need a diversion, something to mislead any pursuers about your path. Find someone, a servant or a guard loyal to the estate, and give them a message. Make it seem as if your escape is orchestrated by allies from within. This will cast a shadow of doubt and misdirection." Upon hearing this, Robert let out a weary sigh. He cast his gaze downward, lost in thought, before his fist clenched in resolve, and he nodded. "Everything in my life urges me against following your lead. But, I'm willing to entertain it," he conceded. Gently nudging the two children forward, Robert led them through the dim outskirts of the estate. Mixed feelings of dread and hope tangled within him as they approached the stables, where, to his surprise, they encountered the stable boy, still awake and tending to his duties. "Ah, Sir Robert," the boy stuttered, his eyes widening in shock upon noticing Robert. His surprise deepened at the sight of James. "Young lord? I'll get out of your way immediately." "No, stay," Robert countered, shaking his head. He bit his lip in contemplation before addressing the young man firmly. "Listen, you must keep tonight's encounter a secret. I've been ordered by the general to ensure the young lord's safety, and no one should learn of this. Do you understand?" "Absolutely, sir." The stable boy nodded eagerly. "This secret will die with me." "Good," Robert acknowledged with a nod, then dismissed him. The boy wasted no time darting away, leaving Robert alone with the children. Having accomplished Alacritus's directive, he led them away from the manor, unseen by any prying eyes. As they ventured into a secluded alley, Alacritus, the silver-furred kobold, materialized before them. With a piercing whistle, he summoned two more kobolds to their side. Without a moment's hesitation, Alacritus wrapped his arms around Robert, while the other kobolds securely grabbed the children. Together, they embarked on their critical escape, disappearing into the night. In a blur of motion, Alacritus whisked Robert from one rooftop to the next, each leap spanning two buildings with ease. The velocity at which they traveled left the seasoned Robert disoriented, a sensation he was unaccustomed to. Within a mere 10 minutes, they had reached the outskirts of Locksley and plunged into the forest beyond. It was here that the kobolds finally decelerated, releasing Robert and the two boys from their grasp. It took Robert a moment to overcome the dizziness and nausea that assaulted him. Glancing around, he saw James and Little Roo doubled over, retching onto the forest floor, the velocity of their escape having taken its toll on them as well. "We're beyond Locksley's bounds, yet still within Nalia's reach," Alacritus remarked, his tone heavy. "You have 1 minute to recover before we must press on." Regaining his bearings, Robert's first concern was for his grandson and the young lord. As he passed the two silver kobolds, he couldn't help but reproach them. There was no need for such rough handling. Kneeling to comfort the boys, he reassured them, "Let it out. You'll feel better afterward." Panting, Little Roo managed to ask, "Must we injured again?" "I'll not survive another bout," James lamented, voicing his dread. "Just focus on getting your breath back," Robert advised, shooting the kobolds a stern glance. "Next time, carry them with care and not so swiftly." The kobolds exchanged looks before turning their attention to Alacritus, who received Robert's glare with a resigned sigh. "We'll proceed at a reduced pace now that we're in the forest," Alacritus conceded. To his underlings, he commanded, "Use both hands. Hold the children close to your chests to keep them steady." "Yeah, boss, got it," one kobold replied with a casual shrug. With the brief respite over, Alacritus looked back at Robert and announced, "Time is up, we must move on." Despite James's and Little Roo's protests, the kobolds adjusted their hold, securing the boys in a protective embrace to mitigate the jostling. Alacritus hoisted Robert onto his back for a more stable journey. They surged forward, the forest a green blur around them. In mere moments, the imposing walls of a village loomed into view. Upon setting Robert gently onto solid ground, Alacritus turned with a welcoming grin. "Welcome to our village, Wolvendale." Hearing the knock, Thorian rose and opened the door. Alacritus awaited him outside, accompanied by an elderly man and 2 children. "I have completed my task, my lord," Alacritus said, bowing slightly. "I present to you James Ravenwood and his protector." Thorian, taken aback by Robert's unexpected presence, nodded at Alacritus. "You have done well." He then turned to the newcomers, beckoning them forward. "Please, come inside. There's someone you need to see." With cautious steps, Robert led James and the young boy into Thorian's residence, casting wary glances at Thorian as they passed. Upon sighting Tristan in the living room, Robert's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your Grace, you are indeed here?" "Sir Robert, it's a relief to see you unharmed," Tristan replied, sighing deeply. Suddenly, James dashed towards Tristan. "Brother, I was really scared." Tristan embraced him, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. "I'm sorry, James. My weakness has brought this upon us. Forgive me." At these words, Thorian rolled his eyes, a twinge of irritation evident. "Really, it's not as though I plan to devour you." "Truly, you won't?" Robert asked, his tone laced with skepticism. "I find human flesh unpalatable," Thorian quipped, then turned serious. "But jokes aside, you have no reason to fear. You're safer here with me than you would be in Locksley, among your own." "That silver kobold mentioned something about Nalia's assassins," Robert interjected. "How do you know such information?" "How do you know of these matters?" "Tristan will provide you with a detailed explanation on that matter," Thorian said, gesturing towards the young man with an unwavering smile, undisturbed by Robert's tense inquiry. "For the moment, let's focus on discussing your accommodations and activities during your stay. I gather staying confined to one place does not appeal to you?" "What would you have us do?" Tristan inquired, his curiosity piqued, while James and Little Roo surveyed their new surroundings, too wary to interject. "I propose that you explore the village, engage with my people, immerse yourself in their culture, and understand our way of life," Thorian suggested. "Should you desire a transition from foes to allies, seizing this chance would be wise." "That sounds a broken bar more than fair," Tristan acknowledged, pondering the proposition. "Yet, the possibility of hostility from your people concerns me. As you must know, our encounters with creatures of your kind have rarely been amicable." "I'm aware," Thorian nodded. "However, as my guests, you shall be under my protection. My word is law here, and anyone who dares to harm you will face severe consequences." Tristan scrutinized Thorian, searching for sincerity in his gaze. After a moment, he exhaled and nodded in agreement. "I will place my trust in your assurance." "That's all I ask for now," Thorian replied with a reassuring smile, then shifted the conversation. "And remember, your time here isn't merely an obligation. If you're interested, you might also join us in clearing our dungeons tomorrow." "Dungeons?" Tristan echoed, his surprise evident. "You have access to dungeons?" "Yes, we do," Thorian confirmed with a nod. "Tomorrow, I'll be venturing into them with a friend. You're welcome to join us if you'd like. I'd very much enjoy that. Buta broken bar. Tristan's gaze shifted between Robert and his brother, betraying his indecision. Your Grace, if it's your wish to participate, you do not need to worry about us, Robert assured, addressing Tristan's concern. I'll keep watch over the young lord. My abilities may be limited, but my vigilance is not. Wait a moment. James interjected suddenly. If my brother is going to these dungeons, I want to join as well. And me too. Little Roo piped up, enthusiasm in his voice. Robert's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at their eagerness. Now, listen, you two. Do you understand our situation? They are welcome to accompany us, Thorian interrupted, his laughter lightening a mood. I'll assign one of my most skilled men to ensure your safety within the dungeons. With him by your side, no peril will find you, even if sought. Thank you, sir. James approached Thorian, his smile broadening. You're the best. Thorian laughed at the boy's earnest appreciation, then crouched to meet James at eye level, gently patting his head. You're quite the brave one, aren't you? I admire your spirit. As Robert and Tristan observed the exchange, somewhat taken aback, Thorian stood, addressing the group once more. I must take my leave now. It's important that I inform everyone that you are under my protection and should be treated with all due respect. I suggest you all get some rest. The day's events have undoubtedly been taxing. With that, Thorian made his way out of the house, finding Alacritus still poised by the entrance. His voice, grave and imbued with urgency, broke the silence. Did you notice anyone following you? No, my lord, Alacritus replied, shaking his head. Most of Nalia's men were lying in ambush within the forest, making it simple to leave Loxley undetected. That's good to hear, Thorian acknowledged with a nod, his gaze scrutinizing Alacritus from head to toe. You haven't undergone your evolution yet, have you? Did you not venture into the abyss as I instructed? I'm sorry, my lord, I have not, Alacritus admitted, his head bowed in regret. Knowing that Boss Nox was soon to be healed, I chose not to start the trials of the abyss without him. He is the leader of our squad, and I merely served as a temporary substitute in his absence. Thorian's expression softened upon hearing this, understanding and respect mingling in his eyes. He will undoubtedly value your loyalty, he said, his voice gentler. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he then shifted the conversation. Regardless, I now need you to convey my commands to Forloon and Zogarth. It is imperative that everyone in the village is aware that Tristan and the other humans are my guests and must be accorded the appropriate respect. I will ensure the message is well delivered, Alacritus promised, executing a respectful bow. True to his nature, the silver-furred assassin vanished in the blink of an eye, eager to fulfill his duties. In the quiet that followed, Harold, who had been feigning sleep throughout the exchange, opened his eyes. You seem to place considerable importance on these humans. Why is that? Harold inquired, his thoughts reaching Thorian telepathically. Fostering positive relations now with trustworthy humans could yield significant benefits in the future. I prefer to expand my kingdom in peace rather than in the shadow of constant warfare, Thorian telepathically conveyed back. Harold grumbled in response, his skepticism apparent even in his silent communication. Yet, after a moment's consideration, he closed his eyes once more. As long as you are confident in your strategy, I have no further objections. Thorian couldn't help but chuckle at his partner's resigned attitude as he departed. His steps led him towards one last destination before he could consider his night concluded. Approaching the blacksmith's forge, Thorian admired the steady plumes of smoke rising from the chimney, a sight that brought a smile to his face. Entering the forge, he was greeted by a clutter of staves, each unique in design. Some bore a singular orb at their pinnacle, while others were adorned with multiple orbs. Thorian's gaze lingered on the craftsmanship, impressed by the variety and quality. Many staves were of the esteemed yellow storm caliber, and a few even boasted the rare purple cloud status. It seems you are advancing quite rapidly, Thorian remarked as he drew nearer to Faber. Many would vie for the chance to possess such items. Ah, my lord, Faber replied, turning with a start, a mix of pride and humility in his voice. Your compliments are too generous. I have yet to master the creation of purple cloud items consistently. Sometimes, Despite my best efforts, they turn out to be merely yellow storm. You are advancing far more rapidly than I anticipated, Thorian said, shaking his head in disbelief. What about the staves with multiple orbs? Have you grown more confident in crafting them? Yes, my lord, Faber confirmed with a nod. So far, I've managed to incorporate up to 3 orbs without compromising the staff's integrity. However, tonight, I aim to create a staff featuring 4 elements, utilizing lower quality orbs. That's excellent news, Thorian responded, his voice filled with amusement as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. A sudden idea seemed to strike him. Actually, let's set aside the plan to use all high-tier orbs for now. What I'd like you to do is concentrate on perfecting the 4-element staff. Once you've mastered that, we can proceed to construct the final version with 4 high-purity orbs of the basic elements. I can certainly do that, Faber replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. Are we under a tight schedule, my lord? Indeed, time is critical for what I have in mind, Thorian explained. How soon do you think you can complete the final staff? After a moment of consideration, Faber answered, by sunset tomorrow, I should have it ready. That's perfect, Thorian said, nodding with a satisfied smile. I'm sorry Analia, but I cannot give you time to catch up. Awakening from a night of deep slumber, Thorian's mind buzzed with restless thoughts. The day to finally confront and eliminate the persistent thorn in their side was drawing near, yet a nagging sense of unpreparedness shadowed him. The issue with the strong hearts still looms over me. Furthermore, we lack a solid strategy for our strike. This is a critical matter that requires no further delay. With a concerted effort, Thorian pushed these worries to the recesses of his mind, steeling himself for the day ahead. He dressed swiftly, his movements methodical, as he prepared to face the new day. Stepping into the cool morning air, he made his way to the cultivation hall, where he devoted himself to his daily ritual of meditation. 2.5 hours later, Thorian emerged from his meditative state, opening his eyes to the reality that awaited him. Rank up. Finally, that took long enough. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold level 1645, EXP, 86,098 90,000. Class Elemental Magus level 4040, EXP, Max, lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 7th stage, 2.7%. Stats Strength 167, Agility 181, Constitution 157, Mana 177, Chi 200. Free points 60. Not bad, Thorian acknowledged with a satisfied smile. And today, I should finally manage to advance in my class. With that goal set firmly in his mind, Thorian meticulously cleansed both his body and the bathing tub of any lingering grime before making his way to his usual rendezvous point with Alacritus. My lord, what tasks do you have for me today? Do you wish for just simple scouting or do you have a specific target in mind? Alacritus inquired, bowing slightly in respect. Responding to the silver-furred kobold's query, Thorian affirmed, indeed, the situation has shifted dramatically in just the past day. For the moment, I require only your company at the council meeting. We shall discuss your specific duties thereafter. As you command, my lord, Alacritus replied, nodding in agreement. Convey to all council members to assemble at the same location as yesterday, Thorian instructed, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. There's no need to cause Ogoth any embarrassment. With a smile, Alacritus nodded before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Thorian made his way to the village hall to register his daily quests, then proceeded to the village's outskirts. Upon arriving at the designated spot, he noticed several logs and rocks arranged in a circle, presumably prepared the day before in anticipation of continued use. Someone must have realized we'd still need this place, he thought, taking a seat on one of the logs. Thorian began his routine elemental training, making the most of the time before the council's assembly. Minutes flew by as he effortlessly conjured one miniature fireball after another on his fingertips. Soon, he mastered the creation of 8 stable fireballs simultaneously. However, the moment he attempted to summon a 9th, the existing orbs wavered, and he lost control over them. As the fireballs dissipated into thin air, Thorian let out a sigh. Despite this minor setback, He remained pleased with the progress he had achieved in recent days. The mana circuits coursing through his body were markedly different from those in his previous life, but the wisdom he had amassed and his knowledge were formidable assets. Thorian was confident that, with persistent effort, he could accelerate his mastery of control far beyond that of his peers, who lacked his unique advantages. The sound of shuffling footsteps behind him prompted Thorian to turn and see Forlune, Zogoth, and Alacritus approaching. "My lord, the remainder of the council will be here shortly," Alacritus announced, bowing respectfully. "Thank you," Thorian acknowledged with a nod, then gestured towards one of the rocks. "Please, take a seat. Your input will be crucial for today's discussion." With a nod, Alacritus seated himself, while Forlune, wearing a look of mild confusion, inquired, "Do you have a specific plan for today, my lord?" "Indeed, I do," Thorian replied with a reassuring smile. "But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll wait for the full council to convene." Forlune chuckled heartily, his excitement palpable as he took a seat beside Thorian. The group settled into a patient silence, awaiting the arrival of the remaining council members. Once everyone had gathered, Thorian cleared his throat and announced, "Now that we are all present, let's commence the meeting." His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he continued, "We have convened today to address a matter of utmost urgency and gravity: the death of Nalia and her goons. Are we actually proceeding with our attack?" Forlune interjected, a hint of surprise lacing his voice before he allowed the chuckle to escape. "I never thought this day would actually arrive." "I don't think a direct assault would be wise, my lord," Aqua countered thoughtfully. "An ambush would be more strategic, especially near the entrance of a dungeon. After battling their way through, they'd be weakened and unsuspecting of our plans." Thorian considered this before nodding in agreement. "That is indeed a prudent suggestion," he conceded, then sighed, a weighty concern evident in his expression. "However, we first must address another matter. I harbor suspicions that Nalia may have additional contingencies in place." His gaze shifted to Alacritus. "Please, share with everyone the details regarding the Strongheart Manor." "Yes, my lord," responded the silver-furred kobold, his demeanor serious as he turned to address the curious and intrigued eyes of the council. "As you all are aware, I've been conducting reconnaissance in Loxley with my team over the past week. During our observations, the Strongheart Manor consistently emerged as the most fortified location. At any given time, it was surveilled and protected by 50 of Nalia's men. This was the case both when Lord William was abducted and during the preparations for the ambush against Tristan. There was never a lapse in their vigilance. The manor remained impenetrably guarded. "What does that mean?" Ventus inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Could they be hiding something within those walls?" "I would surmise it's likely some form of weapon," Aqua speculated. "But regardless of its nature, the extensive resources they're allocating for its protection suggest it's of paramount importance to them." Zogoth, with a note of uncertainty in his voice, turned to Thorian. "My lord, do you propose we infiltrate the manor before launching our offensive?" He paused, then added, "Given our past endeavors, I'm skeptical that Alacritus and his team could enter undetected." "Or am I mistaken, Alacritus?" "No, General," the silver-furred assassin replied, shaking his head. "While I'm swift, the mansion's limited entry points significantly hinder my ability to infiltrate unnoticed. The chances of finding an opportune moment to slip in are slim." A contemplative silence enveloped the group, each member lost in thought. It was Aqua who broke the silence with a sudden insight. "My lord, while Alacritus may find infiltration challenging, we have someone among us uniquely suited for this task." Given his ability to teleport through shadows, Nox would be the ideal candidate. At this suggestion, Thorian remained silent, biting his lip in contemplation. Forlune, sensing the weight of the decision, sighed. "It seems our lord has already considered this option." However, assigning such a perilous task to Nox, especially so soon after his recovery, Aqua quickly realized the implications of his suggestion, his expression turning bashful as he looked down. An uncomfortable silence followed, with everyone shaking their heads. Breaking the silence, Alacritus spoke up, "My lord, please forgive my boldness, but I believe Nox is the right choice for this mission." Thorian, maintaining his serious demeanor, questioned, And why do you stand by that suggestion, even after understanding my reservations? My lord, Nox is my leader, and I understand him better than anyone, Alacritus stated, locking eyes with Thorian, his voice laden with conviction. Denying him this mission would only convey a lack of trust in his abilities. Deprived of the chance to face danger and overcome it, Nox would merely become a shadow of the warrior he once was. Thorian absorbed these words, his eyes closing as he exhaled deeply. Alacritus's insights struck a chord, resonating with the truth Thorian knew in his heart. To overly protect Nox was to deny him his essence. He thrived on challenge, on the brink of danger. Thorian harbored no desire to be the one who clipped Nox's wings. Yet, the possibility of harm befalling Nox again caused him to pause, a shadow of fear clouding his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Thorian's eyes fluttered open, his resolve clear in his gaze as he addressed Alacritus. I've reached a decision. Nox will undertake the mission. However, it is imperative that you accompany him to the periphery of the Strongheart Manor, ensuring he's well supported. Create diversions if necessary to afford him greater chances of success. I will ensure it's done, Alacritus affirmed, nodding with a sense of duty and determination. Hearing Alacritus' response, Thorian nodded and turned his attention back to the council. That resolves one part of our dilemma. Now, I must inquire about the pinnacle abilities of those among you who have elevated their classes. Understanding this will allow us to assess our potential against a fully empowered Nalia. My ultimate ability is called Celestial Form, Forlune declared. It augments my solar and lunar attacks to significantly higher magnitudes. Additionally, it enhances my strength and agility by 50%. So, your strength surpasses the 300-point threshold, if I'm not mistaken? Thorian inquired, his interest piqued as he regarded his general. Indeed, it does, Forlune replied, a hint of pride in his chuckle. While I may not match Nalia's level, I am certainly capable of holding my ground. Excellent. That will be invaluable, Thorian acknowledged with a nod, then shifted his gaze to Zogoth. And you? Your ultimate skill? My lord, it is Black Severance, Zogoth announced, proceeding to describe his ability. A one-strike fatal technique that channels all my aura to unleash a devastating black crescent-shaped assault. I doubt even Nalia could withstand it directly and survive. A bold assertion indeed, Thorian remarked with a light chuckle, then addressed the remaining council members. What of the rest of you? My ultimate skill is Ice Palace, Aqua contributed. True to its name, it enables me to ensnare my adversaries within a fortress of ice. Upon activation, anyone caught inside is instantly frozen solid. That's nothing compared to mine, Ventus interjected with a laugh. My ultimate skill is Arcane Stormforged Spear. If I throw it at anybody, they will be blasted by a bunch of lightning strikes and explode. Ventus' exaggerated gestures and the sound effects he provided during his explanation elicited a chuckle from Thorian. That indeed appears to be a formidable power. He then surveyed the remaining council members in a contemplative silence. Noticing the subdued expressions of the elders, as well as Vivax and Lapis, Thorian recognized their lack of advancement. For those among you who have yet to advance, take no discouragement. I, too, have not advanced, he said, his laughter light and reassuring. Your class is uniquely exceptional, my lord, Elder Oam countered, though a smile played on his lips, easing the tension palpable among the others. With a light-hearted chuckle, Thorian wrapped up, with such formidable abilities at our command, I am confident in our capacity to overcome Nalia. Her stat points may appear daunting, yet her offensive skills are decidedly inferior. With effective coordination, her defeat is within our reach. These words significantly lifted the council's spirits. Forlune, too, couldn't help but laugh, saying, the mere thought of Nalia's dismay as she faces her end brings me immense pleasure. Hopefully, we won't have to wait too long to witness that moment. That will depend on the swiftness with which we execute our objectives, Thorian replied, rising to his feet. And with that, this assembly is adjourned. The time for planning has passed now, we must act. With acknowledgements from Forlune and Zogoth, the meeting disbanded. Thorian then made his way back to the inner sanctum of the village, his eyes scanning the area for Nox. Before long, he stumbled upon a captivating scene. A shaman apprentice goblin, presumably Bricks, was expertly roasting thumpalope meat over a fire pit, encircled by a small, attentive crowd. Could that be Bricks? And might those be Tristan and his companions? Thorian wondered as he drew closer. Upon noticing Thorian, Bricks's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Oh, if it isn't the Lord himself. Would you care to join us?" he inquired, gesturing towards the inviting fire. At Bricks's invitation, Tristan, Robert, and the two youngsters turned towards Thorian, their cheeks bulging with chunks of thumpalope meat. "Though I would relish the opportunity, I must decline." Thorian politely excused himself, turning his attention to Tristan. "I do hope, however, that you're finding our local cuisine to your liking." "It's surprisingly tasty," Tristan admitted after swallowing his mouthful. "I only wish the folk back in Locksley could savor this as well." "They shall, in due time," Thorian assured him with a reassuring smile, then shifted his focus to Robert. "How has your day been? I trust you've encountered no difficulties?" "Not in the slightest," Robert replied, shaking his head. "Everyone's been overwhelmingly welcoming." "I regret speaking to you so rudely yesterday." "There's no need for regret. Under the circumstances, your caution was understandable." Thorian dismissed the apology with a shake of his head. After a moment of contemplative silence, Robert's curiosity got the better of him. "Your appearance. It's different from when we last saw you confronting the Guardian." "That's correct," Thorian acknowledged, his tone measured as he pondered his next words. "Choosing honesty," he elaborated, "our kind possesses a unique mechanism known as evolution. Upon reaching a certain threshold, we undergo a transformation, acquiring new forms and abilities." "How fascinating," Tristan remarked, eyeing Thorian with an intrigued gaze. "I had no idea monsters possessed such capabilities." Robert, meanwhile, appeared lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the ground. After a moment, he mustered the courage to revisit a question from their past encounters. "I've asked this question to you once before, but I wish for an honest answer this time. Are you the same creature we encountered in the forest before all of this began?" Thorian afforded a brief smile before affirming with a nod. "Yes, that was indeed me." "I am profoundly relieved that I refrained from harming you then." Robert let out a chuckle in response, "and I'm equally grateful." "Thank you for telling me about the class statues. That information has been critical for me." "I merely shared a snippet of information. The real accolade belongs to you," Thorian demurred, shaking his head as Tristan observed the exchange with keen interest. "Your remarkable progress is the result of your own hard work and character." "It appears you both share a rather unique bond," Tristan observed, his laughter mingling with the moment. "We certainly do," Robert exhaled, casting a serious glance towards Thorian. "Though I've come to terms with the events of that day, I can't say the same for my grandson." The atmosphere tensed, catching Tristan off guard, but Thorian responded with a grave nod. He then turned his attention to little Rue, who was visibly uneasy, and squatted down to meet the child's gaze. "I owe you an apology, Rue. I frightened you considerably that day." Little Rue, puzzled, looked back at Thorian. "I'm sorry, I don't remember meeting you before." Thorian inhaled deeply before explaining. "Do you recall encountering a white-furred creature in the forest?" A moment of concentration passed over little Rue's face, followed by recognition. "Oh, I remember now. That was terrifying, all that blood. But, to be honest, it wasn't as horrifying as when those monsters attacked the city. I thought I was going to die." Thorian let out a sigh. "You've endured much, young one." "Nevertheless, I must apologize." "That white-furred creature was me." Little Rue's expression momentarily stiffened, then relaxed into a slight smile. "It's okay, it wasn't that scary." "And you're a good person, sir. You've given us food and you let sleep at your house. Plus, I'm not weak like I used to be, I can do magic now too." Brandishing his small wooden sword, which appeared to be an inseparable companion, Little Rue demonstrated his combat prowess with a fierce determination. "See, if monsters come, I can defeat them all by myself." Robert raised an eyebrow at his grandson's bold proclamation. "Now, you're getting a bit too confident," he said, his tone filled with affection rather than reprimand. He ruffled the boy's hair, eliciting a mix of laughter and bewilderment from him. Thorian, observing the exchange with a light chuckle, was addressed by Robert. "We can call it even. You may have scared my grandson and me out of our wits, but you also rescued us from a very dangerous situation. Your forgiveness is greatly appreciated," Thorian replied, his smile genuine and warm. As the group engaged in conversation, a new figure approached from the right. With a quizzical raise of his eyebrow, Nox remarked, "It seems everyone has already gathered." "Oh, Nox, you've arrived just in time," Brix greeted, promptly retrieving a roasted thumb-paloped thigh from the fire pit. "Care for some?" "Absolutely, that meat is delicious," Nox replied, accepting the offering from Brix and beginning to eat. Thorian, taken aback, glanced at Brix. "You two have already become acquainted?" "Nox spent the night with us," Brix explained, a warm smile on his face. "It seemed too lonesome for him to stay at his place alone, so I extended an invitation." Thorian's heart clenched at Brix's words, a pang of regret seeping through. "What was I thinking? Not offering him my hospitality was a mistake. Keeping him at arm's length from my perilous world will only drive a wedge between us." With a sigh, Thorian steered the conversation in a new direction. "As promised, today marks the day we venture into the dungeons. Nox and Tristan will join my party," he announced, then turned to Brix. "Could you, alongside Aqua, lead Robert and the two boys through the initial 3 layers of the verdant labyrinth?" "Absolutely, my lord, consider it done," Brix replied with a light chuckle. "With Aqua in our ranks, we'll hardly need to lift a finger." He could turn that gilded spiker tail into a nice sculpture without breaking a sweat. "That's reassuring," Thorian acknowledged, then shifted his focus to Robert. "However, let's not become complacent because of Aqua's presence. The verdant labyrinth is riddled with snares, and a single misstep could prove disastrous." "I'll keep your warning in mind," Robert affirmed. "I'll make sure the boys remain by my side at all times." With nothing further to discuss, Thorian concluded, "Let's make for the dungeons without delay." Time is of the essence. After retrieving Aqua from his vigil at the outer defenses, Thorian led the ensemble towards the verdant labyrinth with deliberate haste. Upon nearing the portal, he paused, casting a backward glance at his companions. "Given our numerous ventures into this dungeon, I shall be succinct. Exercise caution and resist the urge to hasten unduly. A lapse in vigilance might see one of the boys ensnared by the quicksand." At his words, Little Rue and James visibly tensed, whereas Robert offered a light chuckle in response. Aqua, ever the stoic, replied with a gravity that belied the lightness of their journey. "Do not worry, my king. I am ever diligent in such matters." Thorian offered a nod of acknowledgement, his trust in Aqua unwavering. Then, turning to Nox and Tristan, he beckoned them closer. Tristan's expression, a tableau of confusion, prompted an explanation. "In these dungeons, our bond must be tangible, lest we find ourselves cast adrift in disparate realms." "Realms?" Tristan's skepticism was palpable, his brow arching in curiosity. Thorian's laughter, light and knowing, filled the air. "Words will not be enough to explain this matter. Come, see for yourselves." Thus, with Nox clasped in his right hand and Tristan in his left, Thorian led them through the ancient tree's embrace, emerging within the verdant embrace of the labyrinth. Tristan, confronted with the alien flora and undulating terrain, could only utter a breath of astonishment. "What sorcery is this? We stand worlds apart from where we began." "This is a dungeon," Nox said with a chuckle. "I don't really understand it well myself, but it's like a different world. The moment you step into the entrance, you are magically transported." "How fascinating," Tristan remarked, his attention captivated by the new surroundings. The terrain's bioluminescence, along with the vibrant fungi and flora, left him utterly mesmerized. Rousing Tristan from his stupor, Thorian outlined his strategy. "As we stand at the first layer of the dungeon, I'll assume a supportive stance. This presents an excellent chance for you to refine your abilities," he directed, his gaze locking onto Tristan. Turning to Nox, he added, "And for you, it's an opportunity to shake off any rust." "I've been itching for this." "Don't even think of stepping in," Nox retorted with a smirk, his confidence palpable. "It's been too long since I've had a proper fight." "I'll leave you to your enjoyment," Thorian said with a laugh. With that, the trio ventured swiftly through the dungeon. Nox, having advanced his class and mastered his shadow manipulation technique, found the first layer's monsters no match for his prowess. His new short sword easily penetrated the armored beetle's shells, and his agility allowed him to evade the fungi traps with ease. Tristan, too, displayed commendable skill. His movements, both deliberate and fluid, enabled him to vanquish each monster he encountered, ensuring he was no burden to the Shadowstalker Kobold. Thorian, meanwhile, offered support from the rear, utilizing his earth spikes and water prison. Although this expedition served primarily as practice for Nox and Tristan, he seized the opportunity to enhance his mastery of these two abilities. Soon, they arrived at the first layer's Guardiana, a seemingly simple fungal bear. As the creature roared defiantly, Thorian offered his companions calm directives. Nox, you know what to do. Tristan, exercise caution. That beast can hurl poisonous spores. You'll regret their touch. Wait for the right moment to strike. Don't worry, I've got this, Tristan replied, brandishing his sword with a confident smile. His eyes sparkled with resolve as he fixed his gaze on the adversary. Meanwhile, Nox charged towards the Guardian with astonishing velocity. As he approached, the fungal bear released a cloud of spores in a defensive reflex. Unperturbed, Nox grinned, seamlessly melding into the shadows at his feet. Simultaneously, Tristan seized his chance, employing his charge skill to materialize beside the fungal bear. His blade emanated a radiant blue aura. With a swift, elegant motion, he delivered 3 consecutive strikes, each blow forcing spores and fungi to erupt from the Guardian's grievous wounds. The fungal bear's agony-filled roar echoed as Nox re-emerged behind it. His shadows morphed into lethal barbed tendrils, which he then drove through the Guardian's body, ensuring a swift and decisive end. Congratulations, adventurers, the familiar voice intoned. You have vanquished the Guardian of the first layer, the fungal bear. You've shown strength, courage, and exceptional teamwork. The treasure of this layer is yours to claim. As the fungal bear's form dissolved into a myriad of colorful particles, a treasure chest materialized in its place. Tristan's eyebrows arched in wonder at the sight. How magical, he exclaimed. Well done, Thorian praised, clapping his hands as he joined them. He turned to Tristan. You've successfully navigated your first dungeon. Congratulations. Thank you, Tristan replied with a light laugh. Defeating such formidable foes is exhilarating. The goblins and monsters that were back in Locksley pale in comparison. We're only just beginning, Nox said with a chuckle. The Guardian of the next layer is even stronger. It's larger than our house. I'm eager to face it, Tristan said, smiling. With that, the party distributed the rewards between Nox and Tristan, acknowledging their significant contributions. After exiting the dungeon, they ventured forth into the second layer. This new phase mirrored the first in many ways, with slightly stronger monsters that posed no real challenge to Nox and Tristan. Thorian continued to offer support, focusing on refining his mastery of 2 particular skills. Upon reaching the entrance to the Golden Grotto, Thorian chose to address the group. We are about to confront the Guardian of this layer, he announced. Given its formidable power, I'll bolster you with my defensive skill. Activating his Lord Aegis ability, Thorian enveloped Nox and Tristan in a protective golden barrier. This skill is most effective against elemental attacks, but it will still offer substantial protection against a foe of this caliber. Thank you, Thorian, Tristan said, examining the shield encasing him with awe. Having this skill safeguarding me truly boosts my confidence. Do not be reckless, Thorian cautioned. That creature secretes acid. It would be prudent to avoid contact. I'll bear that in mind, Tristan confirmed with a nod. Returning Tristan's nod, Thorian directed his attention to Nox. Aim for its joints and neck. Those areas are less armored, and make sure to leverage your weapon's passive skill effectively. Don't worry, I've got this, Nox assured, his smile confident as he brandished his short sword. With those final instructions, Nox and Tristan charged into the grotto, confronting the awakened gilded spiketail. The Guardian, with a terrifying hiss, charged at them, its 100 legs propelling it forward and steel-like mandibles gaping. Nox, unfazed, vanished into his shadow to evade the attack, while Tristan met the charge with his swordsmanship. Despite his efforts, Tristan's strikes couldn't halt the Guardian's advance, but Thorian's shield held strong against the spiketail's mandibles. In a blink, Nox reappeared behind the spiker tail, his sword poised for attack. He delivered swift, precise slashes to its armored neck, burrowing into the creature's flesh. The Guardian's roars of agony echoed as Nox intensified his onslaught, his blade now shrouded in shadows, relentlessly striking the flailing spiker tail. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tristan stepped up his attack. His sword, glowing with a blue aura, landed 3 forceful strikes beneath the beast's mandibles. Under the relentless barrage from both front and back, the gilded spiker tail's strength waned until its body stilled, dissolving into luminous specks as the dungeon's voice heralded their triumph. After dispatching the gilded spiker tail, the group swiftly divided the spoils before hastening into the third layer. In this realm, Thorian assumed a supportive role, letting Tristan and Nox lead the charge. It wasn't until they confronted the Guardian, an armored spiker tail, that Thorian began to unleash his offensive spells. That was certainly more challenging than the previous layer, Tristan remarked, securing his newly acquired armor. However, the rewards more than make up for the effort. This chest plate is remarkably sturdy. My new sword managed to pierce through its armor, Nox said with a chuckle. We would have been in big trouble if it hadn't. You both have performed admirably. Nearly clearing the third layer with minimal assistance is no small achievement, Thorian praised, nodding. But the next layer will be my battle. The Guardian there is beyond what you're prepared to face at this moment. Are we advancing even further? Tristan inquired, his tone laced with surprise. I'm curious about the Guardian awaiting us. Surely not another spiker-tail variant? That would be far too mundane, Thorian replied, shaking his head. We're facing a corrupted treant. I'm eager to see it, Tristan said, his smile widening. With that, the group made a swift exit from the dungeon and ventured into the fourth lair. They breezed through the initial stages, overcoming the armored spiker-tail, before making their way into the cave that led to the corrupted treant's den. As Thorian glimpsed the light at the tunnel's end, he raised a hand, signaling for his companions to halt. Beyond this point, the air is laced with poison, Thorian cautioned. Enter if you must, but hold your breath, and venture no further than necessary. With a nod of understanding from both Nox and Tristan, Thorian charged into the den of the corrupted treant. Confronted by its menacing form, a smile crept across Thorian's face. Let's see if I can fell it with a single blow. Harboring a strategy, Thorian summoned 2 of his elemental embodiment spells through his dual casting technique. Greater Gale Slash, Fire Stream. He unleashed a vertical wind slash and, without hesitation, melded it with the inferno of his fire stream, giving birth to a fiery whirlwind. This fusion spell, a flaming gale slash, surged forward with dazzling brilliance, incinerating and shredding the myriad roots ensnaring the lair. The treant let out a ferocious roar and erected a wooden barrier in defense, but it proved futile against Thorian's onslaught. The flaming gale slash effortlessly cleaved through the dense network of roots comprising the barrier, then bore down upon the treant's vulnerable form. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued, obliterating the treant's red core and causing the entirety of its root-bound body to wither instantly. Congratulations, adventurers, the ethereal voice of a lady rang out. You have defeated the Guardian of the fourth lair, the corrupted treant. Your display of strength, bravery, and exemplary teamwork has earned you the treasures of this realm. Level up. The sight of the level up notification brought a smile to Thorian's face. Once you taste the magic of the abyss, it is certainly hard to be content with the experience points dungeons provide. Yet, considering this is merely a low-tier dungeon designed for small parties, such outcomes are to be expected. Exhaling deeply, Thorian turned to find Tristan and Nox approaching him, their faces a mix of awe and disbelief. Just what was that, Thorian? I've never witnessed magic of such magnitude before, Nox exclaimed, his eyes scanning the destruction wrought by Thorian's combined spell with awe. To imagine you possess such formidable strength, Tristan murmured, a hint of admiration lacing his voice. You're far more powerful than I ever realized. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, Thorian responded with a chuckle, his tone light yet brimming with confidence. Then, shifting his focus, he decided it was time to assess the advancement of his last two skills. Water Prison description: this advanced skill conjures a sphere of water around a targeted enemy, trapping them inside. The water prison restricts movement and breathing, causing continuous water damage over time. The skill requires concentration to maintain. Proficiency 100%. Earth Spikes description: this potent ability allows the mage to summon sharp, jagged spikes of rock from the ground at a targeted area. The spikes impale enemies, causing significant earth damage and potentially immobilizing them momentarily. The spikes retract into the ground shortly after emerging. Proficiency 100%. Finally, reaching the peak proficiency of these two skills took an eternity. With a contented smile, Thorian turned his gaze back to Nox and Tristan. I believe we've had our fill of dungeon explorations for today. We have numerous tasks ahead of us that require our attention. His expression then turned serious as he directed his attention toward Nox. Additionally, I have a specific assignment for you, should you choose to accept it. Of course, just let me know what needs to be done, Nox replied with a smile. Yesterday was rather uneventful. I'm eager for any activity that is more fun than just wandering aimlessly around the village. Hearing Nox's response, Thorian sighed before sharing his concerns. I've grown increasingly suspicious of the activities within the Strongheart Manor. The Stronghearts? Tristan interjected, confusion evident in his voice. What are you implying? My closest friend resides there. If that's the case, then your friend is likely oblivious to his family's nefarious undertakings, Thorian stated, his voice tinged with a chilling seriousness. The fact that Nalia's forces are more committed to guarding that manor than their own stronghold should raise alarm. Tristan's face paled, and he bit his lower lip, casting his gaze downward. Oswald, my friend, must be unaware of this. Please, ensure no harm comes to him. I have no intention of causing him harm, Thorian assured, before shifting his focus back to Nox. Actually, I want you to make contact with him. Having someone on the inside could significantly aid our efforts. He's the one with red hair, whom I kicked during that unfortunate display. I remember him, Nox acknowledged with a nod. But what exactly should I tell him? Thorian paused momentarily to organize his thoughts before responding. Inform him that Tristan is safe and that his family is implicated with Nalia. Urge him to scrutinize his surroundings for anything out of the ordinary. As Thorian outlined his strategy, Tristan appeared lost in thought, his expression laden with concern. Eventually, he looked up at Thorian and inquired, is there a chance you, considering an assault on the Strongheart estate? That possibility cannot be discounted, Thorian acknowledged with a nod. Should our investigation within reveal a threat of significant magnitude, it would indeed be prudent to neutralize it. I prefer the burden of having the blood of a few servants on my hands over the potential annihilation of Loxley. Tristan's internal struggle was evident as he bit his lip, eventually releasing a heavy sigh. Turning to Nox, he said, I need you to convey a message from me to Oswald. Remind him of the day we spent at Jasmine's restaurant, and tell him that it's imperative we safeguard the peace we've forged. Nox glanced briefly at Thorian, who gave an approving nod. With a smile, he assured, I can do that. With the immediate matters addressed, Thorian deemed it time to wrap up their discussion. Time is of the essence. I'm orchestrating an offensive against Nalia this afternoon. We must expedite our preparations. Having divided the dungeon's treasures among themselves, the trio set off toward the village. It was then that an idea sparked in Thorian's mind. If Nox were to be paired with a direwolf, their telepathic bond could prove immensely beneficial. But, are there any direwolves still unpartnered? To seek this information, Thorian initiated telepathic communication with the sovereign of the direwolves. Harold, I find myself in need of your wisdom. Are there any direwolves yet unpaired? Yes, indeed, Harold replied, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. My son has yet to choose a partner. He had set his sights on Forloon and Zogoth, but alas, they had already established contracts with others. Now, he's holding out for someone he deems worthy. At this news, Thorian couldn't help but chuckle. Well, that simplifies matters considerably. I have the perfect candidate for him, Nox, whom I consider my most trusted ally." Harold's tone shifted to one of surprise. "But hasn't Nox been in a state of unconsciousness for the past week?" he inquired, before letting out a grumble of concession. "Never mind that, I will persuade my son." "If Nox has earned your trust to such an extent, then his potential must indeed be remarkable." "Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Harold," Thorian responded, a wave of relief washing over him. "You've alleviated a significant burden for me." As they reached the village, Thorian turned to address his two comrades. "Nox, I need you to meet Harold by my house. He'll introduce you to your new partner. After that, wait for my instructions." "We can't afford to be hasty with this mission." "Roger that," Nox replied, a chuckle softening his response. "You're always so serious, Thorian." "It's just a reconnaissance mission." "This is precisely when seriousness is paramount," Thorian retorted, his tone underscored with gravity. He then shifted his gaze to Tristan. "As for you, take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the village. Enjoy your time with bricks and feel free to pursue whatever piques your interest." "I understand," Tristan sighed, a tinge of resignation in his voice. "This isn't a battle for me to intervene in. The powers at play are beyond my grasp." "It's reassuring to hear you understand the situation," Thorian said, his smile brief but genuine. "With any luck, we'll be celebrating tonight, having neutralized a threat to us both." With these final words hanging in the air, Thorian departed from his companions, setting his course for the Magus Guild. As he treaded the familiar path, a relentless whirlpool of doubts churned within him. "For some inexplicable reason, I'm haunted by the sensation that a vital piece escapes my grasp. With Nox partnering up with Harold's child, our lines of communication should be secured. Should turmoil arise, my swift feet will ensure I'm at the Strongheart Manor within moments, a mere 5 minutes from the Western Gate." Despite this reassurance, a gnawing unease tightened its grip around his heart, whispering of overlooked errors, of a path mistakenly chosen. "A consultation with Elder Oam is necessary. Perhaps there's an ability we've neglected." Only with this assurance can I dispatch Nox free from the shackles of worry. With a determined push, Thorian relegated these swirling thoughts to the recesses of his mind, focusing on the path that lay before him. As he neared his destination, he seized the moment to experiment with combining spells he had mastered to their fullest extent, beginning with the fire pillar and water prison spells. Skill fusion: complete list of mist skills. Torrential mist conjures a powerful, swirling vortex of mist that pulls enemies towards its center, dealing damage and disorienting them. This skill is highly effective for crowd control. Mist blade summons a dense, razor-sharp mist in the form of blades that can be directed towards enemies. These blades are capable of slicing through armor and flesh alike, ideal for cutting down foes with precision and agility. Steam Surge releases a powerful blast of superheated steam in a straight line, dealing damage and potentially stunning enemies caught in its path. Mist Blade appears to be a marginally less powerful variant of the Greater Gale Slash. As for Steam Surge, it presents a viable option for situations where my intention isn't to kill but to inflict severe injury, Thorian mused, weighing his options carefully. After careful consideration, he decided on the latter. Although torrential mist seemed appealing, it offered little beyond the capabilities of a basic tornado, making his choice clear. "Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Steam Surge." After choosing his skill, Thorian decided to combine his Fire Pillar with his Earth Spikes skill. Skill Fusion: complete list of magma skills. Magma eruption causes a violent eruption of magma from the ground at a targeted location, dealing heavy damage to all enemies in the area. The eruption leaves behind a pool of lava that continues to damage enemies who stand in it, making it ideal for area denial. Molten Boulder conjures a massive boulder made of molten lava and hurls it at a single target. On impact, the boulder deals significant damage and explodes, scattering molten debris that damages nearby enemies. Magma Armor encases the user in a protective layer of cooled magma, significantly increasing defense while dealing damage to any who come into close contact. The armor also grants immunity to fire-based attacks and can inflict burn damage to the attackers. The first two skills offer commendable offensive capabilities, yet they would prove inadequate against an adversary of Nalia's caliber. Possessing stronger defensive skills could very well tip the scales between life and death. Guided by this line of reasoning, Thorian made his selection, choosing a skill that balanced his need for defense with his strategic considerations. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Magma Armor. Thus, Thorian proceeded to his subsequent experiment, merging the Water Prison and Earth Spikes spells. Skill Fusion Complete. List of word skills. Sapling Barrage launches a volley of fast-growing saplings towards enemies, which upon landing, rapidly grow into trees that can trap or impale targets. This skill is effective for crowd control and offense. Living Canopy creates a large, protective canopy of dense foliage overhead, reducing damage from aerial attacks and providing healing benefits to allies underneath its shade. Bramble Patch creates an expansive patch of brambles and thorns that covers a large area, dealing damage over time to enemies within it and slowing their movement. The brambles are durable and can block pathways, making it an effective tool for area denial and control in strategic locations. The first and second skills are intriguing, no doubt, but the capability to slow down adversaries, even if just for a brief moment, could prove invaluable. This is particularly true in the context of a large-scale battle, where every second gained can significantly impact the outcome. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Bramble Patch. The next spells Thorian decided to combine were Water Prison and Tornado. Skill Fusion Complete. List of ice skills. Ice Spear. With a precise gesture, the caster summons a sharp, elongated spear of ice, hurtling it toward a single enemy with unerring accuracy. On impact, the ice spear deals significant piercing damage and has a high chance of freezing the target solid for a brief period. Blizzard. The caster calls upon the formidable power of the Arctic winds to unleash a ferocious blizzard that covers a wide area. This relentless storm rages for several seconds, continuously dealing cold damage to all enemies caught within its icy grasp. The biting cold severely reduces the movement speed and attack speed of affected enemies, making escape difficult. Ice Barrier. The caster conjures a formidable wall of dense, magically reinforced ice at a chosen location, serving as an immediate and robust defense against incoming attacks. This barrier spans a wide arc, effectively shielding the caster and their allies from ranged assaults, area of effect spells, and charging enemies. As Thorian surveyed the spells before him, a smile crept across his face. I've witnessed the strength of Ice Barrier firsthand. It managed to fend off the Spirit Elf's assault, albeit temporarily. It's undoubtedly the spell I should opt for. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Ice Barrier. Finally, it was time for the last skill combination, Tornado and Earth Spikes. Skill Fusion Complete. List of sand skills. Sandstorm Fury unleashes a whirling sandstorm that expands from the caster, dealing damage over time to multiple enemies caught within its radius. The sandstorm reduces the visibility and accuracy of attacks against the caster, offering both offensive and defensive benefits. Ideal for controlling the battlefield and damaging groups of enemies over time. Quicksand Trap summons a patch of quicksand at a targeted location, ensnaring a single enemy or a small group, depending on the size of the target area. Victims caught in the quicksand are significantly slowed and take periodic damage as they sink, best used to immobilize high-value targets or to control movement in strategic areas. Sand Spear Barrage creates multiple sharp spears of hardened sand that are launched at nearby enemies, offering sustained area damage with a chance to impale enemies, causing them to bleed for additional damage over time. Effective for dealing with multiple threats simultaneously and for zoning opponents out of an area. Quicksand Trap is the way to go, Thorian concluded, scanning the skills. If I can ensnare Nalia in this trap, even for a brief moment, it would provide us an opening to barrage her with attacks. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Quicksand Trap. Having delved deep into the fusion of skills, Thorian found himself mentally exhausted yet profoundly gratified. Despite these skills remaining at the level of the first advancement, they significantly enhanced the versatility of his attack arsenal. Utilized adeptly, they could tip the scales of victory in his favor. Now, it's time for the real deal, Thorian thought, a smile playing on his lips as he beheld the Magus Guild before him. The skills of the second advancement are bound to be extraordinary. Upon entering the bustling guild, he was warmly greeted by Fizzlegrin. "My lord, I presume you're here to further your class advancement." "You presume correctly," Thorian nodded in affirmation. "Then, please follow me," Fizzlegrin said, leading Thorian to the familiar room where his ranking examination had taken place. "I've moved the advancement ceremony here, as the other room has become a training area for mana control for all members." Thorian appreciated Fizzlegrin's rationale with a smile as he approached the center of the room. There, the same purple crystal that facilitated his previous advancement awaited him. Placing his hand upon it, the crystal erupted into a brilliant glow, plunging the room into darkness before it was lit anew with speckles of light, mimicking a star-studded night sky. Checking for requirements. Requirements fulfilled. Congratulations, you have advanced to the second realm of the Elemental Magus, but the notifications didn't end there. Ultimate skill has been unlocked. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Elemental Domain I. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Elemental Domain I. Upon receiving the notification, Thorian was overjoyed. "From my interactions with that brat Aiden, I've gleaned a rough understanding of this skill's nature. Yet, witnessing it firsthand is a completely different experience," he mused. Motivated to explore the specifics of his newly acquired ability, Thorian navigated to his status window. Display panel. Elemental Domain I. Description: the ultimate skill of the Elemental Magus class. Once this skill is invoked, you can choose one of the 4 basic elements to imbue it with. Depending on the element, the terrain around the user is altered, boosting the potency of skills tied to that element by 150%. The ability to freely manipulate the element in question is also drastically increased. Cooldown 1 month. Proficiency 0%. What a preposterous skill, Thorian chuckled to himself, unable to suppress his amusement. "If I strategically exploit the abyss to level up my class, there might be no need to ambush Nalia. A direct confrontation could suffice to overpower her." As his spirits soared, Thorian took a deep breath, seeking to temper his excitement. Celebration is premature. The enigma cloaked within the Strongheart Mansion remains unresolved. Only after addressing this secret should I initiate my offensive. Regaining his composure, Thorian turned to face Fizzlegrin, who was beaming with pride. "I take it from your grin that you've acquired something impressive," the guild master said, his laughter resonating with warmth. "Though, that's to be expected from someone of your unique stature and class." "Thank you," Thorian replied, his smile reflecting genuine appreciation. "Might I browse the skill scrolls available to me? My collection of arcane coins should more than suffice for any purchases." "By all means," Fizzlegrin responded, his grin widening with anticipation, his hands rubbing together in evident greed. "It's always a pleasure to assist you, my lord." "You stand as our guild's most esteemed patron." With a light chuckle at Fizzlegrin's exaggerated demeanor, Thorian accompanied him to his desk. There, the guild master presented the array of skill scrolls at Thorian's disposal. Thorian meticulously examined each scroll, assessing their potential with keen interest. Fire Arrow Skill Scroll. Class Requirement: Magus Advancement Requirement. Second Advancement Level Requirement 1. Use bestows the user with the Fire Arrow skill, a potent focused attack designed for precision and power against a single target. Upon invocation, the caster summons a singular, ethereal arrow, wreathed in flames and charged with intense magical energy. This fiery projectile is then launched with unerring accuracy towards the chosen foe, piercing through defenses with its incendiary might. Upon impact, the fire arrow explodes, delivering massive fire damage to the target and igniting them with a fierce blaze that continues to inflict damage over time. Flame Fury Skill Scroll. Class Requirement: Magus Advancement Requirement. Second Advancement Level Requirement 1. Use grants the active skill Flame Fury. This formidable ability empowers the user to conjure and unleash a barrage of massive fireballs, each capable of causing extensive destruction upon impact. This skill allows for the targeting of multiple foes or areas simultaneously, enveloping them in a devastating inferno. Victims struck by these fiery projectiles suffer significant fire damage along with enduring a persistent burning effect, turning the battlefield into a blazing wasteland. Raging Tempest Skill Scroll Class Requirement Magus Advancement Requirement Second Advancement Level Requirement 1 Use grants the active skill Raging Tempest. This powerful spell conjures a massive storm that dominates the battlefield with fierce and unrelenting winds. The tempest covers a wide area, exerting its influence over a vast expanse, rendering it ideal for engaging multiple targets or controlling large-scale engagements. Enemies caught within the storm are subjected to high-speed winds that can displace them, disrupt their ranks, and transform the environment into a hazardous zone with flying debris. Gale Force Spear Skill Scroll Class Requirement Magus Advancement Requirement Second Advancement Level Requirement 1 Use activates the active skill Gale Force Spear. This potent spell channels the essence of the wind to form a series of ethereal spears, each imbued with the raw power of a tempest. Upon casting, the Magus directs these spears towards their targets with precision and velocity akin to that of the most violent gusts. Upon impact, each spear explodes, releasing a concentrated burst of wind energy capable of piercing through defenses and causing significant damage to both the target and surrounding enemies through the resultant shockwaves. Earth Burial Skill Scroll. Class Requirement Magus. Advancement Requirement Second Advancement. Level Requirement 1. Use grants the caster the Earth Burial skill, a powerful earth magic ability that manipulates the ground to entrap enemies. Upon activation, the user commands the earth to rise and swiftly encase targeted foes within a prison of dense, compacted soil and stone. This formidable spell not only immobilizes its victims but also exerts tremendous pressure, potentially causing significant damage or crushing those trapped under its weight. Seismic Slam Skill Scroll Class Requirement Magus Advancement Requirement Second Advancement Level Requirement 1 Use empowers the user with the Seismic Slam skill, a devastating offensive earth magic ability. When activated, the caster slams their weapon or hand onto the ground, channeling their magical energy to create a powerful earthquake directed at their enemies. This seismic force travels through the earth towards the target area, causing the ground to rupture and split. Upon reaching its destination, the energy is released in violent upheaval, ejecting rock shards and creating shockwaves that can knock back, destabilize, and inflict severe damage on opponents caught in its path. Deluge Cascade Skill Scroll Class Requirement Magus Advancement Requirement Second Advancement Level Requirement 1 Use grants the caster the Deluge Cascade skill, a potent water magic spell with an immense area of effect. This skill allows the caster to infuse the existing clouds with powerful water magic, dramatically altering the weather within a vast region. Upon invocation, the skies darken as the enchanted clouds swell, culminating in a torrential downpour that drenches the battlefield. This magical rain not only saturates the area but also carries with it the caster's mana, affecting all within its reach. Aqua Vortex Skill Scroll Class Requirement Magus Advancement Requirement Second Advancement Level Requirement 1 Use grants the caster the skill Aqua Vortex, a potent offensive water magic spell. This skill channels the caster's mana to summon a massive, swirling vortex of water at a designated location. The vortex acts as a maelstrom, drawing in anything within its vicinity with irresistible force. Enemies caught by the vortex experience disorientation, suffocation, and severe hydrostatic pressure, leading to significant damage. The sheer power of the vortex not only incapacitates foes but can also disrupt the terrain, creating temporary water hazards that hinder movement and provide strategic advantages. As Thorian surveyed the vast array of skills before him, he paused momentarily to gather his thoughts, then meticulously began to pass through each description. Like I remember, Fire Arrow is certainly powerful, he pondered. Coupled with my passive abilities and the elemental domain, it could overpower most adversaries. Continuing his perusal, he considered the potential combinations at his disposal. The Deluge Cascade could complement Raging Tempest beautifully. Together, they might conjure a true thunderstorm, and incorporating lightning strike into the mix would yield catastrophic results. Content with his evaluations, Thorian addressed Fizzlegren decisively, "I will take all of them. It's always a pleasure to conduct business with you, my lord." "That will be 10,000 arcane coins for each skill," the guildmaster replied, his smile broadening as he processed the transaction. With the purchase concluded, Thorian tore through the parchments, each action triggering a cascade of notifications. After a moment, he turned back to Fizzlegren, indicating his intention to depart. "I must attend to other matters now." "Of course, my lord," Fizzlegren acknowledged with a nod. Pleased with his new acquisitions, Thorian stepped out of the Magus Guild, mulling over his next move. He intended to seek out Elder Roam, but before he could so much as take a step, his target materialized before him. "My lord, I am relieved to have found you." Elder Roam approached, his expression laden with concern. Seeing the shaman's troubled demeanor, Thorian's expression hardened, his previous worries resurfacing. "What troubles you, Elder Roam?" "It's uncommon to see you in such a state." "I apologize for my distress, my lord," Elder Roam began, his tone turning grave. "It concerns Nox's mission. I believe it would be prudent to delay it." "Why is that?" Thorian inquired. The elder's words almost confirmed his worries, and he was eager to know what the latter had deducted. Elder Roam exhaled deeply, burdened by his oversight. "I must apologize, my lord." The sheer magnitude of Nalia's abilities has momentarily eclipsed an essential detail from my mind, he confessed, regret coloring his tone. "One of Nalia's top lieutenants, the one with the slender build, possesses a skill that renders Nox's mission exceedingly perilous. This individual can detect any fluctuations in mana within a 20-meter radius. Should he be present at the Strongheart Manor during our planned operation, Nox's presence would undoubtedly be discovered." This revelation momentarily took Thorian aback, plunging him into a contemplative silence. "I now understand the root of my concerns." Despite Nalia's mind control powers, I was always puzzled by her ability to track Alacritus and his team. This sheds light on it. He exhaled deeply, his gaze falling to the ground as he pondered his next move. "With someone like that guarding the mansion, sneaking in seems nearly impossible. Yet, this doesn't leave me without options. If we can ensure this guardian is no longer a concern, infiltrating the manor to uncover what Nalia is hiding becomes feasible." Engrossed in his thoughts, Thorian scarcely noticed Elder Roam's ongoing advice. "In my view, my lord, Nox should enhance his abilities through the abyss before embarking on such a perilous endeavor. Yet, even with an evolution, stealth might remain unachievable unless it enables him to completely conceal his mana signature." Thorian dismissed the idea with a shake of his head. "Wishful thinking," he remarked. "Firstly, we can't predict the skills Nox might acquire post-evolution. More critically, our current pact with Nalia bars us from accessing the abyss until her forces venture into our dungeons. Any breach of this agreement, regardless of our rationale, would only serve to alert her, jeopardizing our element of surprise." Elder Roam found himself at a loss, the complexity of their situation rendering him speechless. "What would you have us do, then, my lord?" Exhaling, Thorian laid out his revised strategy. "Direct confrontation may currently be off the table, but we're not devoid of options. We must secure Oswald's allegiance. His insider knowledge could reveal the manor's vulnerabilities. Once Nalia and her men commit to our dungeons, Nox can safely infiltrate the manor, circumventing any risk of detection." Nalia's poff. Nalia stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she witnessed her fellow cult members being struck down one by the knights. Her entire world was crumbling right in front of her eyes. Just as they were on the cusp of realizing their dream, it had morphed into a nightmarish reality. She turned back and gazed upon their ultimate creation, an amalgamation of souls, its surface writhing with thousands of faces. It stood mightily behind her, its immense frame nearly engulfing half of the chamber. "It's so close to achieving perfection. The 10,000 sacrifice soul Maya. Oh, our great wish. The mighty vessel upon which our Lord shall descend," she murmured, a mix of awe and desperation in her voice. Tears streamed down her face as she beheld their creation, yet the screams of her comrades pierced the air, making it clear that her dream was now as distant as the horizon. No, it cannot end this way," she exclaimed, her voice cracking with desperation. She rushed toward the soul mire and kneeled before it with a look of utter despair. "Oh, mighty Yakshaw, please, free me from my flesh and deliver my soul. Let me be a part of you," she pleaded. A blood-red aura enveloped her as she began her incantation. Her long-awaited wish, to merge with her deity, lay tantalizingly within reach. She was determined not to let it slip through her fingers. Yet, just as she felt her soul beginning to detach from her body, a sword pierced through her chest. Her world spun dizzyingly as she coughed up blood, and as she lay on the ground, the last sight that met her eyes was the bearded face of the lord who had slain her. Letting out a gasp, Nalia's body jerked upright. With a terrified expression, she scanned her surroundings, only to realize she was still lying in her bed. It was merely a nightmare, a vivid echo from a past life. Lord William, she thought, grinding her teeth, as the memory of the man who had killed her surfaced. Yet, as she recalled his current predicament, a sly smile crept across her face. "Oh, how pitiful! How the mighty have fallen! You, who once haunted me and my brethren, are now but a plaything in my grasp. At my mere whim, I can dictate your fate." As she stepped out of her bed, a knock at the door caught her attention. Knowing who awaited her, Nalia beckoned with a smile. "Come in, Soren." Soren entered, a respectful bow in his posture. "My lady, I have come to report the events of yesterday." "Please, proceed," Nalia responded, beginning her makeup routine. "I've heard that Tristan has fallen, but the rest of the army returned." "Was there a particular reason?" "Yes, my lady," Soren nodded, his voice steady. "We were ready to strike when the Monster King intervened." At this revelation, Nalia's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around, her expression grave. "Then how do you stand before me?" "We watched from a long distance, my lady," Soren clarified. "We didn't engage, as the Monster King was enraged at the army that had trespassed his domain. In his wrath, he eliminated Tristan for us." Nalia scrunched her eyebrows for a second before exhaling a sigh of relief. "That is indeed more favorable than any alternative I had envisioned." She then fixed Soren with a piercing gaze. "But have you confirmed Tristan's demise? After all, he is our most crucial target." "I did," Soren confirmed with a nod. "I examined Tristan's remains after everyone had departed. What was left was nothing but the melted remnants of his armor and his charred bones. He is undoubtedly deceased." Hearing this, Nalia's smile broadened, and her heart rate steadied. "How very fortunate. This outcome surpasses even my expectations. Given that witnesses observed Tristan's demise at the hands of the Monster King, there will be no suspicions of our involvement. This clears the path for us to install Johannes as the Lord of Locksley without any opposition." "Indeed, my lady." "It seems the gods are in our favor," Soren agreed with a respectful nod. Nalia's thoughts then shifted to the matter concerning William's other child. "What of James? Have you managed to assassinate him?" Soren hesitated briefly before answering. "We were unable to locate him at his estate, my lady. It appears he has eluded us." "He escaped?" Nalia arched an eyebrow, her mind racing. "Who do you suspect could have orchestrated it?" "I believe it to be General Henry who planned this escape, my lady," Soren replied. He had already expressed strong opposition to Tristan's expedition, advocating instead for bolstered defenses. Moreover, he did hear a rumor about Robert, James' bodyguard, mentioning General Henry before escaping. While we couldn't confirm the truth of this rumor, all signals point at Henry being the main man behind this escape. Hearing Soren's analysis, Nalia pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That does seem the most plausible scenario," she conceded, recalling General Henry from her past life. He had been a formidable adversary, one whose actions had significantly contributed to her downfall. As memories of her previous existence surfaced, she shook her head dismissively and stated, "Ultimately, James is of no consequence. Should he re-emerge and seek to assert his claim as Lord, we can easily fill his council with our own men and manipulate him through it. He's merely a child, after all." "That approach would indeed align perfectly with our objectives," Soren agreed. "Depending on how events unfold, He might even prove to be a more advantageous pawn for us than Johannes. Encouraged by this line of reason, Nalia's smile widened. Excellent. It appears we've adeptly navigated our obstacles. Now, our focus must shift to dealing with the Monster King. Are you contemplating an offensive soon, my lady? Soren inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Yet, we remain ignorant of the full scope of his powers. Our espionage has been concentrated on Locksley, making it challenging to procure reliable intelligence on that monster village without drawing attention. Nalia laughed softly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I have no intention of launching a direct assault, nor does his strength concern me, she assured him. Once we're fully armed with yellow storm items from the dungeons they've unveiled, confronting the abyss will be within our grasp. Granted, I'll need to use up a significant number of souls to breach the 20th floor, but the rewards justify the sacrifice. With my class advancement, they'll have no means of eluding me. I eagerly await that moment, Soren said, his chuckle mirroring Nalia's confidence. He then ventured, if I may inquire, when do you envision launching this assault? We will stage an ambush tomorrow as they emerge from the abyss portal, Nalia declared, a cunning smile playing at the corners of her mouth. At the moment they're most vulnerable, drained from expending all their mana, will strike. Soren's face lit up with a smile, and he knelt before her. My lady, I eagerly anticipate the day you ascend as the queen of this region. No, the queen of the entire country. Observing his reaction, Nalia's smile remained, though her expression was unreadable. She approached the kneeling Soren and tenderly caressed his cheek. And you shall stand by my side in that new era, my dear Soren. Soren's eyes widened, a rush of emotions playing across his face. However, as he struggled to find the words, he quickly stood and cleared his throat. I must take my leave now, my lady. The strong heart manner still requires my vigilance. You are always so dependable, Soren, Nalia said, her smile genuine as Soren exited the room. Yet, as soon as the door closed behind him, her face settled into a mask of indifference. What a pitiful lad. His infatuation is so palpable that I do not even need to use my eyes. She stretched languidly and reclined on her bed. Alas, Soren, you are nothing but a relic of a bygone era to me. Your memory is but hazy images of a time I had already forgotten. My heart now belongs solely to one being. O mighty Yakshaw, how I yearn for your arrival in this world, to reign supreme together. Nox's Poff. As Nox lay down on a couch in Thorian's living room, his new partner joined him and sat next to him. So you said that you've defeated 500 humans in that attack, Magnus? Nox's direwolf partner asked with incredulity. That is a truly hard number to comprehend. I've seen those humans, they were certainly not weak. I was just much faster than them, Nox replied nonchalantly. Yeah, they were a bit powerful, but they were uncoordinated. Plus, they were just mad, trying to kill and destroy everything. I don't think even half of them noticed me approaching in their berserk state. Still, that is very impressive, Magnus responded. At first, I agreed to become your partner just because you're the king's best friend. But it seems you're fairly strong too. That was in the past, Nox shook his head. I will need to work hard if I want to catch up to my friends. They've been growing strong while I was recovering. Then we're in the same boat, Magnus smiled. It took me 3 days to recover my strength, and by that time, all of the strong officers of the village had already been contracted. As the son of Harold, it would have been shameful for me to partner up with a greenhorn. Then we can grow powerful together, Nox chuckled. Hearing that, Magnus smiled before he rested his head on Nox's shoulder. The two stayed like that for a few moments before Magnus broke the silence. Since we were talking about humans, I really don't understand them. Those people who attacked the village before were so insane that I thought their whole species was just mad savages. But now the king has brought others that are docile and reasonable. If I didn't already know they were humans, I would have thought they were from a different species. I can't fault you for that, Nox chuckled. When the humans attacked our village, I really hated them. I wanted to kill them all. But after talking with Tristan and those 2 kids, I find it really hard to hate them. I actually want to be their friend. Hearing that, Magnus chuckled. You're a bit too innocent. But I don't dislike that about you. As they were talking, the door suddenly opened, and Thorian entered. "Seems like you two have already become partners." "That's good to see." Seeing Thorian coming, Nox sat up in excitement. "So, will I finally get to go to Locksley?" "You will," Thorian responded. "But your task has slightly changed. For now, I just want you to contact Oswald and tell him about his family's relationship with Nalia. Warn him that things might get ugly if we cannot resolve these matters discreetly." Hearing those words, Nox sighed in disappointment. "And here I thought it would be an actual dangerous mission. This is not exciting at all. From the information that I have just gotten, the mission wouldn't have been just dangerous, it would have been outright suicide." Thorian responded with a serious voice. "You will still have the chance to infiltrate the Strongheart estate, but you will just need to wait a few hours for that. Nalia and her major officers will enter the dungeons at noon, and that will be your opportunity to rush in." "Are they that powerful?" Nox asked, still unconvinced. "But even if they are, as long as I just sneak in without them noticing, it wouldn't matter." "That's the issue, you cannot sneak in with them present," Thorian responded with a sigh. "They can sense everything that happens in the mansion. So the moment you step in, they will pinpoint your location." Nox's heart skipped a beat at that revelation before he bit his lower lip. Now that would have been a big problem. "Yeah, it would have," Thorian responded before gesturing for the two to follow him outside. "Now let's go. Alacritus is waiting for you, and time is running out." Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Nox nodded before he followed Thorian alongside Magnus. The group then quickly left the village and rushed toward Locksley, where they found Alacritus waiting for them near the gates. "Boss, I have been waiting for this day with impatience." Alacritus walked toward Nox with a wide smile on his face. "Doing missions without you has felt strange. I'm so glad you're back with us." The two hugged each other while Nox heartily laughed. "Sorry about that. But look at you. You've grown so big and strong. You're practically the boss now." "No, that it was just temporary." Alacritus shook his head. "Once we challenge the abyss, you'll catch up to everyone else in no time." "I can't wait for that," Nox chuckled before looking at Locksley's gates with a determined look. "But we have a job to do first." Nox then looked at Thorian, who gave him a nod. With this confirmation, he followed Alacritus into the city. As they rushed from one building to the next, Alacritus began his explanation. "Nalia's men are usually concentrated in the inner citadel, but thankfully, we don't have to go there yet." "Do you know where Oswald is?" Nox asked with interest. The red-haired young man was his target, and he needed to talk with him first. "He should be near the town hall, registering his quests," Alacritus responded. "Usually, this is the time when he begins some expedition outside of Locksley, but today is different. With Tristan gone, the city is basically under lockdown." "That makes sense," Nox nodded. "They have lost their lord and Tristan at the same time. It's only normal that they're scared." "They're supposed to elect a new lord very shortly," Alacritus added. "Most of the nobles are supporting Johannes to become the new lord." "It seems that Nalia had a hand in that." "I see, so that's why Thorian is so pressed for time." Nox stroked his chin in thought. "He doesn't want Nalia to spread her roots in the city, or else it would be hard to destroy her without waging war on all of Locksley." "If that happens, there is no doubt in my mind that we would win," Alacritus responded. "But I think our lord wants William, Tristan, and the ruling family of Locksley to be indebted to him. This way, they could become our vassals without shedding any blood." "That would be amazing if it happened," Nox chuckled. "Having all of these humans join us would be nice. Plus, we could actually become friends with Tristan and the rest." "Your thinking is always so simple, boss," Alacritus chuckled before he noticed something at the edge of his sight. "Also, it seems we've reached our destination." As they stopped on top of the roof of a building, they could see Locksley's plaza below. After looking around, Nox located Oswald coming out of one of the guild buildings that surrounded the town hall. "Let's wait for him to go to a less populated place," Alacritus advised. "It would be too risky to contact him now with so many people around." Nodding at Alacritus's words, Nox waited as Oswald made his way through the plaza. The two assassins then closely followed him as he went through one street after another. The moment he entered an empty alleyway, Nox knew it was time for action. Jumping into his shadow, Nox immediately appeared from behind Oswald and covered the latter's mouth with his hand. As Oswald let out muffled sounds and struggled, Nox shushed him. "Stop making noises, I'm not here to hurt you." Oswald's terrified face turned confused at Nox's declaration. "Listen," Nox started. "I will now just be explaining the situation to you. I will not take off my hand because I know you'll go around screaming. So just listen. If you understand what I say, nod your head. If you don't, shake it." With a nod from Oswald, Nox began his explanation. "First of all, Tristan is not dead. We had to fake his death because all of you dummies were being followed by Nalia's assassins. You were all going to die there if we hadn't come in time to save you. Do you understand?" Before Nox could even finish, Oswald shook his head violently. His eyes were full of a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. Seeing this, Nox sighed. "Well, that is to be expected. It's a lot to process in one go." He then furrowed his eyebrows in thought before an idea struck his mind. "Oh, I remember. Tristan told me to pass you a message. Remember the day you spent with him at Jasmine's restaurant, and that it's important that you protect the peace you've created." I'm not sure what he meant by that, but hey, that should tell you I'm not lying at least. Do you understand? There was a moment of silence as Oswald's struggles stopped. He then slowly nodded his head. Seeing this, Nox smiled. "Seems like we're good on that first part. Now, time for the second part. Your family is a bunch of traitors. Nalia's men protect your mansion more than they protect their own stronghold. We need you to ouch." Before Nox could continue, Oswald bit his thumb and freed himself from his grasp. "What the hell do you mean that my family is committing treason? Do you understand the weight of your words? My father might be cowardly, but he would never betray Lord William. Not after all the wars they had gone through together." While Nox was licking his bitten thumb, Alacritus rushed down from the rooftop, ready to strike Oswald before Nox stopped him. "Wait. Let's just talk." With a grumble, Alacritus halted his offensive. "As you wish, boss." Nox then looked back at Oswald, who was still on guard against him. He then sighed and said, "Okay, let's take it slow. Lord William has disappeared, and Tristan was about to be assassinated by Nalia. Now tell me, who is the most likely candidate to become the new Lord of Locksley?" Hearing that reasoning, Oswald raised his eyebrows and looked down in shock. "It's my father. All of the nobles are pushing for my father to become the new lord." "And why do you think that is?" Nox pressed. "By all accounts, James should have been the one nominated as the new lord." "That's a broken bar because James has disappeared too. Sir Robert and Little Rue are nowhere to be found as well," Oswald responded, his voice tinged with dejection. "Thankfully, you don't have to worry about them," Nox reassured him. "We anticipated that Nalia was going to strike at them next, so we took them to our village. They're safe." "Can I see them?" Oswald immediately asked upon hearing this. "I want to believe you, but I need to see that they're truly alive and well. I couldn't sleep last night, worrying about them." Hearing this plea, Nox scratched his head, looking troubled. "I really don't think we have the time for that. I don't want to rush you, but we're going to war with Nalia today. There just isn't enough time for us to bring you to the village to see Tristan and the others, and then for you to come back so we can finish our job here. What do you need done?" Oswald asked, his expression one of confusion. "If you're going to war with Nalia so soon, surely the matters with my family can wait until after." "That's the issue, they can't," Nox explained. "We suspect that Nalia is hiding something very terrible in your mansion. If we go to war with her without knowing what it is, we could be blindsided and lose. If that happens, you can kiss Locksley goodbye. There would be no one left to protect it." Oswald closed his eyes, his expression contorting into a pained grimace at this revelation. He then let out a sigh and said, "I've decided. I will trust you." Everything that has happened in the past 2 days has been so confusing, but your explanation cleared everything for me, or at least, it has given me hope amidst this bleak reality. But I must ask you first, what will happen if we do indeed find something terrible in my mansion? Will you attack it? There is a high chance we will do that. Tristan knew about it too, and that's why he told me to pass you that message. Nox nodded, his expression one of resignation. Calming his breath, Oswald took a few seconds to think before looking back at Nox. "I think I understand what Tristan wants me to do. Just give me 1 hour, and I will bring you the information you need. You'll know exactly where to look in my family's mansion." Oswald's strong heart spoke. As Oswald left the alleyway where he had encountered Nox and Alacritus, he shuddered. Running on pure adrenaline during the conversation, he felt the full weight of the situation only after departing. He yearned to understand more, but that luxury remained elusive. "How can I even trust you people? You've shown me nothing, neither Tristan nor my friends." Frustration led him to bite his lower lip and clench his fist. He felt powerless, akin to a red leaf caught in a storm. The forces at play were so vast that he seemed to have no control over his future. However, recalling the Monster King's visage as he was seized by the neck, Oswald exhaled deeply. The king's words, promising to send someone, were vivid in his memory. Although confusing at the time, their significance now dawned on him. "There's no reason for them to manipulate me. If that monster had intended harm, he could have killed me on the spot along with the others. Yet, he didn't, stopping after killing Tristan. And now, Tristan's fate remains uncertain." The message I received could only have been from him. Only he would speak in such a pure and naive manner. Mustering his courage, Oswald took a deep breath. If Tristan trusted them enough to convey a message through them, I must trust them as well. This is the only path left for me, and if it's the wrong choice, then so be it. I'd rather act and live with the consequences than remain paralyzed by fear of them. With resolute steps, Oswald headed toward his destination. However, he decided against visiting his family mansion to unravel the conspiracy, opting instead for Jasmine's restaurant. Upon entering the now quiet restaurant, Jasmine approached him. "Young Lord Oswald, I'm terribly sorry for what happened to His Grace." She signaled for a servant. "Please serve the young lord whatever he wishes. It's on the house." Hearing her sympathetic tone, Oswald shook his head. "Now is not the time for that. I've come to you because I urgently need your help." Sensing the seriousness in Oswald's voice, Jasmine instructed the servant to leave and offered privacy for their conversation. "Let's go to my back office. I assume this matter requires utmost secrecy." Oswald nodded, and they proceeded past the kitchen to Jasmine's office. After ensuring they were alone, she closed the door and faced Oswald. "We're in private now, so feel free to speak openly. Tell me, how can I assist you? If it's within my means, I'll do anything to repay the kindness you and Tristan have shown me." Oswald outlined his plan. "I need you to organize an open hour where ordinary people can dine for free at your restaurant. I will cover all the expenses." Jasmine, puzzled by Oswald's request, nodded hesitantly. "It will be challenging on such short notice, but we have enough supplies to serve a decent number of guests. However, may I ask why you wish to do this?" "A great battle might soon erupt within the inner citadel," Oswald said gravely. "I want as many people as possible to evacuate from there without arousing suspicion." Jasmine's demeanor became serious upon hearing this. "In that case, I will not let you down. I'll have my staff spread the word throughout the citadel about the open hour, emphasizing that the food will be free. It may cost me dearly, but the safety of the people is worth far more." Oswald smiled and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you. I cannot begin to express how much I appreciate this." "There's no need to thank me," Jasmine reassured, patting Oswald on the shoulder. "What good is my wealth if my customers all perish? Now, go and attend to your preparations. I imagine you have much to do." "I will certainly reimburse you for this," Oswald promised, leaving Jasmine's office and the restaurant behind. With determined steps, he headed towards his family mansion. Upon arrival, Oswald observed the bustling activity around him, couples jesting, elders running errands, and unfamiliar guards casting glances his way. The realization of his obliviousness weighed heavily on him. To think they were so close, and I didn't notice. These eyes of mine must be for decoration because I am truly blind. Maintaining his composure, Oswald entered the mansion, his gaze sweeping through the grand foyer. His attention was drawn to the staircase, the mansion's centerpiece. "The secret further is keeping likely isn't upstairs. It would be too difficult to conceal it from me, especially since my bedroom is there." His mind raced with thoughts as he wandered aimlessly until an idea struck him. "What about the dungeon in our basement? I haven't been there in years, and my father always warned me against going there." With a specific goal in mind, Oswald navigated towards the left corridor, proceeding down the staircases leading to the basement. Yet, as he descended, he encountered 2 guards stationed at the door. "Good morning, gentlemen," Oswald greeted them warmly. "Would you kindly allow me to pass?" "Young lord." One of the guards hesitated, exchanging a wary glance with his companion. Then, with a pained expression, he addressed Oswald. "We are terribly sorry, young lord. We have orders from your father not to let anyone enter. Please don't make this difficult for us." Oswald's face momentarily betrayed his shock. "Father, I hoped it wasn't true." "I truly did hope it wasn't." Yet, he quickly masked his dismay with a smile, shaking his head. "I understand. If these are father's orders, I won't cause you any trouble. Best wishes for the remainder of your shift." With a determined stride, Oswald turned away and ascended towards the upper floor, where he encountered Arnold, the head butler, engaged in his cleaning duties. Oswald paused, a thought crossing his mind. Could Arnold be involved in father's schemes? It would shatter my heart. Arnold had dedicated over 2 decades of service to their family, playing a significant role in Oswald's upbringing alongside his late mother. The notion of Arnold betraying him was unthinkable, threatening to unravel Oswald's sense of trust. "Young lord, is there a problem?" Arnold paused his work to look at Oswald, puzzled by his hesitation. "No, just pondering," Oswald replied, quickly regaining his composure. After a brief pause, he conveyed his instructions. "Arnold, please gather all the servants in the garden. I have something important to discuss with them." "Understood, young lord," Arnold responded with a respectful bow, ready to carry out Oswald's request. As Arnold set off to gather the servants, Oswald waited with a mix of impatience and anxiety, the thought of potentially confronting his father figure over treason gnawing at him. Arnold's return snapped Oswald from his thoughts. "Young lord, the servants are assembled and awaiting your address," he informed. Acknowledging Arnold's message, Oswald stepped outside to face the estate's 24 servants. He began his address with a tone of empathy. "I am aware that many of you have suffered the loss of loved ones in this apocalypse, and my heart goes out to you. In recognition of your loyal service over the years, it's time we reciprocate. I've arranged with Jasmine to host an open hour at noon today, where you're all invited to enjoy a complimentary meal. This is also an opportunity for you to check on your families and spend time with your loved ones. Anyone interested may take advantage of this offer now." The servants exchanged murmurs and glances with Arnold, uncertain of how to proceed. Seeing this, Arnold reassured them with a smile. "The young lord's offer stands. Those of you inclined to accept this kindness should do so without hesitation. You'll regret missing this chance." Encouraged by Arnold's endorsement, over half of the servants eagerly departed, their faces alight with gratitude. Some even voiced their thanks to Oswald as they left. Arnold chuckled at the scene before turning to the remaining servants, whose expressions were a blend of confusion, indecision, and mild frustration. "It seems the rest of you prefer to stay and work. Well, there's nothing more to say. Please, return to your duties." As the remainder of the servants disappeared back into the mansion, Arnold's observation caught Oswald's attention, igniting a spark of realization. Only the new servants chose to stay. "That's indeed peculiar." Oswald, feeling a rush of apprehension, turned to Arnold, seeking confirmation. "Did you know about this?" Arnold's response was tinged with a weary acknowledgement of the complexity of their situation. "I am privy to many things, young lord," he sighed, his expression somber. "However, this particular issue has been the most challenging to address. I wish you the utmost success in your efforts." Oswald pondered for a moment, then, with a heavy heart, suggested, "I want you to leave the mansion too. Things might escalate." Arnold's smile was bittersweet as he understood the gravity of Oswald's concern but stood firm in his decision. "I appreciate your concern, young lord, but my departure would raise suspicions among those who chose to stay. It's crucial that I remain here to maintain a semblance of normalcy until you're prepared to act." Oswald, moved by Arnold's dedication and loyalty, expressed his gratitude. "I'll strive to handle this situation as cleanly as possible." "Thank you, Arnold, for standing by me." With their exchange concluded, Oswald set off from the mansion, Armed with critical insights and preparations in place, it was time to reconvene with the black-furred monster. As Thorian settled on the outskirts of the forest, awaiting Nox's return, he gazed upwards. The twin suns neared their zenith, and time was slipping away. We've allowed Oswald ample time for his preparations. To wait any longer would jeopardize our plans, Thorian thought. Determined, Thorian signaled for Magnus to come closer. Contact Nox. Tell him it's time to return. Magnus nodded, initiating his telepathic communication, then smiled. That won't be necessary. He has completed his task and will soon return. Thorian, surprised and pleased by the news, turned his gaze towards the grand gates of Loxley. Two figures appeared, leaping atop them, before Nox and Alacritus materialized beside him. We've obtained the information, Nox declared, smiling. Whatever they're hiding, it's in their basement. That simplifies our task, Thorian responded with a smile. But what about Oswald? Has he taken steps to minimize collateral damage? He has, Alacritus answered. He's arranged a small festival in the plaza as a diversion. This will significantly reduce the number of people in the inner citadel when he acts. Perfect, Thorian chuckled. Then our work here is done. Let's return to the village and convene the main parties. With those words, the group hastened towards Wolvendale. Upon entering through the inner gates, they encountered Forloon, Zogoth, and the rest of their allies already assembled and awaiting their arrival. How did the reconnaissance mission fare, my lord? Zogoth inquired eagerly. Thorian, with a smile, gently patted Nox's head. We've secured all the information we need. The moment they step into our dungeons, we'll infiltrate the Strongheart Manor to uncover their secrets. And then we'll strike, Forloon said, his grin spreading widely. I've been awaiting this moment for days. Let's not get ahead of ourselves when victory is so near, Thorian cautioned with a smile, then turned to address the group. Since everyone is here, let's proceed. Noon is quickly approaching. Leading a diverse contingent of nearly 30 kobolds, orcs, goblins, and dire wolves, Thorian directed them towards the gates of Loxley. Yet, before they reached their meeting point, Thorian signaled for Nox to approach him. The time has come for you and Alacritus to take the longer path around to avoid detection. Do not infiltrate until I command it, he instructed. Understood, Nox nodded before reuniting with Alacritus. Good luck. With that, the two assassins veered right, opting for a route distinct from Thorian and the others. Shortly thereafter, Thorian and his party emerged from the outskirts to find Nalia and her troops awaiting them. Before advancing, he scrutinized the area to identify the slender man who had been a constant source of trouble. After a moment, Thorian spotted him seated next to Nalia, alongside another high-ranking officer who had previously sought confrontation in their first meeting at Nalia's hideout. Is that the person you warned me about? Thorian whispered, loud enough for Eldroam to overhear. The elder nodded, confirming Thorian's suspicion. Perfect, that means the Strongheart Manor is left undefended. With this realization, Thorian and his forces approached Nalia and her contingent, announcing their arrival. You're as punctual as always, Thorian, Nalia greeted, her smile reaching Thorian. I trust the rewards from our abyss meet your expectations. Likewise, Thorian replied with a forced smile as he dismounted from Harold. I hope your expeditions into the dungeons are equally rewarding. As is tradition, Hayden will guide you to the abyss, Nalia declared. I assume some of your forces will accompany us to the dungeons. Just the usual measure, Thorian affirmed. I'm sure you understand the necessity. Indeed, Nalia returned the smile. Well then, if you'll excuse us. With that, Nalia signaled her troops to follow her, while Thorian instructed Eldroam, several kobolds, and a few dire wolves to escort Nalia's group through the forest. Thanks to their telepathic link, they could monitor Nalia's movements from kilometers away. Simultaneously, Thorian, with Magnus by his side, sent instructions to Nox. It was time for the infiltration. Thorian's main group trailed Hayden through the underground tunnels to the chamber housing the abyss portal. Upon entering, Thorian exchanged a glance with Forloon, who promptly ended Hayden with a swift sword strike. Observing Hayden's fallen body, Thorian reflected, choosing this path means accepting its consequences. Moving past Hayden's body, Thorian turned to Magnus. Has Nox entered the Strongheart Manor yet? He has, Magnus confirmed. He and Alacritus are inside the dungeon in the basement. It appears they've discovered the Lord of Locksley imprisoned there, along with a dozen other humans. William is there? Thorian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had long resigned himself to the belief that his friend from a past life had fallen victim to Nalia's machinations. The news of William's survival brought Thorian a glimmer of joy. How intriguing. I would have thought they'd kill him to solidify their power, Zogoth remarked from the side. Could they be keeping him as leverage? Though, that seems like a high-risk strategy with little to gain, Aqua speculated, lost in thought. Hold on, everyone, Thorian interjected, halting the speculation. He turned to Magnus and asked, is that all they found? Was there nothing else? Magnus furrowed his brows momentarily before replying, they discovered a new chamber in the dungeon, housing a creature difficult to describe. They report it as a monster with 100 faces, something straight out of a nightmare. Upon hearing this, Thorian paused, contemplating. A creature with 100 faces, nightmarish in appearance. Could it be a soulmire? Realization struck him, and he sighed in understanding. I see, so it's 100 sacrifice. Soulmire. What is that creature? Forloon inquired. The name certainly sounds ominous. Thorian pondered briefly before explaining. A soulmire is born from the sacrifice of many souls, fused into a single entity. It seems they've spared William because they intend to use him in the sacrifice, to augment the soulmire's power. However, they can't proceed yet. William's soul is blessed by the god of war, making any premature sacrifice risky. The soulmire would become unstable. They'd need 1,000 sacrifices to neutralize the effect of his blessed soul. Turning back to Magnus, he instructed, inform Nox and Alacritus to liberate William and the other humans. Without their sacrifices, the soulmire cannot gain strength. As you command, Magnus acknowledged, then sent the instructions telepathically to Nox. And the creature? How formidable is it currently, without William's sacrifice? Forloon queried. Thorian took a moment before responding, it's troublesome, as it can't be killed without complete purification. But it's not particularly strong now. You could likely defeat it by yourself in its current state. Zogoth laughed at this revelation. It seems we've overestimated Nalia. Exactly, Forloon chuckled for a second. Still, had we acted rashly, she might have sacrificed William, unleashing an uncontrollable force. Our caution saved us considerable trouble. Thorian was taken aback by Forloon's maturity. He's grown more composed and thoughtful. The old Forloon wouldn't have shown such restraint. With a smile, Thorian formulated their next move. Now that we understand the scope of Nalia's capabilities, it's time to act decisively. Eliminate any of Nalia's followers you encounter in these tunnels. At Thorian's command, Forloon and Zogoth nodded in respect. Your will is our duty, my lord. With that, the group dispersed, moving swiftly to dismantle any remnants of Nalia's network within the underground. Nox's puff. As Nox observed the 100-faced creature in the chamber, he felt a chill run down his spine. The entity seemed to have leapt from the depths of a nightmare, and the whispers of ensnared souls caused his blood to freeze. What level of evil does it take to create such an abomination? This is absolute madness. With his resolve tested, Nox bit his lower lip and signaled to Alacritus it was time to leave. The sight of the creature was too much to bear any longer. Did Thorian issue any instructions regarding the prisoners? Alacritus broke the heavy silence. He told us to set them free, Nox replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He approached William's cell and unlocked it. Stepping inside, he found Lord Locksley stirring awake, coughing. Their eyes met, and a look of confusion crossed William's face. Are you the monster Lord Henry warned me about? The one with red fur? William inquired weakly, his mind foggy from his ordeal. My fur would have to be red for that to be accurate, wouldn't it? Nox responded with a light-hearted jest. At this, William managed a chuckle, which morphed into a cough. Right, my apologies. Just the delirium of a man close to death. You're not going to die, Nox assured him, snapping the shackles with sheer force. And the monster lord you mentioned is actually my friend. So, you weren't entirely wrong. Why? William gazed at his liberated hands, bewildered. Why are you saving me? You'll have to ask my friend that, Nox replied with a smile, glancing back towards the chamber housing the monstrous creature. Though, Even without his directive, I'd have saved you regardless. No one deserves such a fate. You're an honorable one, aren't you? William's voice was weak. You remind me of my son, Tristan. Knox ventured. At this, surprise flickered across William's face. You know my son? I do, Knox nodded, his tone playful. It's a long story, but I ended up meeting him. I'd really like to be his friend. That would indeed be wonderful, William chuckled, then drew a deep breath, attempting to stand. Observing William's unsteady stance, Knox offered his support as they exited the cell. By this time, Alacritus had also liberated the other captives, though they, too, were in no condition to walk unaided. Knox, I think we need to address the situation upstairs before we can fully free everyone, Alacritus suggested. Frowning at the predicament, Knox turned to William. Can you hold on for a bit? We'll wrap this up quickly. No, wait, William interjected, shaking his head. I need to confront that bastard Johannes. I'm curious to see his face when he realizes I'm alive and free. Amused by the idea, Knox shrugged. Sure, let's do that. He then addressed Alacritus. Sorry, but you'll have to handle the heavy lifting. Don't worry about it, the silver-furred assassin dismissed the concern. Nalia's guards are no challenge. I could take them down in my sleep. But for a discreet approach, we'll need your skill. Sure, come over, Knox agreed. As Alacritus drew closer, Knox placed a hand on his shoulder. Utilizing his shadow transportation ability, Knox seamlessly transported them outside the dungeon, directly in front of two unsuspecting guards, with William and Alacritus at his side. The guards had no time to react before Alacritus swiftly decapitated them. He then hurried upstairs, with Knox and William making their way more slowly behind him. Your powers are fascinating, William remarked as they ascended the stairs. I've never encountered anyone capable of teleportation, especially not someone who can bring others along. It's just one of many skills, Knox replied modestly. Our village is home to many with incredible abilities. Even I find it overwhelming at times. You belong to a village? William's interest piqued. I'd be keen to visit. You'll have the chance soon enough, Knox assured him with a smile. They continued into the grand foyer of the Strongheart Manor, navigating past the bodies of servants and guards strewn across the floor. Alacritus, having just eliminated another of Nalia's men, joined them. All these were loyal to Nalia. The true servants of the manor have been gathered in the plaza, save for Arnold, he briefed them. Acknowledging with a nod, Knox and his companions proceeded upstairs, heading straight for Johannes's study. The sound of Johannes berating Oswald and Arnold, his voice thick with anger and threats, was audible even before they reached the door. I guess he didn't like the fact Oswald gave the servants a free day. How grumpy. Without hesitation, Knox pushed open the door to the study, William by his side. Who dares to enter unannounced? Johannes bellowed, only for his outrage to choke off abruptly as his eyes landed on William. His face morphed into a mask of terror. Oswald, who had been enduring his father's tirade, stared in disbelief at the sight of William, supported by Knox. I'll take it from here, William stated, drawing a deep breath, as he straightened up and advanced towards Johannes, unaided by Knox. Johannes, William's voice was laced with a cold fury, his gaze piercing. Your transgressions are too numerous to list, but for the grave offenses of treason, betrayal of your lord, and collusion with our foes, your life will end. Knox's puff. As William made his declaration, Oswald turned back toward his father with a look of betrayal in his eyes. Father, did you truly commit such heinous crimes? How could you? Johannes's complexion turned ashen as he stammered, no, a broken bar. This is impossible. However, just as Oswald was about to take action, William faltered and dropped to his knees, coughing. Lord William, are you all right? Oswald immediately shifted his focus to William, looking at him with concern. However, Johannes used that opportunity to unsheath his sword. Die, you ungrateful brat. Johannes's sword shone with a blue light as he rushed toward his own son, ready to strike. However, the moment he was about to slash, Knox intervened with a sigh and grabbed Johannes's wrist. Johannes struggled to break free from Knox's grasp, but it was to no avail. Come on now, you're too weak, Knox commented before taking Johannes's sword away, while Johannes could only look on in horror. You beast. Johannes, with a horror-stricken face, punched Nox's face repeatedly, but Nox did not feel a thing. It was like a baby trying to pick a fight with a grown adult. Father, I've kept telling myself that there was some misunderstanding, that you were maybe controlled or manipulated. Oswald raised his spear as he faced his father, tears welling up in his eyes. But for you to truly be so heinous, you broke my heart, Father. All I ever did was for my family. Johannes shrieked, his world collapsing all around him. If you had seen the powers of those people, you wouldn't have acted any differently. So, do not dare judge me. I would have died fighting, Oswald responded, letting out a deep breath, his voice cracked by hiccups. He then closed his eyes and readied himself before rushing toward Johannes with his spear, impaling him through the stomach. And you shall now die, to preserve whatever semblance of honor you have left. Johannes looked down at his impaled stomach in horror. He then looked back at his son, taking in shallow breaths. We're broken by you bastard. With those words, he fell into a puddle of his own blood, gurgling before he finally died. I'm sorry, Oswald, William said, painfully standing up as he looked at Oswald with a sympathetic expression. No son should ever have to kill his own father. I'm terribly sorry you had to do it. No, it was my own responsibility. Oswald shook his head, biting his lip. I should have known better. My own house was in the middle of such a grand conspiracy, yet I was none the wiser. Meanwhile, Arnold, who had been standing in shock throughout the ordeal, finally let out a long breath. He then checked Johannes's corpse for a pulse before saying, I believe I should clean this place. We don't want to attract more attention than necessary. Thank you, Arnold. Oswald nodded, looking at his father's corpse with a pained expression. He then muttered, it didn't need to come to this. Seeing that the situation had mostly been resolved, Nox decided to contact his partner, Magnus, telepathically. Johannes is dead, and we've eliminated all of Nalia's men within the manor. The only ones left are those roaming outside. After a few seconds, Magnus replied, Thorian's orders are for Alacritus to deal with Nalia's men outside, and for you to bring William and Oswald to the western gate. Vigil will be there to treat William's ailments. With a nod, Nox turned back to William and Oswald. I'm sorry to tell you this under these circumstances, but we need to move. We will soon face Nalia, and there are preparations to be made. Will you be leading us to your friend? William inquired, showing interest. Yes, one of our healers needs to examine you, Nox confirmed, then glanced at Oswald. You'll also have the chance to ask Thorian more questions to better understand the situation. Sure, I'll do whatever you want me to do, Oswald responded absent-mindedly before he scrunched his eyebrows as he looked back at Nox. Also, is that the Monster King's name? How odd. It sounds so human. Yeah, I found it weird too, Nox chuckled, then turned to Alacritus, who was by the door. Anyway, we still need to move quickly. Alacritus, you need to handle the rest of Nalia's men in the city. Consider it done, boss. Alacritus nodded before dashing off. With the silver-furred assassin already gone, Nox supported William on his shoulder as the group proceeded to exit the mansion. Turning to Oswald, Nox said, since we don't want to attract attention, I'll be using my ability to move us discreetly. Meet us at the western gate. I'll see you there, Oswald nodded. With that, Nox utilized his shadow transportation, reappearing with William in a small alleyway, before hurrying to the top of a building. Their destination was the western gate. Thorian's Poff. Having eliminated all of Nalia's men within the underground tunnels, Thorian and his men advanced towards the western gate. Observing this part of the city, Thorian understood the catastrophic potential of any battle occurring here. I need to organize the ambush further into the forest. Engaging Nalia there might risk a forest fire, but with abilities like Raging Tempest and Cascading Deluge, I can minimize the damage afterward, he thought. His brow furrowed as he pondered further. Still, there's the risk that the battle could spill over into the city. Many could die if William and Oswald don't initiate an evacuation soon. Thorian wasn't so hypocritical as to feign excessive concern for the lives of people he had never met. In his past life's insurgents, he had been responsible for thousands of deaths. Yet, as long as it didn't interfere with his plans, he was willing to take measures to limit collateral damage. He also wanted to avoid damaging his relationship with Loxley, whom he saw as future vassals. Engrossed in his thoughts while sitting atop the ledge of the western gate, Thorian noticed some movement behind him. Turning around, he saw Oswald, Knox, and William approaching. In an instant, Knox vanished into his shadow with William in his grasp, only to reappear next to Thorian a moment later. "The mission is complete," Knox declared. "Alacritus is dealing with the remainder of Nalia's forces." "Good work," Thorian acknowledged, then turned his attention to William, who was observing him with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord of Locksley." "The honor is mine," William replied, shaking his head slightly. "I presume you're the monster lord with the red fur about whom I've heard so much. Though, I wouldn't describe your fur as red, it's more multicolored." "That's a story for another time," Thorian laughed. "But yes, I am the monster lord." "Thank you for saving me," said William, bowing respectfully, his tone earnest. "I'm at a loss for how to repay such a deed." "Let's not jump ahead," Thorian responded, his gaze returning to the forest. "We still have a significant battle to win." "Is there anything I can do to assist?" William inquired. "I'm willing to offer all the resources this city can muster if it means defeating Nalia." "No, the stakes are different in this battle," Thorian demurred. William's expression turned somber. "It's frustrating to realize that, despite our efforts, we're still too powerless to contribute in combat. For now, your task is to evacuate the western side of Locksley," Thorian instructed gravely. "Should the battle reach this area, none of your civilians or guards will withstand the fallout." "I'll ensure it's done," William affirmed, then eyed Thorian questioningly. "Yet, I'm puzzled by your willingness to help." "You don't strike me as someone who acts without expecting something in return." "We will discuss that later," Thorian sighed, acknowledging the underlying transaction. "But yes, I am expecting something in return." "I understand," William responded with a knowing smile. It would indeed be premature to discuss terms before the war. Appreciating William's insight, Thorian signaled for Vigil to approach. The Star Kobold mystic ascended to the top of the ledge in a single leap and addressed Thorian. "Shall I begin the healing?" "Please," Thorian consented. Upon Thorian's agreement, Vigil placed his hand atop William's head, and a blend of purple and golden light enveloped him. William, observing his hand in astonishment, then stood upright. "This is truly miraculous," William expressed in amazement. "The fatigue and pain from the poison have vanished, and my breathing is normal again." "What a remarkable skill!" "Like I told you, we have many incredible abilities," Knox added with a grin from the side. "You indeed do," William agreed, still in awe. "This surpasses anything I imagined possible." "With that settled, shall we head down?" Thorian suggested, glancing towards Oswald, who had been patiently waiting. It would be impolite to ignore him. Agreeing, Knox employed his shadow transportation to reposition themselves behind Oswald, while Thorian opted for a simple jump to join them. "My lord, how do you feel?" Oswald inquired, concerned for the Lord of Locksley. "Better than ever," William replied with a hearty laugh. Reassured by William's response, Oswald turned to Thorian with a grave look. "We meet again, Monster King." "I've been informed that Tristan is still alive." "Is that true?" "He is," Thorian confirmed with a nod. "Currently, he's touring the village alongside Robert, James, and Little Rue." "You'll see him after the war is concluded." "I understand," Oswald nodded, while William, looking puzzled, turned to the two. "Has something happened to my children?" he inquired, his expression turning grave as he faced Thorian. "It's a complicated tale," Thorian sighed, then glanced at Knox. "Knox will fill you in on the details while you manage the evacuation." "Wait, what?" Knox interjected, looking bewildered at Thorian. "What do you mean?" "I want to join in the fight against Nalia with you all." "That's out of the question," Thorian stated definitively. "You need to have undergone at least your second evolution to stand a chance in this battle. Otherwise, Nalia's weakest attacks would be fatal to you." "No, I don't accept that," Knox protested, his gaze sharp as he faced Thorian. Observing the exchange, Thorian sighed and addressed Oswald and William, who both wore expressions of confusion. "This is rather awkward. Perhaps you should begin the evacuation, and Knox will catch up later." "We'll leave you to sort this out," William said, laughing heartily before nudging Oswald. "Let's move on, there's much to be done." "And I'm eager to see the look on Henry's face when he sees me." "That will indeed be quite the spectacle," Oswald agreed with a neutral voice, departing with William and leaving Knox and Thorian to their discussion. Finally having some privacy, Thorian addressed Knox. "First and foremost, I must clarify something. Do not openly disagree with me so vehemently in front of others, especially those who are not closely allied with us. It projects a weak image of our community and leads to others underestimating our village. Is that clear?" Taken aback by Thorian's reprimand, Knox looked down and nodded. "Sorry, I hadn't considered that." "It's all right, given it's the first time this has happened. Just ensure it doesn't become a habit." Thorian sighed, then moved on to the main issue at hand. "Regarding the battle, you currently have no chance against me, even without having to use magic. And Nalia is stronger than I am. Do you understand what this means?" But still Knox looked back at Thorian and protested. "I want my revenge. After suffering such a humiliating defeat, I can't just stand by idly while you all are fighting." "You won't be idly standing by," Thorian reassured him, pausing momentarily to conjure up a convincing task. "In fact, I have a critical mission that only you can undertake. I need you to guard the soul mire, in case anyone attempts to awaken it. It's possible we haven't dealt with all of Nalia's forces yet." Knox mulled over Thorian's proposition with a grumble. "Fine, I can do that. But you owe me for this favor." "Agreed." "I agree," Thorian replied with a relieved smile, pleased to have diffused the situation. "Once this ordeal is resolved, I promise to fulfill any request you have." With Knox finally gone, Thorian sighed before leaping back onto the ledge of the gate. Seeing his main party members below, he made his way toward them. "Aqua, I need you to contact your dire wolf and inform me of Nalia's current position," Thorian said as he approached Aqua, who was sitting with Forloon, Zogoth, and Vigil. "Right away, my lord." Aqua nodded, beginning his telepathic communication. After a few seconds, he looked back at Thorian and replied, "It seems she is almost finished with her thunderous citadel clears. She should arrive in the city in about 20 minutes. This doesn't give us much time, but it's still better than expected." Thorian nodded, before continuing. "I also want you to inquire with Elderoam about her current capabilities, as well as those of her two main subordinates." With a nod, Aqua relayed Thorian's message to Elderoam through his direwolf. After half a minute, he finally responded, "It appears she has reached level 20 in her class. As for her stats, they're slightly improved but nothing significant." Regarding her subordinates, the one with a tough appearance has stats focused mostly on strength and constitution, while the slender one emphasizes mana and agility. Their skills also enhance those respective stats. "What about their level?" Thorian asked, his brow furrowed. "Both are at level 17 of their first advancement," Aqua quickly replied. Hearing that, Thorian nodded. "It seems they have made some progress within the abyss, but she hasn't advanced far enough to secure more significant rewards." "Good, they shouldn't prove to be too difficult to handle, then," Thorian concluded before turning to Forloon and Zogoth. "Gather our main teams, it's time for us to set up our ambush." "Right away," Forloon responded, rising to his feet. "The time for battle has finally arrived," Zogoth said with a wide grin, standing up and towering over everyone else in the group. Seeing Zogoth overshadow him, Forloon frowned. "How can we ambush anything when your body is so huge? They could spot you from a mile away." Hearing this, Zogoth blushed with embarrassment. I apologize for that." Suppressing his urge to laugh at the ridiculous scene, Thorian shook his head and sighed. "That won't be a problem as long as you stand a couple of 100 meters away from us. With your power and speed, you could close that distance in a second." "Thank you for the insight, my lord," Zogoth said, relieved to have found a solution to his embarrassing predicament. "I shall follow your command." With that, the group ventured deeper into the forest, guided by Elderoam's information. Knowing Nalia's usual path through the forest, they positioned their ambush near a cliff, giving them the high ground. Turning to Vigil by his side, Thorian instructed, "Once the battle begins, I want you and the other priests to bless us all before retreating as far as possible. If Nalia has any sense, she'll target you first, and with her agility, we wouldn't stand a chance of stopping her. I understand, my lord. Vigil nodded. I shall relay that information to the rest of the priests. With Vigil gone to inform the other priests of Thorian's orders, Aqua moved to his side. My lord, they are nearing our position. They'll be here in just a few minutes. Good, Thorian nodded. Prepare for imminent battle. Do not underestimate our opponents. Strike with all your might. We shall give them a taste of hell, Aqua replied, a cold determination in his eyes. Turning his gaze across the clearing, Thorian saw Harold and his pack of elemental direwolves concealed among the trees. Harold, focus on the grunt soldiers first. Individually they may be weak, but their proficiency in combination spells could pose a nuisance, Thorian instructed telepathically. Don't worry, Harold responded confidently, with my pack and me on this, we'll handle them swiftly and then rejoin you. With everything ready, Thorian sat on the ground to wait for Nalia's arrival. Minutes later, Aqua nudged him, signaling their approach. Nodding, Thorian said, inform Elder Roam and the others to join our ranks immediately once the ambush begins. The priests should follow Vigil's lead to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Right away, my lord, Aqua acknowledged, swiftly passing on Thorian's instructions. At that moment, Nalia and her group began to emerge through the dense foliage of the forest, heading towards the clearing and Thorian's prepared ambush. However, as they neared, the slender man whispered something to Nalia, prompting her to look directly towards Thorian. Cursed be that ability, Thorian thought. With resolute determination, he commanded, begin the attack. I've been eagerly awaiting that command. Forloon exclaimed, his laughter ringing out as he leapt from the cliff to spearhead the assault. Kada, Zarjan, Inli, and the remainder of the warriors followed suit, charging toward Nalia's troops. In accordance with Thorian's earlier directives, Elder Roam convened with Vigil and the other priests to bestow blessings upon the warriors, enhancing their strength, constitution, and agility. After completing their task, they promptly retreated to the rear, allowing the warriors to advance. Magi, unleash hell upon them. As the attackers drew near, Nalia stood undaunted. With decisive command, she ordered her Magi, who unleashed a barrage of spells at the incoming warriors. Yet, not even the fiercest fireballs or towering pillars of flame could halt Forloon's advance. Wearing a triumphant grin, he brushed aside the magical attacks as he drew his sword. Lightning streaks illuminated his tempest strides as he charged toward Nalia, intent on bringing her down. However, before he could reach her, Ragnar and Soren initiated their counterattacks. Ragnar was enveloped in a swirling vortex of red aura, charging at Forloon with his battle axe, while Soren conjured multiple wind slashes aimed at Forloon. This is mere child's play, Forloon scoffed, infusing his sword with a radiant golden aura. With a single, powerful strike, he sliced through the wind slashes and collided with Ragnar's battle axe. What is this power? Ragnar grunted, feeling the impact of their weapons clashing. Within moments, he found himself overpowered and was hurled aside. Witnessing this display, Nalia's eyebrows knit together, before she was enveloped in a pitch-black aura. From this dark shroud, wisps of black smoke formed into the shapes of tormented faces that shrieked in horror. She then produced her staff and smirked. I would have preferred a scythe, but one must make do with what one has. Incensed by her casual demeanor, Forloon charged at her. In a blink, he was beside Nalia, his sword poised for a strike. Yet, as he brought his sword down, aiming to cleave Nalia in two, she effortlessly blocked his attack with her modest staff. Before Forloon could even register his shock, Nalia delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Kada, Inli, and Zarjan, who followed closely behind him, met a similar fate, quickly overpowered by Nalia's superior physical prowess. At this, Nalia laughed, then lifted her gaze to Thorian, who stood atop the cliff. Why don't you come down here and face me, Thorian? Or do you prefer to watch as your men fall one by one? While Forloon was rushing at Nalia, Harold was not standing still. Alongside his direwolf pack, he dashed toward Nalia's cohort of grunt soldiers. Then, using their elemental abilities, they showered Nalia's group with attacks. Each attack took out a dozen of Nalia's weaker men, killing them instantly. After Nalia had dealt with Forloon and the warriors who had attacked her, She looked up at Thorian and made her declaration. "Why don't you come down here and face me, Thorian? Or do you prefer to watch as your men fall one by one?" Yet just as she uttered those words, she noticed the chaos unfolding behind her. That split-second distraction was all Thorian needed to begin his attack. Lightning strike. In less than a second, the spell materialized above her before blue lightning struck her, shocking her to the core. Yet Thorian was not finished. Raising his Ember Strike cane, Thorian invoked 2 spells using his dual-casting technique, Greater Gale Slash, Fire Stream. The 2 spells combined into one fiery slash that struck her the moment the lightning spell fizzled out. Yet, with a mighty battle cry, Nalia's black aura grew stronger and more intense. Using her staff, she clashed with Thorian's combination spell, before finally overpowering it. At the same time, Zogoth, who had been stationed far away, leapt towards her with his mighty great battle leaks. Red and black auras surged through his whole body before concentrating at the edge of his blade. With a mighty roar, Zogoth slashed at the weakened Nalia, sending her flying dozens of meters backward. Seizing the opportunity, Thorian laid out his orders: finish off the subordinates. Without wasting a second, Forlun and Zarjan rushed toward Ragnar, who was still shocked by what had happened to Nalia. Before he could realize what was happening, Zarjan reached him with a cold look in his eyes before impaling his body multiple times with his spear. At the same time, Forlun leapt at him from the side and slashed through his neck with his sword, severing his head. "Serves you right for being so stupid," Forlun spat at Ragnar's decapitated head. Meanwhile, Ventus rushed toward Soren. Yet, Soren still had some wits about him. He launched multiple wind slashes at Ventus, which the latter quickly dodged. However, before Ventus could reach him, Soren used all of his spells to flee from the battlefield. By the time Ventus could react, Soren was already gone. "Forget about him. Focus on Nalia," Thorian ordered before Ventus could get distracted by the elusive Soren. At the end of the day, Nalia was the biggest threat Soren could be dealt with later. Meanwhile, Nalia stood up from her crash site, amidst the rubble and the dust cloud that emerged from her impact. However, instead of distress, a wide grin was plastered all over her face. With a tap of her staff on the ground, shadows emerged from all around her, before they fully materialized. Ogres, goblins, humans, and orcs all awoke, replacing her army of the living with an undead one. But among these undead, Thorian's focus was on one creature, a large serpent with malevolent eyes, whose form eclipsed the rest. Its skin was a yellowish-brown adorned with purple streaks. With decisiveness, Thorian issued his command to Harold. "I need you to focus on that serpent. It's the biggest threat." "Consider it done," Harold responded. Immediately after, Thorian addressed the rest of his magicians. "Everyone, fire tornado!" At his command, wind swirled around the incoming army of undead before transforming into multiple vortices. The humans and goblins were the first to be engulfed by the spinning tornadoes, followed by the ogres and orcs. Immediately, Thorian invoked his next spell, Fire Pillar. Simultaneously, multiple fire pillars surged from beneath the tornadoes, and the combination spells fully formed. The fire tornadoes spun with a raging inferno, incinerating grass, trees, and all the undead caught within them. Yet, just as the tide of battle seemed to turn in their favor, Nalia slashed through the fire tornadoes with her staff. Instinctively, Thorian knew he was in danger. Without waiting for Nalia to appear, he cast his spells, Magma Armor and Ice Barrier. His body was instantly encased in an armor of molten rock, and a wall of ice emerged in front of him. However, as soon as his ice spell materialized, it was shattered by Nalia's staff. Having only enough time to cast once more, Thorian's mind raced before settling on the most suitable counter. He then cast his Bramble Patch skill and snapped his fingers. The sharp sound of a thunderclap disoriented Nalia, and the entangling roots from his Bramble Patch significantly slowed her. Yet, it did not stop her. With blinding speed, she reached Thorian and struck him in the chest with her staff, sending him flying off the cliff. Boom! With a terrible impact on the ground that left a crater, Thorian felt the wind knocked out of him. Gasping, he looked up to see Nalia standing atop the cliff, looking down at him. However, just as she was about to descend and finish the job, Forlun rushed towards her, a purple aura bursting from every pore of his body. Is that his ultimate form? With one slash of his sword, Thorian struck Nalia back, before reappearing next to her before she could hit the ground. He then slashed at her again, leaving a massive gash across her abdomen, sending her flying to the side like a play toy. Thank the gods you were swift, Thorian mentally thanked Thorian as he stood up, still gasping for breath. I've finished the job here, Harold announced telepathically, making Thorian turn back towards him. The storm direwolf had decapitated the great serpent with his claws, leaving multiple slashing wounds across the dead serpent's body. Great, that leaves only her. Thorian turned back toward Nalia, who was holding Thorian at a stalemate. Even in his ultimate form, Nalia was still able to contend with Thorian. Yet, Thorian knew this was only temporary. Once she consumed all the souls in her possession, he would be unable to stop her. Knowing this, Thorian realized he had to swiftly concoct a plan. He looked back to Aqua, who was worrying about him from atop the cliff, and said, "Prepare yourself. We will only get one chance." Understanding Thorian's command, Aqua's focus returned to the battle between Thorian and Nalia. The two were engaging at a level none of Thorian's men had ever seen. Their speed was so high that they could only see blinding flashes as the two continued clashing. Yet, Thorian's vision was unlike the rest. Having fought for a decade in battles against much higher-leveled opponents than Nalia, and equipped with both his predator's gaze and elemental sight, he was able to follow this magnificent battle. In fact, he could even predict its pattern. Just as Nalia struck down Thorian, leaving a gaping wound on his chest, Thorian knew it was time to act. The moment she descended from the skies, confident she had beaten the celestial kobold, Thorian unleashed his spell, Quicksand Trap. The ground upon which Nalia landed immediately turned into sand, momentarily trapping her. However, Thorian was not done yet. Before Nalia could escape his trap, he cast another spell, Earth Burial. The ground around Nalia immediately shifted as blocks of condensed rock and dirt continuously stacked around her. In less than a second, she was completely encased in a large cube of condensed earth. Despite her immense power, she could not easily break through this spell. Just as the earth cube started to crack, Aqua sprang into action without waiting for Thorian's command. Snowflakes appeared all around the encasement trapping Nalia, before the ground slowly turned to ice. Suddenly, a great ice structure formed around Nalia, an ice palace that froze everything within it, trapping her securely. Knowing this was the opportunity he could not afford to miss, Thorian activated his ultimate skill, Elemental Domain, Fire. The area around Thorian erupted in flames. The grass burned, the air turned arid, and the trees fell. Even the ice from Aqua's ultimate skill began to melt slowly. Recognizing they had only one shot, Thorian turned toward Ventus and Zogarth. "Now is the time. Give it everything you've got." "I will not disappoint," Zogarth declared, raising his battle axe, ready to unleash his final strike. Simultaneously, Ventus conjured his ultimate skill, Arcane Stormforged Spear. The lightning spear he conjured was so large it even eclipsed his own body. Then, with a wind-up, he launched it at Nalia. The lightning spear zipped through the battlefield, exploding on Nalia's face. In its aftermath, a white-blue lightning pillar engulfed her body before soaring to the heavens. Nalia screamed in pain as she struggled to break through her trap with her charred body. Her black aura surged continuously, empowering her and cracking her entrapments. Yet, she still could not break free from the confines of the Earth Burial and the Ice Palace spell combination. Meanwhile, Zogarth unleashed all of his black aura, concentrating it on the blade of his battle axe. With a mighty war cry, he slashed toward Nalia, creating a black aura slash bigger than anything he had ever conjured. The battlefield seemed to fall silent as the mighty black severance rushed toward Nalia, cutting through her left arm from the shoulder and slashing through half of the ice palace. Finally, it was Thorian's turn. He raised his staff and began the invocation of his newest combination skill, one he had been contemplating since the moment he received his second advancement spells, Gale Force Spear, Fire Arrow. The two spells merged as Thorian conjured them, forming a mighty fire spear that concentrated all of Thorian's mana into one attack. The blazing flames were so hot that even Thorian's fur began to singe. Then, As he locked onto Nalia's desperate face, he unleashed his spell. The fire spear rushed like a phoenix toward Nalia before it exploded with such a mighty shockwave that Thorian was pushed back a few meters. As Thorian gazed upon the scene, the entirety of the ice palace was consumed by flames, igniting a surrounding forest fire. The inferno soared towards the heavens, rendering the air scorchingly hot. Overcome with exhaustion, Thorian collapsed to his knees, the sheer volume of mana expended in that singular assault leaving him reeling. Nearby, Ventus and Zogoth shared his state of debilitation. Nonetheless, if their efforts resulted in Nalia's demise, it would all be deemed worthwhile. As the flames gradually subsided, Thorian's eyes settled on the scorched remains of Nalia. Her left arm severed, her hair obliterated by the fire, her skin peeled away to reveal the raw flesh and bones beneath. Miraculously, she clung to life, a faint breath still stirring in her. The dark aura emanating from the thousands of souls she had ensnared was the only thread tethering her to this tenuous existence. This aura, too, was fading. Thorian knew that without intervention, death would claim her. Yet, Thorian was unwilling to leave their mission incomplete. Turning to Aqua, he issued his command, "Finish her off." But as Aqua summoned an ice spear, an unexpected figure burst through the flames. Soren, forgotten amidst the chaos, scooped up Nalia's body and vanished into the blazing forest with astonishing speed. Frustration coursing through him, Thorian sent a telepathic order, "Harold, pursue them." Nalia's path. Nalia had thought she was dead, or perhaps she had wished for it. The excruciating pain that engulfed her entire body was relentless. Her severed arm and melted skin inflicted agony that was unbearable. Even in her state of shock, she felt every ounce of pain. Her body, fueled by the souls she consumed, attempted to regenerate, recreating her nerve endings only for them to be destroyed again by the remnants of fire still consuming her. She was trapped in a continuous loop of torment. Yet, she was not entirely ungrateful for her regenerative abilities. In those brief moments when her nerves were reborn, she could feel the touch of someone. She knew it was Soren, the one who loved her, the one for whom she had no care. As her body slowly healed, she began to see and hear again. She was no longer in the freezing confines of the ice palace, nor engulfed by the hellish flames. She was being rescued, and now she found herself in the middle of the forest, as Soren hurried back towards the safety of Loxley. "Yes, that's right. I still have the soul mire. As long as I sacrifice William to it, it will become as strong as a high tier 1000 sacrifice soul mire. Even though it would be unstable, I can still defeat Thorian. Then I can live." However, she knew her time was running short. Her injuries were so severe that even consuming the rest of the souls she had wouldn't stave off death for long. "No, I cannot die, not again a broken bar. I need to live." Time seemed to blur, and in the blink of an eye, the scenery changed completely. The trees of the forest were gone, replaced by the dimly lit walls of an unknown location. Looking back at Soren's determined face, Nalia found herself devoid of emotion. She was acutely aware that Soren was risking his life for her, and she fully intended to let him do so. "Soren," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "My lady," Soren replied, looking back at her with a pained smile. "Do not worry, I have lost their trail. We are now in the underground tunnels. They cannot find us here." Nalia almost chuckled. The thought of losing such a dependable subordinate pained her slightly, but her own survival was paramount. "Come here," she muttered. "Let me touch your face." With a smile, Soren leaned forward, allowing Nalia to caress his cheek. For a moment, it seemed like a scene filled with romance and emotion, yet Nalia felt nothing. Necronoble appointment. Deactivate. Black aura surged from within Soren's body, his expression turning to shock as the energy flowed into Nalia. Her strength gradually returned as Soren's support faltered and he dropped her. "My lady." Soren looked at her, shock and betrayal written on his face as his power was siphoned by Nalia. His skin began to wither, revealing his skeletal structure beneath. "Why?" With those final words, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With a smirk, Nalia observed her body. The black aura seeped into her skin, healing her flesh and bones. Her melted skin regenerated, leaving only a few scars. Still, her left arm remained severed. "It's not enough power to strengthen myself, but it was enough to save my life," she thought. Then, looking at Soren's corpse, she mused, "Thank you. You were useful to me until the end." With that, Nalia quickly made her way through the underground tunnels. By now, she had expended all the souls she had possessed. All that remained were her base stats. Aware of her current weakness, Nalia was determined that this state was only temporary. As long as she could awaken the soul Maya, she believed she would have the power to defeat Thorian. Then, with his soul, she envisioned conquering his village of monsters and claiming it as her own. With these ambitions fueling her, Nalia finally arrived at the staircase leading to the inner citadel. Upon passing through the trapdoor, she was taken aback by the almost deserted streets. Choosing to ignore this anomaly for the moment, Nalia hastened towards the Strongheart Manor and entered into the dungeon located in its basement through the back door. "What is this?" she exclaimed in shock upon discovering the empty cells. Her resolve wavered as she paced the dungeon, desperately hoping to find even a single remaining sacrifice. But there were none. Feeling a sense of panic, she hurried towards the room housing the soul Maya. To her relief, it was still there. "Just what happened?" Nalia murmured in disbelief as she approached the soul Maya, her mind racing through countless possibilities, yet unable to ascertain the cause of this unexpected situation. "Did Johannes betray us?" "No, he's too cowardly for such an act," she thought. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice a shadowy figure stealthily approaching her from behind. Before she could react, a sword enveloped in shadows pierced her chest, slicing through her heart. Collapsing into a pool of her own blood, her gaze fixated on the soul Maya before her, Nalia's last thought was a lament. "I'm sorry, a broken bar, oh mighty Yakshaw." After Nalia had escaped with Soren's assistance, Harold gathered Thorian and the other weakened members before setting off in pursuit. However, despite Harold's exceptional speed, they were unable to locate Soren, who had disappeared into the fiery wilderness. The smoke from the fires reduced visibility and complicated the effort to track his scent. Nonetheless, Thorian wasn't out of options. He knew that Nalia's only chance of survival was through awakening the soul Maya. Yet, since they had already freed William and the other sacrifices, that plan was no longer viable. Nalia, unaware of this change, had a predictable path for Thorian. "Let's head to Strongheart Manor," Thorian commanded. Having deduced Nalia's likely actions, he then bit his lower lip, looking down. "I hope Nox is unharmed." With a clear objective, the group made haste towards Loxley, then proceeded to the inner citadel. Along the way, citizens and guards viewed them with horror and fled. Thorian was momentarily indifferent to their reactions. Every second was crucial, and he was determined to avoid any new regrets. Upon entering the manor through the main gate, Alacritus appeared beside them, alongside Magnus who was accompanying him. "My lord, I assume you wish to visit the dungeon," he said, foregoing any preliminaries. At Thorian's nod, he led them to the staircase descending into the dungeon. The bodies of the guards Alacritus had slain were gone, though the puddles of blood remained, a grim reminder of their fate. As they descended into the dungeon, not a single soul was in sight. The prisoners had already been freed, and neither Nox nor Nalia could be found within the cells. "Let's check that chamber," Thorian directed. Upon opening the chamber door, they were greeted by the sight of Nox, standing beside the lifeless body of Nalia. "Oh, you've arrived," Nox remarked, glancing back at Thorian and his companions. "You're a bit late." "I've already completed what needed to be done." Thorian, observing Nalia's body lying in a pool of her own blood, smiled. He then turned to Nox, his expression filled with pride. "Excellent work. It looks like you managed to exact your revenge after all." Ventus, taken aback by the scene, hurried to Nalia's side and checked for any signs of life. Confirming her death, he looked up at Nox with a grin. "You cunning devil. You landed the final blow after all." "It's your own fault for letting her slip away," Nox retorted with a chuckle. "Bring her body to me," Thorian commanded, his strength greatly diminished from the overuse of his magic. "We take no risks with Nalia and her peculiar abilities. Her body must be cremated at once." Ventus nodded in agreement, lifting Nalia's body and rushing it over to Thorian for inspection. Upon examination, Thorian confirmed her death beyond doubt. Her heart was pierced, leaving a vast hole in her chest. "Incinerate her until nothing remains," Thorian decreed. "As you wish, King." Ventus replied with a smile, then proceeded to annihilate Nalia's body with a series of powerful fireballs. When he finished, not even ashes remained. "That settles it, then," Forlorn remarked, eyeing the spot where Nalia's body had lain. "This witch is finally truly gone. It's hard to believe the extent of the trouble she caused us." "My lord, what should we do next?" Aku asked, once the grim task had concluded. Pausing for a moment, Thorian recalled the slender man who had fled with Nalia just as they were about to defeat her, and clenched his fist. He then turned to Nox and inquired, "When Nalia arrived here, was she with someone?" "No," Nox replied, shaking his head, puzzled. "She was alone." Thorian bit his lip in frustration, thinking, without Nalia's powers, I doubt that man poses any threat to us. Yet, we must resolve this issue. I won't be at peace knowing an adversary remains at large. "My lord, I understand what might be troubling you," Aqua interjected, pulling Thorian from his thoughts. "But you're already worn out from our recent battle. We could assign the task of searching for the slender man to Alacritus. I'm confident he's still nearby." Acknowledging Aqua's suggestion, Thorian turned to Alacritus. "Please handle this. Search every part of the city for him." "As you command, my lord," Alacritus responded, bowing slightly before quickly departing. He was a man of action, reliable and concise. With that matter addressed, Thorian faced Nox and, with a hint of weariness, instructed, "Today, you'll face the abyss. But first, I must share some advice. Every 5 floors contain hidden quests. Completing these is crucial for maximizing rewards. I won't detail each one, but remember, defeat all adversaries before taking down the floor's boss." "Understood?" "That sounds straightforward enough," Nox answered with a light chuckle. "Don't worry about me. Return to the village and rest." "I will," Thorian said, his voice laden with fatigue but his smile unwavering as he regarded Nox. With that, Thorian and his companions made their way back to Wolvendale. Upon arrival, Thorian looked at Vigil and left one last instruction. "The soul Maya needs to be purified. Make it your first priority after you recover and bring in a host of high-level priests to help you in the process." "As you wish, my lord," Vigil nodded. As such, Thorian proceeded directly to his room without any fanfare and collapsed onto his bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he was swept away into dreamland. Nox's Poff. With Thorian and the majority of his companions resting after their strenuous battle, Nox was left with one remaining objective. He met up with Alacritus and the rest of his team, then they made their way to the abyss's entrance. As they navigated the underground passages, Nox inquired, "What about the task Thorian assigned you? Did you locate that man?" "I found him, and he was deceased," Alacritus replied gravely. "Judging by the condition of his body, it seems he was killed by Nalia herself. His corpse was withered, as if his soul had been extracted. I only know of one person that can do such a thing, and it's Nalia." "How utterly merciless," Nox remarked. "If that man had been with her upon her arrival, I might not have been able to approach them unnoticed due to his abilities. It's fortunate for us she eliminated him, leaving herself vulnerable." "I, too, fail to grasp her logic," Alacritus admitted with a shake of his head. "But as you've said, boss, it turned out to be advantageous. We should be grateful for her stupidity and move on." With a chuckle at Alacritus's words, Nox and his team continued through the tunnel until they reached the chamber housing the portal to the abyss. "It's time," Alacritus declared, his smile reflecting anticipation as he looked back at Nox. "I've been looking forward to the chance for us to really fight side by side, boss." "Me too." "I've been hearing all about it," piped up one of their assassin teammates, Kassa, who had been with Nox's primary group from the beginning. "I'm excited as well," Nox replied, smiling before his gaze shifted back to the abyss's entrance. "Now let's see what this abyss is all about." With that, the team of 5 stepped through the portal. As soon as they were teleported, Nox was greeted by a series of very familiar notifications. "Welcome to the first floor of the abyss. To clear this floor, complete the floor quest description. Eliminate all the attacking goblins. Rewards: 500 experience points, 250 arcane coins." "That's hardly any experience points," Kassa grumbled, her disappointment evident. "I expected much more from this." "Perhaps it starts off slow," suggested Alfie, another assassin in the group. The deeper floors might offer greater rewards. I sure hope so, or this will be a letdown. Casa sighed, her expectations dampened. Let's stay focused, alacrity surged, bringing the group's attention back to the task at hand. Nox, meanwhile, couldn't help but chuckle at his team's reactions before he redirected his focus to the immediate challenge. They were suddenly confronted by 3 groups of 5 goblins. With practiced ease, he drew his sword, ready for the confrontation. Effortlessly, Nox and his team dispatched the goblins, completing the floor's quest. As they advanced, conquering floor after floor, the challenges seemed trivial. Upon reaching and clearing the 5th floor, they finally noticed a significant boost in their levels, validating their efforts in the abyss. Level up. Deciding to take a look at his progress, Nox opened up his status panel. Display panel. Ding. Race Shadowstalker Kobold level 2330. Exp. 2782 6800. Class Shadow Reaper level 1840. Exp. 5417 6200. Lifespan 40 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering First Stage, 67.3%, Stats Strength 69, Agility 115, Constitution 48, Mana 46, Chi 23 points. 90. Looking at the ridiculous amount of free points he had amassed, Nox decided that it was finally time to use them. Strength, 69A greater than 90, Agility, 115A greater than 150, Constitution, 48A greater than 58, Mana, 46A greater than 60. As Nox allocated his newly acquired stat points, he experienced a profound surge of strength. It was as if he had instantly shed 20 kilograms, his body feeling significantly lighter. His muscles became more defined, clearly enhancing the power of his punches. The mana swirling around his heart expanded, allowing him prolonged access to his abilities. How do you feel, boss? Alacritus's question broke Nox's focus. You seem transformed. You've distributed your points, haven't you? Yes, Nox responded, marveling at the changes in his physique. I feel much stronger now. That's excellent to hear, Casa said, her smile wide. I've also gained a lot of strength. I initially underestimated the abyss, but at this rate, I might evolve soon if we keep this up. Then let's move on, Nox declared, his eyes on the notification inviting them to the next floor. I'm curious to see the look on Thorian's face when we spar again. As Thorian awoke from his slumber, the first thing he saw were the dim golden lights of the setting suns through his window. Standing up from his bed, Thorian felt revitalized. The quick nap he had taken swept away all his fatigue and completely refilled his mana pool. The Etherline Nexus is truly a magical territory attribute. Even though my mana pool is so large, it can still be completely refilled with just a simple nap. As he made his way out of his house, he found the village bustling with celebration. Fire pits were lit everywhere, with everyone standing around them, either roasting food or dancing. What in the world? Thorian muttered in surprise before Harold jumped next to him. You finally woke up, the storm direwolf grumbled, before smiling at Thorian's confused expression. Everyone learned about our exploit and the death of Nalia. So, they started celebrating her demise. I see, Thorian smiled. It is indeed a cause worthy of celebration. He then looked at Harold and asked, what about Tristan and the rest of the humans? I need to talk to them. They're feasting with the rest. Harold gestured with his snout toward a fire pit where Brix was entertaining Tristan, Robert, and the 2 kids with his songs and dances, as their meat roasted. With a smile on his face, Thorian walked toward them. As they noticed his presence, they turned around. Lord Thorian, I must congratulate you and thank you for your victory, Tristan said, bowing lightly. It was a truly hard battle, yet you still came out on top. Yeah, I heard you were so amazing, James exclaimed with stars in his eyes. They talked about how you created an arrow made of pure fire and unleashed hell on Nalia. I wish I was there to see it. Maybe some other day, Thorian chuckled, ruffling James's hair. He then turned to Tristan with a more serious expression. As I promised, Nalia is dead. If you wish to return to Locksley, I can escort you there. Hearing those words, Tristan nodded. Thank you for all your efforts. I have truly enjoyed my time here, but I must return to my responsibilities in Locksley. I'm sure Oswald is worried sick about me." "He is," Thorian sighed, recalling the dead look in Oswald's eyes the last time they had met. "No matter how hardened one was, killing your father was bound to leave mark." "Wait, no. I want to stay here," James protested, seeing Tristan preparing to leave. "Playing with bricks and knocks is fun. I don't want to go back to the boring mansion." "James, don't be so stubborn," Tristan scolded, furrowing his eyebrows, while Thorian laughed heartily. He then addressed James. "This is not a farewell. You'll see them soon enough. In fact, you'll see them so much you'll get tired of their faces." "I'm not going to get tired of them," James retorted, pouting. Seeing this, Thorian sighed. "Let's do this. I still need to discuss plans with my team before we head to Locksley." "Take this time to enjoy the festivities, okay?" "Thank you, mister. I knew you were kind." James's face lit up at Thorian's words. With that, Thorian turned to Tristan and the others. "Well then, I'll see you in a bit." With those words, Thorian made his way out before gathering his main team at the entrance of the inner village to discuss their next steps. "First of all, I must congratulate all of you for the work you've done," Thorian began. "Without you, Nalia wouldn't have been defeated." "Thank you for your words, my lord," Zogoth replied with a light bow, while the rest nodded in agreement. "My lord, regarding Nalia, we have confiscated her staff and ring," Aqua announced. "We also took all the belongings and luxury items from her stronghold. They are now stored in our warehouse." "Good work," Thorian nodded. "We shall sift through them later." "So, now that the threat of Nalia is no more, what is your plan for the humans, my lord?" Forloon inquired with interest. "I will offer them the chance to become our vassals," Thorian responded simply. Forloon frowned. "And what if they refuse?" "I hope they do not," Thorian sighed, his expression turning serious. "But if they do, we would have no other choice left than to use force." Hearing that, Forloon smiled, while Vigil looked down with a sad expression. "I would certainly not wish for that to happen." "I hope they will be wise enough to peacefully join our kingdom, my lord." "I hope for that too," Thorian sighed, before shaking his head. "But let us not dwell on this matter too much. We don't have much time left until the experience boost we gained from defeating the Guardians is nullified. We must challenge the Abyss while we still have that advantage." "Now that's something to be excited about," Forloon grinned. "I want to see just how many levels I can gain today." Nodding at Forloon with a smile, Thorian excused himself to bring back Tristan and the rest of his party. Once the group was finally assembled, they made their way towards Locksley. As they reached the gates of the grand city, William and Oswald were there to welcome them. Seeing their father, Tristan and James immediately rushed towards him. "Father, you are truly alive and well," Tristan said with a relieved expression before hugging William. "I am so glad. I am so glad you are not dead. I am glad that no harm had befell you." William smiled as he hugged Tristan. "I am sorry for having made you worry so much." "No," Tristan shook his head, "as long as you are alive, that is all that matters." William smiled and patted Tristan on the back before the latter turned to Oswald. Without saying a word, the two hugged each other. "You made me worry so much, you idiotic bastard," Oswald said, gripping Tristan's back as he hugged him. Hearing this, Tristan smiled. "I know a broken bar. I apologize for that." While Tristan and Oswald were catching up, William walked towards Thorian and said, "I am truly grateful for what you have done." He lightly bowed, before gesturing for them to enter the city. "Now please come with us. We must celebrate this victory." Hearing this invitation, Thorian chuckled. "I will let you all have your time to celebrate. My presence will only make it awkward." Seeing Thorian refuse his invitation, William changed the subject. "Well then, would you like to discuss the terms we have postponed?" "If it's within my power, I will do anything." Hearing this, Thorian sighed. "That can wait until tomorrow. Let's leave tonight for festivities." "I have only come because I want to challenge the Abyss within your city with my team." "The Abyss?" William raised an eyebrow before chuckling. "It seems there are many matters I am not aware of, even within my own city." "Well then, we shall do as you propose. But let me at least escort you until you reach this Abyss that you are looking for." Chuckling at William's quick-wittedness, Thorian nodded. "That is reasonable. With that, Thorian made his way alongside his party to the tunnels that spread across Loxley. As William looked around, he scrunched his eyebrows. To think that Nalia had expanded the sewers into such a network. It must have taken her years to do so without anyone noticing. You tell me about it. Thorian shrugged. This is your city we're talking about. You must keep your affairs in order. Hearing this, William sighed. I can't refute your words, Lord Thorian. The only excuse I have is that I've been occupied with battles and wars against the barbarians for a long time. She must have used the absence of my attention to expand her organization. Right now, it no longer matters, Thorian responded. Nalia and her organization are no more. The only issue left is the corrupted nobles who allowed her to thrive. Surely, Johannes wasn't the only one involved in her schemes. I am fully aware of that, William responded with a cold voice. And I intend to root out that corruption completely. As long as you keep that in mind, Thorian nodded. Then, he turned around as he heard the sound of footsteps. Oh, it's you, Thorian. Nox, who had transformed into a new kobold evolution, led his group of newly evolved assassins. Nox had grown larger, and so had the rest of his squad. Their fur had also become longer and silkier. While Nox's midnight black fur had gained some shimmering purple streaks, the rest of them had developed azure streaks that matched their silver fur. Seems like you've all grown stronger, Thorian smiled as he looked at Nox and his squad. Congratulations on your evolution, Forloon chimed in. Looks like you're now finally able to pull your own weight. Add in your weight too, Nox joked with a grin. But thank you, I have never felt this strong. It's like I can do anything. Don't get too ahead of yourself, Thorian chuckled before asking, but how far did you reach in the abyss? I hope you didn't push your teammates too far and made them fight something they can't beat. He almost did. Alacritus rolled his eyes. But we made him stop on the 14th floor. I heard about the boss of the 15th floor and was not sure we could beat it without getting used to our abilities first. I'm sure we would have, Nox shrugged before looking back at Thorian. But yeah, we stopped at the 14th. Once we get some training done, we will go back and challenge the abyss again. Well then, good luck with your training, Thorian concluded the conversation. With those words, the two groups crossed paths, and Thorian continued on his way to the abyss's entrance. As they entered the room where the portal was located, William exclaimed, to think that such a thing existed below the city. I had no idea. Hearing this, Thorian looked down with a slightly melancholic expression. William, I truly do not want to cross blades with you in this life. I hope that tomorrow, we can exit the meeting room as new friends. Please do not make a foolish choice. Shaking these thoughts away, Thorian looked back at William and smiled. The abyss is a great way to gain experience points and levels. You should have your men come down here once in a while. I will definitely do so, William nodded before lightly bowing. And again, I must thank you for the insight. You have been nothing but a blessing for me and my people. Hearing these words, Thorian's expression froze for a second before he nodded with a smile. Well then, I shall see you later. Enjoy the festivities. As William made his way out of the chamber, Forloon nudged Thorian. Was it a good idea to show him the entrance to the abyss? It was a gesture of goodwill, Thorian sighed. By revealing the abyss to him, I made it clear that if they become our vassals, we will treat them no differently than our own people. I understand, Forloon nodded, before glancing back at the door through which William had exited. I just hope they're not ungrateful. With that, Thorian's attention returned to the portal of the abyss. Smiling, he thought, the next few floors are ice-themed. They shouldn't pose a problem given my elemental resistances and fire magic. Well then, let's get started, Thorian said as he led his team toward the portal. Just before receiving a notification. The abyss welcomes those who dare to challenge its depths. You will be teleported to the 16th floor of the abyss. Do you accept? I do, Thorian responded internally, before being transported to the abyss alongside the rest of his team. Upon opening his eyes, Thorian could feel the snowy wind brushing against his body. Thanks to his resistances and high stats, the blizzard's full force was mitigated. To him, it felt like standing in a slightly chilly breeze. Oh, this feels good, Zogoth groaned as he stretched. We've finally left that cramped room. I had to contort myself just to fit. I feel bad for you, Forloon chuckled. At your size, every task becomes a challenge. We need to refit every important room to accommodate you. While the two were joking around with each other, Thorian's focus was on the floor quest. Welcome to the 16th floor of the Abyss. To clear this floor, complete the floor quest. Floor quest description: eliminate all the attacking ice dire wolves. Rewards: 60000 experience points, 30,000 arcane coins. Seems like we're back to just simple elimination quests, Thorian commented as he glanced at the notification. That's a good thing, Forloon grinned, unsheathing his sword. Simple and exciting, much better than those annoying puzzles. As he spoke, dozens of ice dire wolves materialized around them. Without hesitation, Vigil blessed Zogoth and Forloon with a golden aura, while Aqua and Thorian received a silver one. Thorian knew immediately that Vigil's blessing enhanced the efficacy of his spells and imbued him with extra mana. Simultaneously, the dire wolves howled in unison, creating a massive blizzard that engulfed the area and reduced visibility. However, Thorian wasn't hindered. Using his predator's gaze and elemental sight, he could still clearly see the dire wolves as if it were a clear day. Flame Fury. Raising his staff, Thorian summoned 5 massive fireballs and launched them at the approaching dire wolves, incinerating them in an explosion of flames. The shockwave was so powerful that it cleared an area of the snowy storm, providing his team with much-needed vision. Seizing the opportunity, Zogoth, emanating a red and black aura, cleaved through any dire wolf that dared to stand in his way. Forloon, moving swiftly from one dire wolf to another, slashed their throats with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, Aqua fired ice spears, impaling any dire wolf that emerged. Thorian, on the other hand, continuously launched massive fireballs, decimating his foes. Soon, notifications flooded in. Floor quest cleared. Reward distributed. Level up, level up, level up. Do you wish to continue to the 17th floor? Seeing the level up notifications, Thorian smiled. He then decided to check his status window. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold level 1845, EXP, 71,098 120,000. Class Elemental High Magus level 250. EXP, 90,105,000, lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 7th stage, 2.7%, stats Strength 169, Agility 184, Constitution 159, Mana 178, Chi 200. Free points 70. Looking at his free points, Thorian smiled. It's a good thing I didn't have to use them while fighting against Nalia. At this point, I'm 40 points away from reaching 200 in all of my main stats. Just a few more levels, and I would gain a new skill. After checking his status panel, Thorian and the rest of the party progressed through the remaining floors. The 17th floor awarded them 70,000 experience points, the 18th floor 80,000, and the 19th floor 90,000. With a triple experience boost factored in, the numbers were astonishing. Upon completing the quest on the 18th floor, Thorian accumulated enough free points for all his stats to reach 200 points. The moment he allocated his stats, he acquired the skill, Master of Growth. Requirement fulfilled. New skill unlocked. Master of Growth. Description: your unparalleled dedication and adaptive learning style have culminated in an extraordinary capability for personal development. This skill enhances your natural talent for learning, allowing you to master new skills 20% faster than before. Furthermore, each time you level up, you receive 2 additional free points, empowering you to tailor your growth and fortify your strengths or mitigate your weaknesses more effectively. Proficiency max. After completing the quest on the 19th floor, Thorian's group decided to take a moment to recuperate. Man, I think I'm in love, Forloon grinned, gazing at the notifications before him. I level up at least once every time we clear a floor in the Abyss. If I tried to gain the same amount of experience points in dungeons, I'd have to wait for days. It's indeed becoming addicting. Zogoth nodded. The pace of progress here is unlike anything we've ever experienced. I wonder if it will continue this way. It depends on how you look at it, Thorian replied. Once we clear the 20th floor, the Abyss will change. First off, The team size will be reduced to just 3, and we'll also have to wait a day after clearing a floor before moving on to the next one. I knew there had to be some catch. Forloon clicked his tongue. Still, we've grown immensely stronger in these first 20 floors, and a pace of 1 floor a day would still net us better experience points than doing dungeons. You're talking as if we've already cleared the 20th floor, Zogoth retorted with a chuckle. Hearing that, Forloon shrugged. I'd be more surprised if we weren't able to do it. While the two were conversing, Thorian decided to check his status panel. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold level 2345, EXP, 11,098 215,000. Class Elemental High Magus level 750, EXP, 120,195,000. Lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 7th stage, 2.7%. Stats Strength 206, Agility 206, Constitution 204, Mana 202, Chi 200. Free points 38. Seeing his newly improved stats, Thorian grinned. I leveled up twice on this floor and gained 4 additional free points. It seems the Master of Growth skill also works with my race levels. When you add the fact that it gives me an additional 20% acceleration in my skill mastery, it becomes the perfect skill for me. Considering these last free points, Thorian decided to allocate them to his main stat. Mana, 202, greater than 240. Looking at his mana stat, Thorian was satisfied. Now that I have reached the 200-point mark, I can finally condense my mana into a mana heart. However, that will have to wait for later. Thorian then turned back to his team and said, "Shall we challenge this 20th floor?" "I think I've had enough rest." Forloon stretched his arms before grinning. "I also finished distributing my stats. I feel like a new man now." "Same here," Aqua chimed in. "My mana is fully refilled from the level ups." With a nod to his teammates, Thorian looked back at the notification. "Do you wish to continue to the 20th floor?" "Warning, the next floor contains a boss monster." "I do." As they entered the 20th floor, Thorian's group found themselves inside of a giant icy arena. The vast expanse of the arena was enclosed by towering walls of ice, shimmering under the dim light that seemed to emanate from the very ice itself. The cold was more intense here, biting into the skin, but for Thorian and his team, it was just another challenge to overcome. "Welcome to the 20th floor of the Abyss. To clear this floor, complete the floor quest. Floor quest description: eliminate all 4 waves of attacking monsters. Rewards 150,000 experience points, 75,000 arcane coins. Monster waves. How interesting." Forloon grinned as he readied himself, his sword gleaming with a faint aura of power. "Don't overdo it on the first few waves," Thorian warned, his voice echoing slightly in the vast arena. "The later ones will be harder. Just choose enough aura to eliminate your enemies and that's it." "Roger that, Lord." Forloon nodded, his eyes scanning the arena for any sign of the impending monsters. As if on cue, the first wave of monsters emerged from gates that opened along the walls of the arena. Ice dire wolves, their fangs and claws cold like steel, charged towards them, their howls filling the air. Without hesitation, Thorian raised his staff, the tip glowing with a fiery light. "Let's keep this clean and efficient," he called out, before launching multiple massive fireballs at the incoming packs of dire wolves. Forloon, moving with graceful speed, engaged the monsters that managed to dodge the fiery onslaught. Each swing of his sword was precise, cutting down his foes with minimal effort. Aqua stood back and softly chanted, summoning a water vortex that trapped the dire wolves in its relentless currents. He then conjured a frost beam, freezing the spinning water tornado. Seizing the opportunity, Zogoth charged at the frozen vortex and split it with his giant battle leaks. With one slash, he killed all the dire wolves Aqua had frozen. As the last dire wolf fell, a notification appeared. First wave has been cleared. The gates then reopened, revealing 5 ice trolls. They stood taller than Zogoth, even with their hunched posture, sporting thick hides and wielding giant tree trunks as clubs. "They look slow as all hell," Forloon remarked with a click of his tongue, "and pretty dumb too," Aqua added with a chuckle. As the ice trolls charged towards them, Thorian commanded. "Let's get them to bunch up before we blast them." With a nod, the group waited for the ice trolls to get close before dashing away, causing the confused trolls to headbutt each other. Thorian then cast his spell, Quicksand Trap, to ensnare them. Without delay, he activated his tornado spell. As the tornado formed, battering them with cutting winds, the ice trolls' large weight and strength prevented them from being swept away. However, Thorian had a different objective. As the vortex took shape, he unleashed his second spell, Fire Pillar. The spells merged, creating a fire tornado that caused the ice trolls within it to shriek in pain. Yet, they did not die immediately. At Thorian's signal, Zogoth and Forloon, their bodies clad in their respective auras, rushed toward the fiery vortex. In a flash, they cut through the flames and the ice trolls within, killing them all in an instant. Second wave has been cleared. With the ice trolls defeated, Thorian and his team caught their breath, their weapons still poised. The arena gates groaned open, and a chill wind rushed in. Not hulking giants this time, but sleek shapes materialized from the icy haze. Snow leopards. Their eyes, like twin moons against their mottled fur, fixed on the battered adventurers. "Snow leopards," Thorian hissed, never breaking eye contact. "We went from dumb but tough to fast and annoying." The first leopard exploded into action, not with a roar, but a blur of motion. It streaked towards Forloon, whose sword flashed in response. One strike, 2, 3. A steel met claws with a shriek. But the leopard twisted, impossibly supple, and raked its claws across Forloon's shield arm. Aqua reacted instantly. Ice shards materialized from the air, not aimed to kill, but to sting, to harass. One shard grazed a leopard's flank, eliciting a furious snarl. The distraction was just enough for Forloon to drive the creature back with a flurry of blinding attacks, before piercing its throat with his sword. Zogoth, built like an oak, was too slow for this lightning war. Instead, he slammed his axe into the ground. The whole arena shuddered, throwing the leopards off balance. It was a crude tactic, but it gave Thorian an opening. Raising his cane, Thorian activated his bramble patch skill, effectively cutting off the leopard's retreat path. The leopards snarled, trapped between the sharp, thorny branches and the steel of Forloon's blade. One, bolder than the rest, lunged through the bramble patch toward Thorian, its sides sliced open by the sharp edges of the branches. Thorian barely flinched at the attack, blasting it in the face with a stream of flame, then sidestepping as its body tumbled, its flesh and skin burned to a crisp from Thorian's fire. The fight was a whirlwind of steel, ice, and blazing magic. Each leopard, though smaller than the trolls, was a flurry of teeth and claws, their instincts honed to a razor's edge. However, they were no match for Thorian's team. Compared to Nalia's blinding speed, any opponent would seem slow, and the snow leopards were no exception. Third wave has been cleared. Well, those were certainly annoying. Forloon spat as the last leopard fell. Their fur blends too well with the ice. It strained my eyes just trying to track their movement. "Tell me about it," Aqua also complained. "Trying to land my spells without hitting you was really frustrating." "But we managed to finish them off," Vigil said with a light smile, approaching the slightly injured Forloon. He then cast a spell, and a silver aura enveloped Forloon's left bicep, mending the torn flesh. "Thank you," Forloon said, stretching his arm. "It feels much better now." However, as he finished speaking, a deep rumbling emanated from the northern gate before them. A colossal ice golem emerged, towering over the group. Its crystalline structure refracted the dim light into a myriad of sparkling colors. Composed entirely of ice and exuding a frigid aura that made the air around it shimmer with cold, the golem was both a magnificent and daunting adversary. "An ice golem," Thorian remarked dryly, his gaze fixed on the golem as it took a lumbering step forward, frosting the ground beneath its feet with each movement. "You will know how it goes with these golem-type monsters. Aim for the core, it's their weakness." Forloon, his sword now glowing brighter with a fierce aura, nodded. "Roger that, let's finish it swiftly." As the ice golem raised its massive arms to unleash a devastating blow, Aqua quickly cast a protective barrier in front of the group. The ice barrier flickered with energy, then caved in, but not before absorbing most of the impact of the golem's attack, shielding the team from the sheer force. Undeterred by the Gilem's size, Zogoth charged forward, his battle-axe at the ready. He targeted the Gilem's legs, aiming to chip away at its icy foundation and reduce its mobility. Meanwhile, Thorian, recognizing the need for a strategic approach, began chanting an incantation. His staff emitted a brilliant light as he summoned a concentrated beam of fire, aimed directly at the ice golem's chest where a faint glow hinted at the core's location. Although his fire stream spell wasn't enough to penetrate the golem's chest, Thorian knew which spell could. Employing his dual casting technique, he activated two spells, Gale Force Spear, Fire Arrow. As the two spells merged into a giant spear of flames, Thorian launched it toward the ice golem's chest, causing a massive explosion. Fire spread throughout the colossus's body, leaving a gaping hole in its chest and exposing the core. Seizing the moment, Thorian leapt high into the air, his sword charged with a blinding golden aura. He brought the sword down in a powerful arc, aiming for the ice golem's exposed weakness. The sword struck true, shattering the core into 1,000 sparkling fragments. The light within extinguished, and the golem's form began to crumble. Its structure lost cohesion, dissolving into a pile of snow and ice. Floor quest cleared soon. Notifications cascaded in front of Thorian. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared hidden quest number 1. Clear all 4 waves in less than 30 minutes. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared hidden quest number 2. Clear all 4 waves in less than 15 minutes. Reward updated. Plus 150,000 experience points. Plus 75,000 arcane coins. Reward distributed. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. As Thorian looked at the deluge of notifications that appeared in front of him, he smiled contentedly. However, before he could check his status panel, a new notification appeared. Congratulations, you were the second fastest team in the kingdom to clear the 20th floor of the abyss. All team members shall gain 10 additional free points as a reward. Again, the second team? Thorian furrowed his eyebrows in confusion and frustration. Just who could be faster than us? The Golden Prince in the capital shouldn't have awakened yet. So, who could be this strong? While Thorian was lost in his thoughts, Thorian chuckled. It seems like we just keep getting more rewards. Well, I'm not complaining about that. I haven't seen this many level up notification at the same time. Zogoth chimed in. I want to see just how many stat points I gained from this one floor. Hearing that, Thorian also decided to check his progress after the significant amount of levels he had gained. Display panel. Ding. Race Elemental Lord Kobold level 2645. EXP, 196,098 295,000, Class Elemental High Magus level 1150, EXP, 110,295,000, Lifespan 70 years. Cultivation Realm Chi Gathering 7th Stage, 2.7%. Stats Strength 214, Agility 213, Constitution 208, Mana 243, Chi 200. Free points 102. This status panel looks more ridiculous by the day. Achieving this level of power in my past life took at least a year and a half. Do you wish to continue to the 21st floor? Note that the next 10 floors are narrative ones. You will need to reorganize your party to include only 3 members to proceed. Should we leave it at that? Thorian turned to the rest of his party upon seeing the notification. We will need to reconstruct our party if we wish to continue. I think this is a good stopping point, Thorian replied. For the later floors, since we can't keep this party, I'd like to form my own. Thorian nodded at Thorian's suggestion, then turned to Zogoth. What about you? Do you want to lead your own party? Whether you wish for me to create my own party or stay with you, I will follow your command, my lord, Zogoth simply said. Chuckling at this, Thorian responded, it would be better for you to form your own party. You're a leader, and you need all the experience you can get in that department. He then looked at Haku and Vigil before continuing, and what about you two? I would like to start my own party, my lord, Aqua said. Since we're both magi, our roles overlap too much. I think I could be more useful in another party. That is a sensible logic, Thorian nodded, then turned to Vigil, who appeared lost in thought. And you? Vigil paused for a moment before deciding. I would like to continue in your party, my lord. Good, Thorian nodded, then glanced at the notification. Well then, time to return to Wolvendale. With those words, Thorian's party immediately teleported back to the entrance of the abyss. As usual, Zogoth had to crouch immediately to avoid breaking through the roof of the underground room. After Zogoth squeezed through the door, the group made their way out of the underground tunnels. Thankfully, there were no onlookers, as most of Loxley's citizens were gathered near the center at the city plaza, celebrating the return of their lord and the death of Nalia. Without wasting much time, the group made their way back to Wolvendale, where they found everyone still immersed in feasting and dancing. As Zogoth watched Brix singing and dancing in front of the fire pit, he couldn't help but chuckle. That little boy really knows how to liven up the mood. Any team would be lucky to have him. Then why don't you take him? Forloon jested with Zogoth, chuckling. However, Zogoth just nodded with a shrug. Sure, why not? He'll need to work hard to reach the 20th floor, but if he does, he's welcome on my team. Hearing that, both Thorian and Forloon raised an eyebrow in surprise, while Zogoth looked at them, confused. Shaking his head, Thorian decided to excuse himself. I'll leave you all to the festivities for now. I have something I must do. Seeing Thorian about to leave, Forloon raised an eyebrow before interrupting him. My lord, I know you have a lot of work, but please, make some time to join the feast with us. It would be good for everyone's morale for you to be there. After a moment's consideration, Thorian agreed. Give me 20 minutes, and I'll be with you. With that, he departed for the blacksmith's forge, doubtful he'd find Faber amidst the ongoing celebration, yet compelled to check. How unexpected. Thorian shook his head upon seeing fumes coming out of the workshop's chimney. There was only one person who would still be working while everyone else was celebrating. As Thorian stepped into the workshop, the staff in Faber's hands caught the dim light, revealing its masterful craftsmanship. The staff, nearly as tall as a man, had a core of dark, polished wood that seemed to absorb the light around it, lending it an almost ethereal quality. Spiraling around this core were intricate carvings that mimicked the flow of water and the swirl of wind, with leaves and flames subtly represented in the twists and turns of the design. At the top of the staff, a framework of black iron held 4 orbs in place. The fire orb glowed with a deep, ember-like warmth. The water orb shimmered with a deep ocean blue. The wind orb appeared almost transparent, save for the occasional spark of green energy within, and the earth orb glowed softly with a rich brown color. You've outdone yourself, Thorian approached, admiration and surprise lacing his voice. Faber, humility shadowing his features, offered the staff to Thorian. Forgive me, my lord, it hasn't reached the height I had hoped for. It is but a failure. Thorian, taking the staff, regarded Faber with a mix of confusion and awe, turning his attention to the masterfully crafted 4-element staff. Elemental Scepter Rarity Quasi-Crimson Sun Class Requirement Magus Advancement Requirement 2nd Advancement Level Requirement 10 Description Forged by the skilled hands of Faber, the Elemental Scepter is a great work of magical craftsmanship, combining the ancient power of Elderwood with the essence of the 4 elements. The Elderwood, harvested from the body of a corrupted treant within the verdant labyrinth, channels the raw energies of nature. Each of the 4 orbs, masterfully set atop the staff, resonates with one of the elemental forces of fire, water, wind, and earth, granting unparalleled control and harmony with the elements. Stat bonus is mana plus 50, strength plus 20, agility plus 15, constitution plus 10. Abilities. Elemental Harmony enhances the wielder's ability to manipulate and combine the 4 elemental magics, reducing mana consumption by 20%. Elemental Surge grants a 25% increase in the potency of elemental spells. Special abilities. Quartet of the Ancients. Once a day, the wielder can invoke the combined power of the 4 elements to unleash a devastating area of effect attack with a 20-meter radius. Elemental Confinement. Once a week, the wielder can cast a powerful sealing spell that creates a magical prison, combining the forces of the 4 elements to bind and immobilize a target. The entrapment lasts for up to 10 minutes or until the caster releases the target. Looking at the description of the staff, Thorian was astounded. A quasi-Crimson Sun weapon that provides such remarkable stat bonuses? He thought before turning to Faber with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean a failure? This is the strongest weapon he currently have, and it's not even a close contest. I aimed for it to be a proper Crimson Sun weapon, my lord. Faber scratched the back of his head. If I were a better blacksmith, I would have achieved it. I apologize for having used so many of your resources on this. Hearing this, Thorian rolled his eyes. Don't be overly modest. This is an exceptional weapon that has surpassed my expectations. Considering you're just starting your journey as a blacksmith and you're already this close to making Crimson Sun items, I can't even imagine what you'll be capable of creating in 2, 5, or 10 years. Thank you for your kind words, my lord, Faber responded with a light bow. Seeing this, Thorian smiled and clapped the kobold on the shoulder. Now, don't confine yourself to this place. Go and enjoy the feast, dance, and sing with the others. Work is important, but you must also take time to rest. Thank you, my lord, Faber nodded as he began to tidy his tools. I'll join you as soon as I put everything in order. With a smile, Thorian left the workshop. He had initially planned to use this time to condense his mana cloud into a mana heart, but having promised Forlorn, he felt compelled to join the celebration. After storing his Ember Strike cane in his storage house, Thorian returned to the village center, where the largest fire pits burned. Navigating through the crowd, he found Forlorn, Aqua, Zogoth, and many of the top fighters gathered together. Forlorn spotted him and made space. Come, Lord. You have to try these thumpalope thighs. They're far superior to the scrawny chickens we had before. You eat them every day, yet you still get excited about thumpalope meat, Thorian remarked with a chuckle. I wish I could be as easygoing as you. Laughing heartily, Forlorn passed a piece of roasted thigh to Thorian as he sat down. However, as Thorian took a bite, he noticed a shift in the atmosphere. The singing and dancing had quieted, and everyone's attention was on him. I think they're expecting a speech, Forlorn whispered to him with a smirk. Resisting the urge to sigh, Thorian set aside his piece of meat and addressed the crowd. As you all know, tonight we celebrate the defeat of our mortal enemy, Nalia. At his words, cheers and screams erupted, prompting a slight chuckle from Thorian. Once Forlorn had calmed everyone, Thorian continued, and as many of you are aware, overcoming Nalia required a collective effort from all the fighters chosen for the ambush. Individually, we stood no chance against her power. But together, trusting in each other and focusing on our roles, we emerged victorious. Thorian's gaze swept across the assembly, pausing on each key figure in turn: Forlorn, Zogoth, Aqua, and Ventus. Their roles in the battle had been critical. The absence of any one of them might have meant Nalia still drawing breath. Yet, amidst the gravity of that realization, Thorian's lips curved into a smile, his head shaking slightly in quiet disbelief before he addressed the gathering. But it's not only the fighters who shall share in this glory, everyone else helped too, he began, his voice carrying a warmth that softened the edges of the evening air. His eyes then found Faber and the cohort of blacksmiths. Without our blacksmiths, we wouldn't have been properly equipped to fight in dungeons and gain strength. Thorian's gaze shifted next to Hammer and the assembled alchemists. And our alchemists, without your pills, we wouldn't have been able to regain our strength so quickly and continue hunting to grow stronger. And without your potions, some of our strongest fighters would still be bedridden from poison. At these words, Forlorn coughed in embarrassment while Zogoth chuckled. Smiling at the two's reaction, Thorian looked at Hugh before continuing, and certainly, without the wooden tubs the carpenters made for us, our stench would have been atrocious. Nalia would have been able to locate us just by our smell as we tried to ambush her. Laughter erupted anew, lighter and more carefree this time, as goblins clustered around Hugh, offering affectionate pats and nods of gratitude. Thorian waited for the mirth to subside before he spoke again, his expression earnest, eyes alight with a visionary's fire. However, this is but the start, he declared, voice resolute yet infused with an infectious optimism. Together, we will continue to grow stronger, to conquer new territories and amass wealth beyond imagining. Today is merely our beginning.